Hi guys, welcome to Novum and welcome to the complete guide to Beau Is Afraid. And if you've seen this film, if you clicked on this video, chances are you have some questions. Probably a lot of questions, but fear not, I do have answers for you. Before we get into it though, a couple of very quick disclaimers. First and foremost, this film has some very difficult subject matter throughout. Obviously, I have to be careful with what I say given the platform we're on, and certainly what I show. But we're going to do our best to navigate that, primarily in the form of covering the screen with timestamps like this for the stuff I absolutely can't put on YouTube. But if you do want to see all the naughty bits, there is an uncensored version of this video and many other videos available right now at patreon.com/novum. And disclaimer 2, this is the most complex film I've ever covered, the longest film I've ever covered, the most subjective film I've ever covered, with the most unanswered questions and the least amount of work done on it by other critics, academics, and so on. It's going to be a challenge. We might not get everything right, we might not discuss absolutely everything, but I am certainly going to try, and either way, I'm sure we'll be breaking a lot of new ground. So let's get to the elephant in the room. If you've seen my videos before, you probably know that I think ASTER is the absolute biscuits. Hereditary and Midsommar are two movies that I cannot adequately describe without producing 12 hours of video on them, but here we have Beau Is Afraid, and Novum, I hear you say, this film wasn't as well received. It's confusing, it's too out there. Are you going to address that? And yes, right away in fact. But first, let's just verify that it actually was the failure it's often touted as, because I'm really not so sure. So let's go by two metrics, the first being review aggregation and the second being the box office numbers. And I think you'll find the first surprising at least. Its audience review score is 71% on Rotten Tomatoes. That's the exact same audience score that Hereditary has, and it's higher than Midsommar at 63%. So as far as audiences are concerned, this is tied in first place for Best ASTER movie. Now, we do see it trailing behind with the critics when compared to the other two, and I don't want to speculate about why that might be, but if you're a critic and you're being asked to judge, will audiences like this, or should I recommend this, I could see why they might be wary to give it a seal of approval, because it's a lot to take in. It's a lunatic joyride that is liable to put a significant percentage of people off. And while that describes all of Ari Aster's films to some extent, it's more unapologetic here. It's more indulgent in a way that his fans will love and his critics won't, and as a result, it's more divisive. Which, as we know, is a bit of a mantra for Ari Aster, who, by his own admission, doesn't want to make films that everyone likes. Now, as for box office, it's not so great. The film had a higher budget than Hereditary and Midsommar combined at $35 million and made approximately $12.3 million in return. When we factor in advertising, it probably lost a lot more still. But there are some mitigating factors, Blu-ray sales and streaming deals and so on. So while it's not great news, it's also not an irredeemable loss as far as modern cinema standards are concerned. And I'd say it did plenty to develop A24's brand by being deeply original and deeply daring, which is how they made a name in the first place and how they continue to uphold it. I don't know what the budget was for Eddington, but given it stars Joaquin Phoenix, Pedro Pascal, Emma Stone and Austin Butler, I think we can venture a guess that Beau didn't cause any qualms about financing Aster's future projects. So I really don't know how much we can say it was a failure, and it would certainly be strictly a financial sense if we were to say that. And while more people seem to be vocal in their dislike of it than Aster's previous projects, I do see its popularity steadily increasing and that cult hit status starting to slowly creep up on us. And there's certainly a tinge of disappointment in Aster's tone about how the film was received. He stated in late 2023 that the film ends on a theatre very gradually emptying out over the credits with a very indifferent audience. I wasn't quite ready for just how prophetic that ending was going to be. And I think that's very understandable. A lot of people, even fans of his previous films, were left cold by it. But I think his acknowledgement of how the film was received is a very different thing to his feelings about the film. And I imagine for the most part, he's extremely satisfied with what he accomplished. To quote Benny Ford, some might say a handful of the titles Aster named as potential influences were career killers, like Che, Playtime, Mishima, Mr. Klein, The Night of the Hunter. I think that they are more so the exact film each director wanted to accomplish and at any cost that came with it. Note that these directors look back on these works with a sense of pride, not shame. So regardless of how it was received, it is unquestionably the film Aster wanted to make. And while he may not have been quite ready for exactly how prophetic the ending turned out to be, I can't help but feel he was aware of the possibility and that being left cold and dumbfounded after our first viewing was at least part of the intention. Now, for me personally, I think it's genius. I absolutely adore it, and I share the sentiment of its creators when I say I cannot believe this film exists. It's truly wild, insane, and yet at the same time, it's one of the most technical and complex narratives I've ever seen. It's phenomenal. Hard to watch at times, meandering certainly, but phenomenal without question. I love it precisely because it's so unwieldy, so difficult to attack at first. Just like Beau, you are a confused passenger to what this film is doing with no real roots to the normal catharsis you'd find during a feature film. Just like Beau, you might find it impossible to unpack the meaning interred here because everything mounds up into this unclimbable fascia of anxiety and guilt and dread. But you can still feel it. You can feel amid that confusion that the film is doing something. Many things, actually. Many clever little Asterian twists, and even huge things like what the fuck is actually happening at any given moment. You can feel the answers there, but it's so much, so deep, that it can be easy to find yourself drowning in mystery before you ever start treading water. But we know better than that. We know Ari Aster by this point, and making something legitimately nonsensical really isn't in his wheelhouse. The answers are there, waiting to be put together. And all of my guide videos try to follow the same formula, but they inevitably end up distinctive from each other due to the demands of the film. For our next guide, it's just going to be folklore, 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 without much need to explain the plot, because that's very straightforward. Beau, however, is not straightforward. It's laden with mystery and esotericism and visual codes. Even the basics of the plot are up for debate, so we have a lot of work to do, and more so than ever before in one of these videos, we have a lot of mysteries to solve. And in an effort to make that as manageable as possible, prior to part 1, we're going to run through a bunch of frameworks, meta topics, and stuff we need to understand from outside of the film that will help us read it. Starting with a big question, a criticism I've had prior to even making this: should you try and analyze this? Is it not a comedy? Is it not the simplest expression of anxiety and death and failure? Would we be somehow missing the point if we were to dwell on every detail? Even Ari Aster said, "Don't try to figure it out, it's dumb." Now, the self-deprecation is ringing loudly from that statement, and the film is anything but dumb, except in the precise moments it chooses to be, but I do understand where they're coming from. We shouldn't, and won't, lose sight of the abstract, the broad and the vague, the absurd and the humorous. This is certainly Kafkaesque, and part and parcel to that is this notion of absurdity and tragedy being random but certain elements of our universe. So should we then even bother to read into Beau's struggle on any meaningful level? And my answer is yes, we absolutely should. I understand the argument, but I think the answer is very simply yes. Yes for two reasons. Reason one being that this film is insanely deep and layered with meaning. It would seem like a lot of wasted effort to do all that and not have it amount to anything should anybody look deeper into it. Given what we know about Aster, his filmmaking for alert audiences, this doesn't seem likely. And spoiler alert, I have looked into it, and meaning abounds everywhere. And reason two, as I've hopefully demonstrated with Midsommar and Hereditary, it's in these hidden details, motifs, allusions, that we can make solid determinations about what the film is saying. It's the detective work that leads us to the true meaning, if we can find such a thing. We could simply make sweeping assessments about the film, but if we want to prove something, well, we have to prove it. And Beau is Afraid is a lot of different things all at once. It's a comedy that defies analysis, a mixed-up Lord of the Rings, a riff on Homer's Odyssey, on the structure of the Divine Comedy. It's a dream, it's a nightmare, it's a lie, it's a drug trip, it's the manifestation of mental illness and generational trauma, anxiety, OCD, PTSD. It's a journey into the self, through hell, the gates of heaven, and the Empyrean beyond. It's a time travel narrative of Sisyphean torment, and so much more. But the real joy behind it, the real amazement I feel watching it, researching it for months on end, is that it truly is all those things at once. And if we were to apply such grandiose claims to any other movie, I think it would be fair to be accused of overanalyzing. But here those elements truly are operating in conjunction, blending into something far greater than the sum of its parts, something that cannot be adequately described from only one angle. This article from the LA Times does a good job of identifying the multiplicitous nature of the film, with the simple suggestion that it's not a linear journey. I think that's spot on, and I want to urge you while you're listening to this, while you're watching the film, to try to think in this non-linear manner, because it's essential to fully understanding the film. It's so many things at once. And that seems like a problem at first. How can all these things be true? We can't present a so-called unified theory without filtering out these contradictions. But the answer is very simple. This is not a linear journey. All of these answers, at least most of them, have the possibility to be true and are absolutely at work within the film. We will have it suggested this is a drug trip, this is a dream, this is mental illness presented as reality, and 10 other things we're going to look at. The film isn't trying to be one thing. It's a kaleidoscope of Beau, a mosaic of Beau, and all these futures and potential realities and possible explainers are different facets of Beau's amorphous journey. That's very different to explaining most films. It's certainly very different to how I'd normally do one of these videos, but this is how you unify the film, if such a thing is even necessary, by accepting it all in concert with itself, by realizing that the film revels in contradiction. It's Beau's life as an abstraction, the big spaghetti mass of stimuli he encounters, filtered into one patchwork narrative that takes every opportunity to follow the threads of his tangled mind, and we sit at the center with him, trying to make sense of all these possibilities. And I think for some people that will make sense immediately. Equally though, I know this will drive some people mad. A film can't be 30 different things at once. And while I'm of the opinion that it absolutely can be, because it is, I do get why you'd want this all to make sense in a clearer way, for there to be some Rosetta, some Easter egg that makes all this make sense. And actually there are several. We're going to get to them. It's just even then we'll find contradictions and parallel conclusions. So even when we might feel as though we've figured it out, we can't fall into the trap of saying, oh well, Beau is Afraid is just X thing and X thing only, because it isn't. It's all of it at once, and the film is very aware of that. Ari Aster describes the film as both a hall of mirrors and an echo chamber. A hall of mirrors is to be surrounded by differing reflections of oneself. An echo chamber suggests a steadily amplifying thought coming back at you until that theory dominates your view. We're met with a hall of mirrors, a protagonist that's extremely human, easy to align with due to his failings and the failings we see in ourselves, and we're seeing differing reflections of him, a version that is heroic, a version that's pathetic, a child, an old man, a different life free from Mona. One of these things isn't meant to supersede the rest. They're all Beau, even if they only exist hypothetically, symbolically, or locked away within dreams and memories. But this is an echo chamber too, and so the ideas you encounter that resonate more with you, mental illness, addiction, unreliable narration, whatever notion that speaks to you the closest, will blossom in your mind as you're watching, because that's the thread you're pulling on. We could also liken it to a Rorschach test, something abstract enough that we choose which parts to latch onto and glean our own route through it via the reading we're most aligned with. So hopefully going into this, we can collectively reject these notions that Beau is about X thing and X thing only. It's too complex for that. It's not one thing, there is not one reading. What we're aiming to do here is examine all of them in a cohesive way. And all of that brings me neatly to a term we need to understand if we're going to properly discuss this weird and wonderful movie, the Protean Epic. I'm sure most of us will be familiar with the term epic or an epic, traditionally a long narrative poem describing heroic deeds. Think not just epic in name, but also epic in scope. They're usually quite convoluted and very wordy, often involving grand geographies or timeframes, mythology, the metaphysical, life, death, and everything beyond and in between. The most well-known examples likely being the works of Homer, the Iliad, detailing the siege of Troy, and the Odyssey, which this film is quite concerned with, detailing Odysseus' return home following the siege of Troy. But it's not just Homer. We have Virgil, for example, whom Aster also lists as a writing influence for Beau, and many modern and historical epics beyond that. So that's an epic, but what's a Protean epic? Well, Protean comes from Proteus. We looked at him during the Lighthouse Guide. He's the shape-shifting, sometimes son, sometimes servant of Poseidon. His shape-shifting nature generally being viewed as alluding to the unpredictability of the sea, the changing tides, and so on. And it's this shape-shifting nature that really defines the term, because epics are often not just one thing, they're multifaceted. They often play with major tonal shifts, changes in setting, sometimes in the very nature of reality and the structure of the writing itself. They can often show you different stories, different structural approaches within the same text. These are all aspects of the Protean, the narrative itself changing shape as you move through it. It's not a broadly defined term or its own category or anything official like that, more so that Protean is a word very often attributed to epic narratives. And I think Aster has given multiple indications, hints that this is exactly what he's doing with Beau. For example, the film is designed to kind of shapeshift a lot. He also said the film does keep changing shape and pivoting, and that's very much by design. And I tried to shape it so that there were these respites where the nature of the film film would keep changing. Shapeshifting is the main quality of the Protean. They're essentially synonymous with each other, and given Aster's comparisons to other epics, his use of shapeshifting here, he's essentially called it a Protean epic without using the term directly. It certainly seems likely, given the parallels that Aster has drawn, that he considers it to be in that wheelhouse of epic poetry and epic narratives, and referencing other epics, like Aster does here frequently, that's something endemic to epics in general. Whether it's the Arthurian mythos seeking to establish a lineage from King Arthur all the way back to Troy, or Dan Simmons' Hyperion pulling Keats from the past and into the 29th century, epics often acknowledge the works that came before them in very direct ways. And this leads to a web, a fabric that started being weaved a very long time ago that writers are still weaving today. A hyper-aware Protean tapestry of interreferentialism. And Beau is a part of that, existing within that lineage, a millennia-spanning conversation going all the way back to Homer and beyond. And part of the joy here is the sheer scale at which that's happening. There are so many different threads. It's filled to the brim with intertextual references, sometimes quickly diving into other books and films, at other times inhabiting them completely, weaving these different works into the fabric of its own narrative. Now, there's a bunch of different examples we could look at, but the epic that I think everyone should know about, and likely the best example here, is Metamorphoses by Ovid. Easily my favourite book title of all time, and a useful example that allows me to demonstrate the levels at which these works operate, so there's no doubt later as to what Aster is achieving here. All you really need to know about Ovid is that he was a Roman poet that wrote about Greek mythology through a distinctly Roman lens. As the title would suggest, Metamorphoses is themed around change, around transformation and metamorphosis. Now, those words mean the same thing. One is Greek-rooted and the other is Latin, which is relevant because the text is hyper-concerned with the Romanization of Greek culture, how Rome adopted and transformed Greek mythology. And in the title and very first line of the poem, Ovid is already playing around with this relationship in really clever ways. To quote David Feeney, "In anticipation of the way in which the Greek inheritance will be Romanized in the course of the poem, this Greek word for transformation is transformed into Latin in Ovid's first line. Metamorphoses, transformations, becomes mutatus formus, literally changed forms. At first one only notices that the sound of the Latin words for changed forms is very like the sound of the Greek word, so as to reinforce the idea of similarity in translation. But then one realizes that in fact, the Latin word for form, forma, has the same letters as the Greek word for form except with the M and F transposed, morpha. It is a disconcerting moment as we see the very word for form undergoing a metamorphosis as it moves across the linguistic divide, while still retaining all of its essential individual elements. So a book about changing forms between Greek and Roman literally changes the form of the word form as it crosses the very language divide it's exploring under the title Changes in Form. Please don't worry if you didn't fully get that. I didn't the first time I read it. It's a very wordy quote that I'm only using to give you some idea of the intricacy we're talking about here. That epics are often concerned with exploring their key themes in a multitude of interweaving and meta ways. Transformation is the theme of the epic, specifically transformation between Greek and Roman culture. And this title isn't just alluding to that change, but also existing as a perfect example of it. Now, I chose Ovid for a couple of reasons. Firstly, because characters Ovid was playing with are going to be played with here, but also because Ovid looked at other epic poems and thought, nah, fuck that, I'm doing this my way on Crip. While all epics might play with structure in unexpected and complex ways, Ovid dialed that up to 11 and radically avoided any sense of normal structure. His epic is about change, and so it is constantly changing as you move through it. There is no singular Beau figure for Ovid. There are hundreds of characters through which we see the themes play out rather than a central story. To quote David Feeney, any overarching scheme that attempts to impose too rigid an order invariably fails. And hopefully that sounds familiar, because while Ari Aster does still have to make a movie here, he isn't necessarily going full Ovid, I think this quote absolutely still applies to Beau is Afraid. There's mystery and meaning littered throughout here, but when we cling to it for too long, we can find it slipping away from us. A couple of quick examples being The Odyssey and The Lord of the Rings. The film has been loosely compared to both by Aster himself, and we're about to draw draw parallels between Beau and both of those epic narratives. But if we try to make them fit perfectly, things get tricky. This is more about weaving those narratives into the fabric of this epic in ways that provide new meaning. We should never cling to anything too tightly though, because the person in charge of the weaving here is telling their own story. And there's one other crucial characteristic of epic poetry we haven't discussed that's particularly relevant here: the idea of self-referentialism, on the concern of the author with writing in general, and most crucially, their own writing, their own creation. Epics, to paraphrase Google, are often exploring the multiplicity of form and what an artist struggles with to create great work. So as the author is taking you through this grand and multifaceted journey, they're also, in a meta sense, playing with their own work, striving for greatness, telling their own story, pulling themselves and their previous work into the epic, and often melding and mashing up their own visions of themselves into long-standing myths. Ovid alludes to his own struggles in the Metamorphosis in several places, perhaps most notably via the mythical poet Orpheus. Homer does it in the Odyssey too, tying their struggles to this grand journey throughout the text and weaving their creative philosophies through the narrative. And without a doubt, that's what's happening here. Beau is Afraid is littered with references to and riffs on Aster's previous work. And as much as that's par for the course with epics, it's also something we can view as a creative culmination, a work that is concerned with the work that has come before it, a work that seeks to perfect ideas, themes, motifs already present in the author's back catalogue. Very self-referential, in the case of film, usually very knowing towards the director's previous filmography. It's a combination of all the work that has come before it and a demonstration of the artist's growth and defining signatures, a tying together of all they've achieved thus far in one, often very self-aware masterwork. Some famous examples being Dante's Divine Comedy and James Joyce's Ulysses, both of which again have some degree of influence here. Now, Beau is Afraid is something that's existed in various forms since before Hereditary, so we have to consider that for Aster, all his other ideas have existed alongside it somewhat. It's been lurking in the background the whole time, and it bears many of the hallmarks of the works that preceded it. Even if it wasn't initially planned as such, it does feel like the end of a chapter in Aster's work, and in many ways we can see it as a rounding off of ideas that began in his short films, in Hereditary, in Midsummer, to name a few: toxic relationships, generational trauma, and the guilt we carry with us. But the list is more extensive than that. If we want to get really meta with it, we could say that the whole structure of the film is in some way aping Aster's catalogue. We have the sequence in the city, filled with references to Aster's short films. It literally is a remix of his previous short film Beau, with elements of his other shorts invading it from time to time. Perhaps most notably via the appearance of BirthdayBoyStabMan. And from the city, we move to the Stanwyck residence. A family of 4 that are now down one child in a secluded but affluent home could very easily represent Hereditary. Following that, we move to the forest, an encounter with a close-knit group of happy-clappy, nature-dwelling hippie sorts that ends in catastrophic violence. Again, that could very easily represent Midsummer. And the final sequence is all Beau and Mona, just like this film is all Beau and Mona. So quite directly, that would represent Beau is Afraid. And I think we might tend to associate the creative culmination with the end of someone's career. Culmination has that connotation anyway, and if we combine that with the film or text being deeply referential of the creator's back catalogue, it seems to track. But that's not always the case, and certainly Aster went right back into making Eddington, so he's showing no signs of slowing down. I think we can maybe venture a guess that Beau exists as a creative culmination because it's something he's been trying to make for a long time, something he's already taken a shot at creating, something that has existed across multiple iterations of script, something for which he needed to make Hereditary and Midsummer first to ever be given the go-ahead for something as crazy as this. Much of his other work has existed in service to this, and so I think it does act as a sort of capstone to everything that's come before it. Beau is a lot of things, but creatively, for Aster, I think it represents a grand finale to the first stage of his career, and sets the stage for what might come next. Perfectly in line with the events of the film, it represents both an end and a beginning. There is one other thing we should touch on here. It can be tempting, given how Aster-concerned Aster's film is, to view it as being autobiographical in some way. I remember when the film first came out, as soon as people saw a scene with Beau being locked in an attic by his overbearing mother, it was immediately and correctly linked with a similar thing happening to Peter in Hereditary. The meme being, oh god, what happened to Ari Aster in an attic? And maybe something did happen, maybe his mother really did lock him up in an attic, and this is a form of therapy. But equally, we see other motifs repeating in his work: beheadings, doors being kicked open, record heat signifying political and cultural dissatisfaction. So maybe this is just an image he finds troubling. being trapped in an attic, a dead end with nowhere to run, and 2 of his 3 films have been concerned with scary mother figures. I think this is one area where it really isn't necessary to speculate because we're here to analyze the film, not the creator, and ultimately a good writer only shows you what they want you to see, how they want you to see it. And ASTER is a very, very good writer, and he warned against this exact thing during the press tour for Beau Is Afraid. When asked directly if it was a 3-hour-long Oedipal therapy session for Ari Aster, he replied very clearly, "It's not a therapy session for Ari Aster, it's a therapy session for Beau Wasserman." It's personal, but it's in no way autobiographical. I'm hoping that there's something universal going on here, but I don't know. But even with this warning, I've seen several critics who've run with the knee-jerk understanding. Now, I'm sure there is some level of truth to it. Aster alludes to as much when that quote continues. It's very hard to write a convincing portrayal of anxiety without pulling from your own experiences with anxiety. It's harder to write about overbearing mothers if you haven't had experience of one. And so I think it's fair to say that Aster writes from experience and focuses on imagery, motifs that he finds personally troubling or compelling. A good example of this is Aster's description of Beau's character flaws, namely ambivalence, which Aster openly admits he also suffers from. These similarities are certainly present, but Beau is so unbelievably cartoonish and hyperbolic that we have to acknowledge a separation into caricature somewhere. And to a certain extent, this is just what writing fiction is, writing from experience, writing from ourselves. We're putting ourselves on the page in some way, whether we're writing Sauron or Mr. Darcy. But it's a huge leap to go from that to the notion that Beau is a direct stand-in for Aster and we're all sitting through an extended form of therapy for him. Not only has the man himself encouraged against viewing the film this way, it also does a disservice to Beau. Beau isn't one thing, this film isn't one thing, and to suggest it all serves to put Aster's personal issues on screen is extremely short-sighted. Sticking with the notion of therapy though, obviously this film is highly concerned with the psychological, with how our psyche impacts not just us, but how we view and engage with the world around us. We're seeing not just from Beau's perspective, but a perspective muddled by the inner workings of his mind. At points we're literally inside his mind via flashback or hallucination. And there's 2 ways we can understand the psychological at work here. The first being the psychological issues plaguing Mona and Beau, and any diagnosis we might apply to them based on what we observe from their behavior. The second is the psychological frameworks and theory at work in the writing of the film and the depictions of the characters. At various points, we're going to see elements that match up very closely with some well-established frameworks in psychoanalysis. And I think the ones we can confidently say are at work in the film are Freud, Lacan, and Jung. And this is perhaps understandable given they're the OGs of psychoanalysis. We have Freud, who pioneered the field. We have Jung, who was his protege. We have Lacan, who comes along a little bit later, but is still concerned with Freud's original work. I would say the most undoubtable influence is Freud. Aster describes the film as a Freudian Odyssey and a hellish Freudian Picaresque. And we have several things within the film that align exactly with Freud's most well-known and controversial ideas. There's no doubt that Freud is a concern here, and that really shouldn't be a surprise, given that his name alone is often shorthand for mommy issues, and our unconscious mind slipping out into reality. And then we have Jung, his work on the repression of desire, the shadow self, the devouring mother, and so on. It's not quite as apparent, perhaps, but as you'll see, there will come a moment where his influence is somewhat undeniable. And then we have Lacan, specifically his views on anxiety and the notion of the other. There's actually a really awesome video on Lacanian influences in Beau Is Afraid from a channel called Projectionist that I don't think has nearly enough views. I've linked that down in the video description if you're interested. Now, when we talk about Freud, Jung, and Lacan, we generally talk more about the things they didn't agree on. They shared a field, they were influenced by one another, or at least the latter 2 were certainly influenced by Freud, but when we discuss them, it's often the departures and differences that come up more often. Jung was Freud's protege, but departed from the relationship over theoretic disagreements. Lacan was building on the work of Freud, but he was reinterpreting Freud's work his own way. So they don't agree about everything, and there's contradiction where they overlap one another. And that's what I want to get out of the way here. Is this a comparison between their theories where one is shown to be superior to the others? And clearly, Freud is more front and center. He's more privileged in the work and more privileged when it comes to Aster describing the project. But other than that, I think the answer is a resounding no. It's not sticking solely to Freud. It is bringing in further notions from psychoanalysis, from Jung, from Lacan. I think a better description of what's happening would be a reconciliation of their work in a single subject. Through Beau, we see these notions played out, and it appears there's room for all of them within his psyche. Now, this is a huge topic. You could do 12 hours of video just on this, so I'm just going to go with one quick example: the unconscious, and more specifically, how these men disagreed over the unconscious mind. To quote Dr. Sherry Jacobson, Freud argued that when we are awake, our deepest desires are not acted upon because there are the considerations of reality and also morality. But during sleep, these restraining forces are weakened, and we may experience our desires through our dreams. That our dreams are able to access repressed or anxiety-provoking thoughts, mainly sexually repressed desires, that cannot be entertained directly for fear of anxiety and embarrassment. And that is without a doubt something occurring in Beau. All of these departures into Beau's mind are anxiety-provoking. All of them are playing with forms of repressed desire bubbling up to the surface. But Jung says, no, dreams aren't just repressed sexuality, dreams are symbolic. To quote Dr. Jacobson again, he claimed dreams speak in a distinctive language of symbols, images, and metaphors, and that they portray both the external world as well as the person's internal world. And again, doesn't that sound like Beau to you? This is deeply symbolic the whole way through. Every character has multiple symbols attached to them. The film most definitely has a whole language of symbols, and we see symbols that have meaning to Beau's internal world populating the actual world around him. And specifically when he's dreaming, we do see things represented symbolically. Some quick examples would be the overflowing water in his repeated bathtub dream, every symbolic appearance of Mona during the play, the symbolic creation of a twin he does not have during his flashbacks, and so on. And Lacan famously said the unconscious is structured like a language, that it's a web of ascribed meaning attached to different signifiers. And again, we can very easily make an argument for that. Just think about the meaning Beau has attached to signifiers like mother or father or penis. We could likely do this across a wide range of concepts and be able to find applications in every direction. I think that's mainly because the film is so deep and weirdly accurate for an abstract vision of the self. We're going to be able to find applications everywhere. So I don't read all this as a debate between the frameworks, rather a reconciliation via one cartoonish example of lived experience. They're not competing with each other, they're in concert with one another. That being said, Freud, or rather Freudian, was certainly the term they went with for marketing. And it's worth noting that Freud was Jewish, and this film is concerned with Jewishness. Which brings me to our next topic, a popular description of the film, one provided by ASTER himself, that this is a Jewish Lord of the Rings. But instead of trying to get to Mount Doom, Beau is simply trying to get to his mother's house. There's a lot of similarities we could point to, things we could consider direct homages and clever allusions. The big penis spider in an attic resembling Shelob in her cave, Mona and Sauron's omniscient brand of evil being depicted by repeated eye imagery, repeated references to things being precious, and even Beau being thrown into his own Mount Doom right at the end. The idyllic respite afforded by the Stanwyck residence being compared to Rivendell, and I've even seen a Jewish critic suggesting the Stanwicks represent Gentile elves, and Beau being a hirsute hobbit convalescing there as Frodo did. But none of that really says anything on its own. For that, we need to look back to something I already touched on, this whole obsession with epics. The Lord of the Rings is an epic fantasy narrative. The stakes aren't just the continuation of a free Middle-earth, it's the full-fledged battle between light and dark, characters of unquestionable good against a literal Dark Lord. The lived embodiment of evil. To say it's high-stakes drama is an understatement. We could say the same of Homer and Dante. An epic has epic stakes. And of course, visiting your mother's house, this is traditionally quite a mundane activity. But what should be mundane for us is high drama for Beau, so it's using the style and grandeur of the epic to portray something very banal, very mundane, and obviously that's done with comedic intent, but it's also done to emphasize how overwhelming this very normal task is for Beau, how his relationship with his mother, and subsequently everything in his life, is turned up to hyperbolic insanity. This grandeur that his anxiety and compulsion has instilled within him, where even a trip to see his mother becomes an epic odyssey. It's all part of a very long joke Aster's telling us about how our anxieties become unbeatable monsters, and how we mythify our own mundane journeys through life. How we mythify our own problems, how we mythify our anxiety and trauma, until our problems become so unassailable that confronting them feels like an impossible ordeal, very similar to the impossible journey of a little hobbit facing down overwhelming odds. So as well as weaving in these great classical works, it's also using them to demonstrate a clear truth, that our trauma is often best confronted through humour, and by finding a way to make fun of the darkness, we can prevent our trauma becoming something epic and unassailable. And I think that's why Aster is comfortable making these comparisons to these highly respected works, because it's affecting this epic storytelling primarily as a way of making fun of itself and making fun of Beau. So that clears up why it's concerned with the Lord of the Rings, but that wasn't the whole description. We missed out the Jewish part. This is undoubtedly a Jewish film. ASTER has described himself as a proud Jew, but also not a practicing one. Beau is a Jewish character. His second name, Wasserman, uses the German spelling, a double S and a double N, Wasserman being a common name amongst German Jews. And while that is a clever nod to his heritage, I should also point out it's a key motif of the film. These double letters represent a pair of pairs, and twinning or dualism abounds everywhere in this film. Now, the film doesn't present an aggrandizing view of Jewishness. It's mostly self-deprecation and knowing commentary that appears to be quite critical in places, but is certainly performed in good humor. If you remember all the way back to Hereditary, ASTER said that he didn't consider anything sacrosanct, and he certainly seems to be sticking to that here as he pokes a fair amount of fun at his own religion, which is itself characteristically Jewish. So let's get a head start by breaking down the ways in which Jewishness manifests within the film. And can I just say before we get into it, I apologize for my Hebrew pronunciations. I'm just going with them how I see them. Please don't take my pronunciations as accurate at all here. So let's begin with Jewish humor, because this is a comedy once you filter out the horrendous violence and abject dread. But even that violence, even that dread, well, these things are relatively commonplace when it comes to Jewish humor. Dark, morbid humor is a common response to hardship, and Jews have historically had a lot of hardship. To quote Steve Lippman, who tells jokes about pogroms? The victims of pogroms. Jews have been able to bring the light of humor to even the darkest of times. We survive because we tell jokes. Jokes that allow us to laugh even when tragedy, up to the point of death, threatens. I think that's what we're seeing in Beau. These are serious topics, they are things we're usually reverent of, but it's par for the course with Jewish humor to take down those terrifying and often unjust parts of our experience by approaching them as something to be made fun of. To quote Nathan Orzabel, by laughing at the absurdities and cruelties of life, we draw much of the sting from them. And we're certainly focusing on both the cruelty and absurdity of life here. It is worth noting that there are several scholars on the subject that disagree with this take. Professor Mel Gordon, for example, said, "Everyone says that Jews are funny because they suffered so much. That's ridiculous. You think the rest of the world hasn't suffered." And there's certainly some truth to that. I think the notion that hardship breeds humor is pretty well established, but the humor in Beau, as well as being flagrant about very serious issues, it's also hyper-puerile. The background is littered with pornographic gags and shocking imagery, united by how unapologetically immature they all are. Here, and in Jewish humor in general, there's an embracing of the grotesque and the deliberately offensive. To understand why, we need to pop back to the 17th century and get to know a figure called the Badkin. Now, prior to the 1660s, there were many different types of comics and theatrical performers in Eastern European Jewish society, jugglers, poets, and so on. The Badkin was one of these roles, essentially a quite vicious brand of comedian that could be hired for events, traditionally weddings, to roast the attendees. To quote Professor Mel Gordon, "We are funny because of the Badkin. His humor was biting, even vicious. He would tell a bride she was ugly, make jokes about the groom's dead mother, and round things off by belittling the guests for giving such worthless gifts." Much of the Badkin's humor was grotesque, even scatological. They would talk about drooping breasts, big butts, small penises. We know a lot about them because they were always suing each other about who could tell which fart joke on which side of Grodno. Now, the Badkin has done a lot more than that, historically speaking. It may be more accurate to portray them as a master of ceremonies, first and foremost, but we're only really interested in the humor here. That's what's key to us. It's here we can see a definite instigation of this puerile humor, but this popularity, this facet of Jewish humor, was cemented with tragedy. A decade prior to 1661, Ukraine had played host to a barbaric pogrom known as the Chmielnicki massacres, where nearly 100,000 Jews were killed. And beyond the initial loss of life, the fallout continued through things like famine and decimated communities struggling to rebuild. 1661 rolls round, and the leading rabbis in Eastern Europe convened to discuss why these hardships had befallen the Jewish people. The inevitable answer being that God had decided to punish them, and that moving forward, levity and luxury were to be avoided. And for the performers, the jokers and the jesters, that meant a career change. But there was a single exception in the form of the Badkin. During the discussions, a rabbi had posed the question, what about the Badkin? He's not really funny. In fact, he's abusive. He wasn't encouraging people to be happy or have a good time. He was openly mocking them. In its own facetious way, it was a form of holding people accountable and telling truths that that may have been uncomfortable in other formats, and so the Badkan became the only kind of Jewish comedian permitted in these communities, from 1660 all the way up to the late 19th century when the Great Jewish Migration began. It was through the Badkan that this particular brand of sarcastic, bleak humour set the tone for what we know today as Jewish comedy. Jewish humour used to be the same as that of the host country. Now it began to deviate from mainstream European humour. It became more aggressive, meaner. All of Jewish humour changed. And while the tradition of the Badkan died out in name, its influence can still be seen today, not just in Jewish comedy, but a lot of comedy arising from marginalized groups. And within this immaturity, all the graffiti and offensive titling and satirical takes on businesses and a society obsessed with sex and violence, we see another truth about Jewish humor, that it's deliberately rebellious, that it mocks those in power and their social injustices. To quote from the Wikipedia page on Jewish humor, it consists of wordplay, irony, and satire, and the themes of it are highly anti-authoritarian, mocking religious and secular life alike. And we see evidence of that all around Beau, from shamelessly sexualized storefronts like astral projections to graffiti instructions that I am genuinely not allowed to say on YouTube. It's a highly satirical, biting take on modern society seen through the lens of someone terrified by it. But the main subject of Jewish humour, their primary target, is historically the Jews themselves. Self-deprecation is possibly the main trait of Jewish humour, in fact. To go back to that quote from Wikipedia, it continues, Sigmund Freud considered Jewish humour unique in that its humour is primarily derived from mocking the in-group, Jews, rather than the other. If you think about your country of origin, chances are you heard jokes growing up about your neighbouring countries and historic rivals. For the English, that might be an Englishman, an Irishman, and a Scotsman walk into a bar, or jokes about the French surrendering, and so on. But if you think about most Jewish jokes, they're generally about Jews. Again, who makes jokes about pogroms? The victims of the pogroms. It makes sense then that in this nightmare comedy, the main target of humour, the subject of a 3-hour-long Schadenfreude, is our main character Beau, whom ASTER refers to as a loser. And please trust me when I say, some of the jokes being played at Beau's expense are extremely, extremely dark. So while it certainly pushes the envelope, while it's often quite shocking and even difficult to look at in places, this is all par for the course with Jewish humour. It's part defense mechanism, part cultural therapy, part self-flagellation. And even when we look at the ending, this oddly prophetic ending of audiences being left somewhat cold, leaving the theatre in silence, even that is par for the course with Jewish humour. Quoting Nathan Osbel, first you laugh at a Jewish joke or quip, then against your will, you suddenly fall silent and thoughtful. And that is because Jews are so frequently jesting philosophers. And while I'm sure there were some people who were left cold because they had no idea what they'd just watched, I think for most of us that feeling is a reaction to having a lot put on you. That the film has raised up so many issues and put them forward so poetically that it's difficult to contend with. It is a comedy, but to say it's just a comedy would be missing the punchline of a very long joke. Next we have the stereotype of Jewish mothers, of which Mona is not just exemplary, but archetypal. To quote Ari Aster, the idea was not even to have her be a Jewish mother, but to be the Jewish mother. The most monstrous embodiment of the thing you fear your mother becoming. And the Jewish mother is a long-standing archetype, this often overburdening and smothering figure. A stereotype that spans a broad spectrum, sometimes appearing as an anti-Semitic caricature, sometimes a heartwarming commentary on the Jewish family unit, with many flavours in between. They're frequently depicted as dominating the lives of their children, particularly boys and young men, and this seems to be a trait stemming from American Jewishness that hadn't necessarily been present in the shtetls, the rural Jewish communities in which European Jews had primarily resided. To quote Aviva Cantor, the shtetl defined success in terms of Jewish values, that she or he became a mensch, a good Jew. In America, success meant the son's material achievement and status. This is why we see the stereotypical desire for Jewish sons to become doctors or lawyers. Jews were an immigrant class that had to define their own success as they moved from ethnic ghettos to the American middle class, and the pressure to do so came from knowing mothers and was aimed almost entirely at their sons. For daughters, the pressures were different, the ultimate goal being to find a good marriage, which often involved the downplaying or outright erasure of typically Jewish traits. To quote Brigida Gastold, the established canon of beauty was defined in non-Jewish terms: straight blonde hair, a small nose, and a slim figure. A young woman on the brink of matrimony also had to appear gentle, reserved, and not as outspoken as Jewish women can allegedly be. In order to become worthy of man's attention, she should come closest to the American ideal of beauty. So there was a lot of pressure from Jewish mothers regardless of gender, but this pressure manifested in very different ways. While it can be easy to regard this as undue pressure, it was very much a learned trait. Jewish women acutely aware of the hyper-competitive playing field of the American dream and their desire to see their children succeed within it. Brigida Gastold suggests this archetype may find some shared heritage with the Polish mother, an equally fierce character that shares a lot of historical space with the Jewish mother, specifically their desire to protect a child from the dangers of everyday life and the insistence on constant contact with grown-up children. In fact, in Israel, this stereotype is often termed the Polish woman, rather than the Jewish mother. And given the terrifying rise of pogroms in Europe, given the horrors of World War II, Polish mothers, Jewish mothers saw a lot of immigration to America and likely felt a stronger than average desire to protect their kin, given all they'd endured. Escaping persecution, execution, and arriving in a new, highly competitive, deeply capitalist land of promise, determined to see their children have a life of success and happiness. And just as we've been discussing, the first people to make fun of this stereotype were the Jewish sons of these overbearing women. To quote Gastold, "But what if this child, typically male, chooses to convert the mother's image into a stock character which triggers bursts of laughter and general scorn? Suspended between a self-sacrificing martyr and a guilt-producing manipulator, the literary representations of the Jewish mother demonstrate Jewish assimilative anxiety in post-war America, as well as the resulting changes in family dynamics and shifting gender roles." And that's a stereotype, a source of equal parts comedy and terror that continues to this day and that this film is ubiquitously concerned with. We see this character everywhere in fiction. Think Mrs. Wolowitz from The Big Bang Theory or Sheila Broflovsky from South Park. And while stereotypes can often be harmful, dismissive, and ignorant of diversity within groups, they do also often demonstrate useful social understandings that can very often be difficult to pin down when describing individual cases. To quote Gastold, "They provide labels which help to sort out experience in order to form meaningful beliefs. Moreover, they reflect the system of values and beliefs the society holds as normative." So while it can be quite offensive to pin the Jewish mother stereotype as a descriptor for an individual person, when taken more broadly, we can find truths that seem to be culturally ingrained. And primarily it seems to have been Jewish boys and Jewish men telling jokes and truths about their mothers that has been responsible for the prevalence of the stereotype. But that's not to say the stereotype has always been negative. Earlier representations were often far more forgiving, a prime example being Molly Goldberg from the immensely popular sitcom The Goldbergs, who combined the sentimental Yiddish mama with the wisdom and common sense of a knowledgeable matriarch. She captivated audiences across ethnic and religious borders, becoming the epitome of an open-hearted and caring American mother. The Goldbergs ran from 1929 to 1962 and served as a cultural touchstone, portraying the Goldbergs as a Jewish, but not too Jewish, family. The deliberate omission of potentially inflammable political and racial issues tailored the show to suit a gamut of American tastes. So while we could say the stereotype began as something more positive, there was also a feeling that this was a toned-down version of Jewishness, specifically Jewish familial drama, that had been designed to be palatable for American audiences. As time went on and that became less of a concern, the renditions became more biting. One very notable example being the character of Sophie Portnoy in the 1969 novel Portnoy's Complaint, portrayed as the quintessential nagging, guilt-inducing, and meddling mother. The book is a tawdry, irreverent, and hypersexual look at Jewish mommy issues that leans into stereotypes of the Jewish family unit. It was extremely crude for the time, and I'm certain it influenced ASTER tangentially at the very least, but also quite probably directly too in Mona and Beau. The book focuses on the sexual fallout of this matriarchal pressure on the Jewish son, the titular Portnoy, who has been described as a lust-ridden, mother-addicted young Jewish bachelor. He's horny, he's guilty about being horny, and he blames his mother. And while that's got distinct differences to the character of Beau, it still resonates with him in a twisted or inverted way. And all of this is interesting to us from a couple of different directions. First, pathologically, in that this smothering behavior can form part of our explanation for why Beau is how he is. Specifically, Sigmund Freud's notion that having an overdependence on the mother figure can lead to Oedipal complexes in children and difficulties in their forming of independent ideas of the self away from the mother. That's Beau down to a T. But it's also interesting in terms of subtext, the mother as a controlling, all-powerful figure in their children's lives. As Ari Aster puts it, she's like a god. And to me, that feels like a very Jewish joke, you know, like it's the mother is God, or like in lieu of a god, that's what you have. Now, it's going to be a little while until we get back around to the idea of Mona as God, so try to keep it in your mind. But that is the joke being played here. Beau's mommy issues, Mona's manipulations, and a cultural sense of unquestionable devotion all building together to form this hyper-anxious rendition of a very personal God controlling Beau's life, judging him for his actions as an infant all the way up to his actual moment of judgment at the end. And hand in hand with Jewish mothers, we have the notion of Jewish guilt. To quote Simon Dean, the idea of guilt is deeply ingrained in Jewish culture, both in everyday discourse and is enshrined in literature and in humor. Deep in the Jewish tradition, deep in the Jewish psyche of the Bible, is a human being who can experience guilt. More than guilt's being a problem is that it is second nature to the Jews. Sigmund Freud, who you'll notice is coming up a lot here, argued that this was something endemic to the Jewish psyche that predisposed them to guilt. But as Simon Dean points out, there is little evidence that Jews as a religious and cultural group experience guilt to a greater extent than other groups. Nevertheless, we are still left with the stereotype, and the cultural guilt exists whether it's specific to them or not. We've already looked at one major instigator for it, the archetype of the Jewish mother, but there are several other causes we could point to. Their position as historical scapegoats, the strong presence of religion in their life, something that Freud suggested guilt was endemic to in general, the fostering of guilt through a feeling of subservience and unworthiness before a higher power, and the encouragement of self-criticism and moral inventory. But in Judaism in particular, guilt also seems to be a key aspect of personal growth. Rabbi Sachs postulated the existence of so-called guilt cultures and shame cultures, where shame cultures think of morality as an external demand, what other people expect of us. Guilt cultures conceive of morality as a voice within, and he considered Judaism to be a guilt culture, and guilt to be essential to spiritual balance and atonement, saying, hence the importance of the inner voice, of conscience, of guilt rather than shame, of repentance not rejection, of forgiveness rather than appeasement, of the integrity of the individual regardless of his or her deeds. And this film, to quote Ari Aster, is so obviously about guilt that it's not even worth saying that. It was in fact described by the Jewish Post and News as the ultimate Jewish guilt movie. Not just in the guilt that weighs us down, not just in the guilt imparted from his mother, but also in the more meta sense that from the very first scene, Beau has been deemed guilty, judged, and now waiting for his sentence. And our final category is Jewish anxiety. Anxiety towards family, specifically parental figures and the pressures they exert on their offspring. Anxiety towards how the wider world is going to treat you. Historical anxieties, anxieties towards life and death. Not just in a spiritual sense, but something as simple as health anxiety. Anxiety in general, in fact. To quote Molly Jong-Fast, praying on a shrink sofa, exactly like we see Beau doing at the start of the film, is a quintessential part of the Jewish American experience. Now, this is obviously somewhat hyperbolic, but this anxiety is another well-acknowledged part of American Jewishness. Curb Your Enthusiasm, for example, so much of the humor stems from the build-up of socially absurd, hyper-anxious scenarios navigated by a man whose superpower is that he's long since stopped caring. Larry is essentially the anti-Beau, but we're attacking similar anxieties in a similarly absurdist manner, demonstrating how our anxieties can transform the mundane into the mythic and how overwhelming that can be. In a 2018 interview with the Jewish Chronicle of London, Aster said that he thought his pessimistic outlook on life could be partly inspired by the legacy of Jewish trauma, so I think in a broader sense, all of the trademark Aster dread has been in some way born from these cultural anxieties. It's difficult to define exactly what separates Jewish anxiety, but I think the best way of describing it is a response to the paradoxes that abound within Jewishness. The knowledge of their historical victimhood being tempered by the historical paranoia of others that they were somehow in control of, or manipulating, or otherwise responsible for it. The notion of being God's chosen people tempered with the knowledge that your people have been a historic locus for tragedy and persecution. Being smothered by the person who loves you most in the world, expectations that are impossible to fulfill. There's something paradoxical about the whole thing, and that's something we see frequently throughout the movie. That at Beau's most insane moments, things often will simply not make sense. It's terror through contradiction, but it's also ultimately just another thing to be laughed at. Now, I should point out that some Jewish critics have taken issue with the film. I'd say overall Aster is celebrated by the Jewish community, but there are a small handful of articles here and there unhappy with his portrayal, and it's fair we look at that criticism too. And I think we can sum up these sparse complaints with, the film didn't say enough about Jewishness, and what it did say was only concerned with being offensive. To be more specific, PJ Grissar, in a very well-written article for The Forward, said, "To accept this film as Jewish is to buy into the most strained tropes about overbearing Jewish mothers, taken to an extreme that would make Philip Roth blush. Beyond an odd sight gag and the surname Wasserman, there's almost nothing here to suggest a Jewish story apart from Aster's own public comments." For posterity, he was also, quote, troubled by Aster's desire to depict Beau as a loser. And Richard Brody, writing for The New Yorker, said, "Beau is Afraid is a nearly 3-hour rant about a cock-blocking Jewish mother that has more or less nothing to say about Judaism." So it's not saying enough about being Jewish for them, which I suppose is a fair criticism. In a sense, I agree with them. I don't think what it's trying to say is specifically related to Jewishness. It's something more universal than that. But something that I think is missing from their criticism is the qualifier compared to what they expected it to be. And if there's one thing this film absolutely isn't, it's what you expected it to be. It may have purported to be a Jewish Lord of the Rings, but that statement is obviously laced with irony. The film isn't actually trying to be Lord of the Rings, it's referencing it as a form of self-deprecation. And while the film may be Jewish written, Jewish directed, and features Jewish characters, that doesn't mean that all it has to say concerns Jews and only Jews. Far from it, in fact. Everything we've discussed here, mothers, anxiety, guilt, humour, that's universal to us all. And Judaism isn't the only spiritual canon the film is going to be playing with. It meanders through many different mythologies. Christianity comes up a lot, ideas of reincarnation come up a lot, we have the Norse mythos, Greek mythos, Egyptian, even Sumerian, all at work together. So while we will be discussing Judaism, we're by no means limited to it when considering the subtext. It being presented through a Jewish lens is not the same thing as it only desiring to comment on Jewish issues. And as I've mentioned, this is aiming to be a Protean epic, inserting itself into that lineage from Homer to Virgil to Dante to Milton to Joyce. It shares space with them and weaves them into its body like they all weaved their predecessors into theirs, like so many other writers have done. And while there are some arguable examples of the Jewish epic, they've definitely not ever been ingratiated into the European, Western, classical canons in the same way as that main lineage I mentioned. The point being that maybe what the film is trying to do, rather than saying something searingly fresh about Judaism, rather than trying to shatter stereotypes, it's perfectly crystallizing that iconic and archetypal relationship between Jewish mother and smothered son in one epic narrative that does weave itself into this classical canon of epics, that does share space with these titans like Homer, like Dante. Again, very knowingly mired in self-deprecation and mockery, but that is what it's doing. It's not trying to provide some entirely original take on modern Judaism, which seems to be what these critics expected. It's not trying to present things in any ultra-realistic or tasteful way. It's presenting Jewish anxiety via an abstract yet deeply complex approach to the epic narrative, with characters that aim to crystallize these stereotypes rather than transgress them. And speaking of epic narratives and different mythologies, the other big thing we need to get out of the way is the link to Homer's Odyssey. Ari Aster has described this as a nightmare odyssey. In fact, the film was sold as a nightmare odyssey. The film's director of photography, Pavel Pogorzelski, described it as a beautiful, epic story, Homer's Odyssey in the 21st century. So it's safe to say Homer's Odyssey is a big influence on the film, and it's also safe to say its main character, Odysseus, is a big influence on Beau. We discussed the Protean as it relates to narrative, but Odysseus is a Protean character too, often employing trickery and disguises to appear as something he's not. We see exactly the same thing being reflected in Beau, who we encounter several different versions of throughout the film. We see further confirmation in his name, Beau Wasserman, a very apparent allusion to Odysseus, a hero renowned for many things, first and foremost his cunning, but right behind that his skills as a sailor and his skills with a bow. And Beau is a homophone of bow, and Wasserman translates to waterman, so Beau Waterman. And the similarities don't end there. Both of our heroes are on a grand quest to return to their loved one. Both face many trials and hardships along the way, being waylaid and greatly delayed in arriving at their destination. But we can get more specific than that in places. The home of Grace and Roger, where Beau is delayed and kept on at-home prescriptions, resembles the island of the Lotus Eaters, where Odysseus's men are encouraged to eat the lotus plant, which makes them drowsy, happy, and forgetful of their objective, only wanting to languish under the effects of the flower. The woman Beau meets in the forest is called Penelope, a name shared by Odysseus's wife, the woman he's trying to return to. We could easily make comparisons between Calypso, who detains Odysseus on her island for 7 years, offering immortality in exchange for his companionship, and Elaine, whose offer of companionship keeps Beau in this lifelong state of arrested romantic development. But my personal favourite, Odysseus's monstrous enemy, Polyphemus the Cyclops, a Cyclops being a pretty apt descriptor for a giant penis monster, complete with his cave, in this case Mona's attic, and right there I think is a great example of how the Odyssey is being reshuffled and represented here. The attic is the Cyclops' cave, somewhere Odysseus visits relatively early in his voyage, but Mona's house is also his twisted Ithaca, the final destination of Beau's Odyssey. So this really isn't some kind of perfect retelling, it's just another aspect of the Protean. These elements are being pulled together and played with in an effort to shape them into something new. I think you can see that in the symbol of the penis monster too. It is representing the Cyclops in his cave, but it's also very probably representing Shelob in her cave. And I point that out now so there's no confusion. Symbols, imagery we'll see, they can represent several different things because of this Protean shape-shifting essence to the film. That's nowhere near the limit of what the penis monster actually represents, so it's important to keep an open mind as to how many layers this film is operating on. And just like we saw with the film's invocation of Lord of the Rings, of epics in general, this isn't just straightforward referencing, it's subversion and self-deprecation too. Odysseus getting lost for 10 years might not scream the best sailor in the world, but he goes through some serious shit, literally to hell and back, carrying out acts of Homeric heroism. And he is ultimately successful in returning home and reuniting with Penelope. And that just isn't the case for Beau. He's the opposite of the heroic ideal. He runs from any danger presented. He refuses to take charge of his situation. He doesn't command the waves, instead they swallow him whole. The film literally ends with Beau's ship being sunk, so that should give us a pretty solid indicator of how Beau matches up to Odysseus. His Odyssey is a failure and its purpose was always flawed, and I think that outlines Beau's ultimate problem. He's a passenger that refuses to take charge and navigate his own life. The only time he moves forward is when he's running away. All the other times he's being taken somewhere by others. Through life by Mona, but more practically speaking, he's taken from the city by Grace, from the woods to Wasserman by his hitched ride. For a film that's about an odyssey, a grand journey, he doesn't do any navigating, any pushing forward or battling on. He simply flees from things or is taken away with zero agency of his own. And that's because, unlike Odysseus, Beau isn't the captain of his own ship. He's relying on others, and ultimately he ends up capsized and drowning in his own guilt and failure. We'll look at the Odyssey's influence more as we move through, but one small thing I'll say now, on the subject of the Odyssey and the Protean Epic, I like to think of these elements, these characters and their influences, as echoes. Characters with such a resounding impact on mythology and art that they keep coming back around, keep being played with. Their stories so timeless that even accidentally we may find them recurring. We see them reverberate through Homer and Ovid, into European literature, into the New World, characters we could never part with, like Odysseus and Penelope, or Hades and Persephone, romances and tragedies that are truly timeless. That's what we're seeing here, echoes of these great works resounding in another. We'll see this with other Greek myths too. It's not just Odysseus. They're being used as building blocks that allude to these ancient stories, remixing them to suit a world that is not grand and divine as it once was, instead a world that is puerile, disappointing and anxious. Beau is an Odysseus that fails in his endeavours, an Odysseus that cannot captain his own ship. But none of that is really ever on screen. It's all built from echoes, and echoes are going to play a couple of important roles later on, so I wanted to tie them in now because I think that word perfectly suits a lot of the confusion here. Why characters appear in memories they couldn't be in, why background characters mirror our main ones, why Beau can't escape his past to take charge of his future. All of this confusion and fear, it's all built from the echoes of what's come before. And there's one more term we need to look at very quickly as we're trying to classify this film, a term Ari Aster has applied to it multiple times, picaresque. A picaresque is traditionally a type of novel, but can be played out on screen too, defined by Wikipedia as depicting the adventures of a roguish but appealing hero, usually of low social class, who lives by his wits in a corrupt society. Picaresque novels typically adopt the form of an episodic prose narrative with a realistic style. There are often some elements of comedy and satire, and that sounds reasonably familiar. I'm not sure I'd describe Beau as roguish or appealing, or even of low social class, but he is very much that maligned figure we're following as he navigates a corrupt society. We've certainly got comedy and satire everywhere we look, but it's that episodic narrative that sticks out the most. To quote Aster directly, I consider the film to be a picaresque, and I think part of that tradition is a certain irreverence towards the integrity of any sort of narrative structure. And that seems to be the part that ASTER is most concerned with, the film's rejection of traditional structure in favour of something episodic and constantly shifting. If we look to famous examples of the Picaresque, we have Don Quixote, The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, and Barry Lyndon, or the book at least, The Luck of Barry Lyndon, is absolutely considered to be a Picaresque, and ASTER named Kubrick's Barry Lyndon in his top 10 films of all time. Not only that, Martin Scorsese himself compared Beau Is Afraid to Barry Lyndon. ASTER suggested Don Quixote was an influence too, and I've seen several comparisons online to Mark Twain. So I think it's reasonably safe to say there's some degree of influence there from all three of them. Alright, before we begin, I just want to introduce and thank some people that have helped me with this project. First and foremost, two Beau Is Afraid sleuths that were diving deep long before I decided to. Benny Ford being one, whom you might remember from the funny games section of our Midsummer video. Benny was patiently waiting for me to start production on this video for a long time, and he's been essential throughout the process once it began. And secondly, DoutFooL, whose name you might recognize if you've spent any amount of time on the Beau Is Afraid subreddit. He's absolutely holistic in his approach to film, considering many weird and wonderful avenues I never would have. I can't stress enough how much effort these guys have put into the researching of this video. Anytime I had quick questions or lost track of what I was trying to do, things I'd missed, both of these guys were there at the drop of a hat to offer me help. They're both immensely kind-hearted dudes that I'm very grateful I've got to know. I can't say enough about them, but I can say that this video wouldn't be what it is without them. Their help was invaluable, and I'm extremely grateful for their effort, their patience, and their support. All three of us were motivated by the exact same thing, to do justice to this incredible film, and I consider this to be the culmination of all our work, not just mine, and I'd invite you to see it that way too. If you're interested in hearing more from them, I've added links in the video description so you can check out their independent work on the movie as well. But the list doesn't end there. I'd also like to thank my patron Mary for helping create a lot of the animated background elements, my patron Erin for helping me with the initial inclusion of Freud, several talented artists that produced original artwork for this video, and many people beyond that who I discussed the movie and wider research with in preparation. I just wanted to say a huge thank you to all of them before we begin, because waiting until the end doesn't feel right. Alright, with all our groundwork out of the way, buckle up, because even by my standards this is going to be absolutely unhinged. This is Section 1, Inferno. As is no doubt very fitting for Beau's journey, it begins where it ends, in the womb. We see mainly from baby Beau's perspective as he tears his way out of Mona, and there's quite a lot happening for a scene that is mainly blackness. Let's begin with the sound, because that's the most apparent element here. Most of it is muffled given Beau is inside Mona, but as she pushes him out we start getting clearer audio. There's these really discordant muffling sounds, really just simulating what baby Beau could hear at that moment, but underneath those we have sounds of fluid, likely all the wonderful things that might eject from a body during birth, but most crucially amniotic fluid, commonly referred to as water. And as I'm sure you're aware, water plays a big role here. There's another detail we can skip ahead to, something we'll be seeing throughout whether we like it or not, Beau's enlarged scrotum. This could be something you're born with, but to my limited medical understanding it would be a temporary issue. It shouldn't be something he suffers with at this point and then also his whole life. Now, maybe Beau has just always had it and it was never treated, but maybe something else is happening here that merits investigation. We're going to circle back round to that because it requires a bit more setup for me not to seem like a lunatic. For now, all you need to remember is that like all of us, Beau came into this world surrounded by water, or a version of it, and for some unexplained reason, the condition with his scrotum already seems to be present. But the main thing we're probably going to notice right from the jump, Mona seems to be unreasonable and potentially mentally ill. Now, we can't expect someone to sound sane while enduring labour, and we should expect new mothers to be extremely anxious about the health of their newborn. But as we'll come to find out, this is really the tip of the iceberg for Mona. Following her initial screaming, she moves to accusing the doctor of dropping Beau, and this is absolute genius. Like seemingly everything in the film, it's doing three things at once. First and foremost, it's making a suggestion, a reference we'll likely all understand. Were you dropped on your head as an infant? The idea that dropping a child could result in some lifelong damage. Obviously, this is often employed humorously, obviously there is some truth to it, but what's important is that it's a lifelong anxiety. The fear, just like Beau has, that there might be something wrong with someone, something long-lasting and out of their control. Secondly, it's engendering this sense of paranoia within Mona. She thinks he hit his head. She thinks she saw the nurse drop him. She accuses the doctor of making her have him. Then she thinks they're flinging him for no reason. Presumably the doctors and nurses are following procedure, and again these fears are understandable for a new mother. But unfortunately for Beau, this is par for the course with Mona. And thirdly, this is the start of a lifelong pattern for Mona of incorrectly projecting health conditions onto Beau. But with a quick slap and a healthy scream from baby Beau, all is revealed to be well, and we're hit with the title stinger, Beau is afraid. Let's go back for a moment though, because Mona's accusation to the doctor that he made her have Beau is already layering in a good amount of hidden meaning. I think the most obvious takeaway is that the pregnancy has been induced, that it perhaps had gone on too long. Beau has been too eager to stay in Mona's womb and too terrified to greet the world. But it goes a little deeper than that, and well done to u/PristineView7713 for being the first person to point this out. If we believe Mona's story about Beau's conception, then the date of his father's death, July 12th, is also the date of his conception. We also have the day that Beau was born via his pre-carved space in the family memorial, May 10th, and that is a very long pregnancy indeed, just over 43 weeks, 303 days in fact. And to quote Pristine View, anything over 42 weeks is considered post-term, and doctors will often induce labor at this point. So that checks out. Beau didn't want to leave the safety of the womb, or Mona didn't want him to leave, and they've been glued to each other from the start. But that number 303 comes up again. It's Beau's apartment number, the apartment that Mona built and controls. So this symbol of his inability to get away from Mona comes to reflect the smothering control she still exerts on him later in life. But in true Ari Aster fashion, it doesn't stop there. If we spin our number 303 90 degrees, what does it spell? Mom. Because almost everything here is a symbol that leads back to Mona, because those 303 days, her smothering and his inability to break free from it, they define their relationship. Now, before we move on, if you've seen my previous two guides on Ari Aster films, you know he has a habit of showing you a lot of the film in the opening few seconds. In Hereditary, it's the pan on the dollhouse as Paimon approaches to destroy the family. In Midsommar, it's this wonderful painting. But you might think, looking at this, that he's broken the trend of foreshadowing the end right as his film opens. But I don't think that's the case, at all in fact. I think this is actually going a step further, and in a very roundabout way, he's showing us the exact end of the film. Now, the same elements are there, Mona, Beau, both divided and linked by water, but I mean something more than that. We have to leave that again for now, but I suppose you could think of this scene as what happens after the end credits have rolled. Let's move on to Beau's visit to his therapist, Dr. Friel. Beau's clearly timid, avoiding eye contact with Dr. Friel as he walks in and puts his phone down on the table. He's balding, with a slight paunch to him, cutting a relatively downtrodden silhouette as he enters. And the first thing we learn about Beau is that he's afraid. Afraid of mouthwash, afraid of his mom calling, likely afraid to even visit his therapist given this generally timid demeanor. We could even argue that his practiced removal of his phone stems from a fear of crushing it, which is all a long-winded way of saying his actions are motivated primarily from fear. And compared to Hereditary and Midsommar, this is quite an understated introduction. There's no funeral full of cultists, no Terry going a testapan on her parents. It's a man afraid of drinking mouthwash. But this may be the most devilish terror Ari Aster has ever produced because it's so personal and so universal that it speaks very clearly to our current condition. It's such a nasty little line right out of the gate because it's hitting a fear that many audience members share, a basic health anxiety and fear of death in everyday activities. It's getting you into the terrified and absurd mindset of Beau, but it's also making fun of it. Because while there is some truth that alcohol-based mouthwashes can be harmful, the idea that it's going to kill you from swallowing it a couple of times is completely irrational. Beau's concerns will often seem cartoonish, but I think a better way of viewing it is that anxiety in itself can be cartoonish. Our fears regarding our health, our security, our families, and so on, that interior worry spiral we have, often sounds ridiculous when spoken out loud. It's a big reason why talking to people about what's bothering us can be helpful. It gives us a chance to see our fears tested by reality. And normally, reality makes our fears seem unwarranted. Unfortunately for Beau, his world is dominated by anxiety and absurdity, and so we'll frequently see his worst fears made manifest around him. Now, this may all seem like an innocuous bit of character building. Beau is afraid after all, and so we need to demonstrate his general position of terror. However, nothing here is what it seems. Nothing here is just one thing, and as we'll come to find out, there is a really weird focus put on oral hygiene throughout the film. We'll get to that in due course, but for now let's adopt the more basic understanding that mouthwash is a liquid, usually around 50% water, and Beau is afraid of it. Let's also consider that this drinking of the mouthwash, Beau's opening concern, would be something better said to a medical doctor. Friel isn't here to provide him medical assessment or a assuage general health concerns. So both he and Beau are clearly aware of Beau's health anxieties, and this seems to be a practiced routine between them. There's also a glimpse of selfishness here, presumably because Beau's interior is dictated by anxiety. We can see that forcing his thinking towards being quite self-centered, self-obsessed even though his politeness often spills out as a defense mechanism, over-apologizing when he shouldn't. He's not really considering how to have a well-mannered conversation with Dr. Friel because he's so caught up in his own concerns. And while Beau is going to be a figure we sympathize with, even pity, the hard truth of his condition is that he is complicit in it. It may not be his fault that he incurred trauma, but the film will make the argument that it's his fault he stayed static within it. Their conversation is briefly interrupted by a call from Mona, a call Beau purposefully ignores, and I don't think we can say that's out of good manners given his phone is loudly ringing on the table between them. He doesn't lean forward to mute the call, he doesn't answer the call, instead he sits frozen, clearly in a state of subdued anxiety that only departs once he's taken a long breath after the phone has stopped ringing. Joaquin Phoenix's performance is beautifully understated when he wants it to be, and completely over the top at other points, and it's so beautifully in line with the editing, the audio, or the presentation of the film itself, because the film is presented via Beau's lens. When he feels hyper-anxious, the camera is hyper-anxious. When he's medicated out of his mind, we'll see a serene presentation, despite extremely oddball things happening around him. And we see another example of that later in this same scene. As Beau trails off into his own world, we see him get more reluctant to respond, and the sounds of traffic outside grow louder as he fades out within himself. The camera cuts, and all of a sudden the sounds are gone. There's renewed clarity. The energy has changed as Dr. Friel stands up. Beau is being snapped back to reality, and the meta-elements of the film change to reflect that. It's demonstrating to us that the film is presented through, or affected by, Beau's interior state, and that we're being thrust into Beau's shoes. We're not simply being aligned with the protagonist, we're sharing headspace with him. Back to their conversation, and Beau explains to Dr. Friel that he's visiting his mother tomorrow for what Dr. Friel describes as his father's anniversary. Beau very passively corrects this to the day he died, but neither of them use the actual term for what's happening, the Jewish tradition of Yahrzeit, essentially an annual memorial held on the date of someone's death. Potentially Beau downplaying his Jewishness by not mentioning it, potentially a signal of his ambivalence towards the practices of his faith. Friel asks Beau how he's feeling about it, and is again met with the ambivalent answer of, "You know, I never met him." And this is very telling because, as we'll find out, Beau has a whole heap of daddy issues. So we can say his ambivalence, as well as being medicated into existence, it can also be a little bit performative. A mask for Beau when he doesn't want to talk about something. Friel corrects the question though, asking Beau how he feels about going home to see Mona. As he does so, Beau's phone pings with a voicemail from Mona, another stab of anxiety for Beau, and he softly dodges the question, instead replying with, "I had the dream again." We cut to a very strange shot of Mona trying to get young Beau undressed for bath time. The dream Beau is referring to. But as we'll hear directly from Mona later on, it's not a dream, it's a memory. Now, there's a lot of questions here. Why is it filmed shakily from someone's point of view? Why have Beau and Mona found themselves in this bath time standoff? And so on. But with no context for any of that at this point, the two things we can take away from it are that Mona is perhaps not the most loving mother, and that water is seemingly playing a big role in Beau's anxieties, given we can hear running water as the bath fills up in the foreground. We're dragged out of this tangent by Friel, bringing the scene back on track and forcing Beau to take part, pressuring him again with, "How are you feeling about the trip?" Beau's reply is again one of performative calm and question dodging, saying it's been a long time, several months. He very clearly doesn't want to talk about Mona, or his feelings towards her directly. Friel continues to pressure though, calmly asking if he's feeling guilty about that. Beau freezes upon hearing this, only managing the most minor shrug in response. Friel observes him for a moment and then writes down his only note during the appointment, the word guilty. It's certainly playing into the trope of therapist writing something down in response to what you've said, and you quietly fretting over it, ostensibly here the notion that Beau is overwhelmed with guilt surrounding his mother. However, given that we're privy to what's being written, and traditionally audiences aren't, we could quite rightfully suspect this is something beyond that. And that is indeed the case, as becomes clear at the end of the film. Friel is a plant, an employee, perhaps one of several right-hand men to Mona's supervillain-like persona. All of this is really in service of Mona monitoring Beau's private thoughts and innermost anxieties. And as we know, Beau is going to be subjected to a trial, Mona's grand judgment of him as a son, and he is going to be found guilty. So while this almost certainly is Friel noting that Beau feels guilt surrounding Mona, it's also horrendous foreshadowing of the end, and the admission to the audience on second viewing that there was never really an opportunity for Beau to escape this situation. He has been found guilty from the very beginning. And looking back through with Friel's duplicitous nature in mind, all of a sudden we can see the immensely troubling doublespeak at work in his dialogue with Beau. Friel saying he knows Beau is visiting Mona tomorrow, not just because Beau has told him, but because Friel's very clear on what's happening between Beau and Mona, as that's his entire employment. He's here to spy on Beau, potentially manipulate him too, although it seems observing Beau and allowing him to make his own decisions is the primary crux of it. His repeated questions about how Beau is feeling about visiting Mona, and if he feels guilty about not seeing her for several months, are fulfilling the same purpose. He's asking so he can feed the information back to Mona. When Mona calls, she does so knowing they'll be able to monitor Beau's exact reaction to her getting in touch with him. Friel's lack of desire to discuss Beau's dream, or rather memory, should be read first as him having heard it all before, but it's also Dr. Friel not really being interested in the things that Mona has done wrong. And once you're reading the scene this way, there's a definite sense of Friel trying to incriminate Beau. He asks 3 times about how he's feeling about the trip, remaining calm but becoming slightly more direct every time. When Beau says it's been a long time, Friel replies with has it, and that's a trap. A few months can be a long time. It can also be a normal amount of time between visiting your mother, who lives a fair distance away. The question is, does Beau think it's a long time? Because if it is a long time to him, then he is doing something wrong. He is ignoring his mother. But if Beau doesn't think it's a long time, then he doesn't care about his mother. He's damned either way. He's guilty. And we can start to see why Beau is reticent about answering these questions. Consciously or unconsciously, he's learned that saying negative things about Mona results in negative treatment from Mona. He may not have identified that his whole life is subject to her spying and manipulations, but he's learned that speaking up against her generally works out negatively for him. Dr. Friel being one of many accomplices to Mona, just like Sauron, she has eyes everywhere, spies everywhere, and Beau has learned that secret means safe. And ironically, Friel's name means man of valour, at least in a poetic sense. It's actually an Irish name meaning son of O'Frigel or O'Fergal, but the attributed meaning is man of valour, employed ironically here because Friel is the antithesis of valour. He's a duplicitous, worm-tongued lackey. It's also a name he shares with another Doctor character from ASTER's short film, The Turtle's Head. Big thanks to u/Behind the Wall of Sleep for pointing that out. We'll see a few turtles lurking in the background of this film too, so perhaps another link there. Friel continues his digging by asking Beau if he's going to see Mona with a plan. In typical Beau fashion, he doesn't commit to anything and instead asks like what, so that Friel will present him with something closer to an answer he can give. Friel does this, asking if he's going with realistic expectations, but Beau again refuses to answer, seemingly stuck in analysis paralysis. And it's here Friel presents him with an allegory. If the last time you were thirsty, you went to a well and the water made you sick, are you going to go back to that specific well expecting it to be safe? And if Friel was a caring therapist, if this was our first viewing, we'd likely read that as a carefully worded warning that Beau should expect drama. But we know better, and so again, this is Friel trying to entrap Beau into saying something negative about Mona. Again, Beau doesn't reply, only issuing a slight grunt of recognition to Friel, who, upping the pressure, asks Beau more directly, do you ever wish that she was dead? Beau takes issue with this, protesting as loudly as we've heard him speak. Again, even in private, he will not speak out against Mona because he's terrified of her. Friel rationalizes the question, and Beau ultimately lets out a very subdued okay, but he doesn't really engage with it further. Now, this is obviously Friel trying to entrap Beau again. It's obviously foreshadowing an ending where Beau ostensibly, momentarily, does kill Mona. But there's something else hidden in Friel's rationalization. It wouldn't be so crazy if you did. We can sort of want these things and also not want them at all. Those feelings can coexist. And I think this is alluding to the contradictions within the film, encouraging us to not be put off by them and to be accepting of them in Beau's mind. This piece of dialogue alone likely has 4 different takeaways. It's therapy, it's spying, it's foreshadowing, and it also might be encouraging you on how to read the film. And not seeing any success in getting Beau to insult Mona, Friel stands up and inquires about Beau's medication regime, specifically if the hydrotypnol is working for him. One of Beau's many medications, also a fictitious one, note the name, hydrotypnol, another allusion to water. He asks if it's still making his eyes itchy, and Beau replies, only if I don't keep blinking. Meaning Beau can put up with it if he constantly focuses on defensive techniques against it, but also poking fun about Beau's condition and his level of concern. We traditionally keep blinking anyway, but Beau's anxiety and self-analysis have led this to perhaps no longer be an automatic action. Friel asks if it's helping the anxiety, and again Beau doesn't respond, leading Friel to prescribe, in his own words, a cool new drug, a fictitious medicine called Zypnotycril. We'll look at that a little bit later, but for now, the only essential part is Dr. Friel's quite physical insistence that it should always be taken with water. Always. Friel then quickly lists possible risks to a man he knows has rampant health anxiety. He even ends with, "That's serious," and given the potentially fatal results Beau Googles later, Friel's essentially saying, "with water or you die." Again, a very weird focus being put on water. Friel ends the conversation with the phrase, "break a leg," and we hard cut to Beau having picked up the prescription. Quite a banal, motivating phrase, commonly understood as theatre speak for "go give a good performance." Perhaps that's Friel suggesting Beau should give a good performance for Mona. Perhaps it's also the start of something we'll see clearly during the play, the blurring of the line between audience and actor. But it's also foreshadowing some repeated imagery and injury we'll see with Beau's leg. Okay, that's their conversation covered, but there are a few background details in Friel's office we should touch on. Firstly, this tiny, innocuous LED blinking behind Friel, attached to what looks to be something like a freestanding webcam. A blinking red light attached to a camera would suggest something is being recorded. Generally, therapists wouldn't do that as standard. In certain circumstances, they may do. However, LED lights are going to be a subtle but repeated symbol for Mona's silent surveillance. We'll see them on Beau's ankle monitor and outside the Stanwyck residence as a couple of examples. It's almost certainly a signal that Mona's watching the session, and it's also maybe loosely a little bit HAL 9000. Circular camera, red LED light, it's not too far away. HAL is another omnipotent, omniscient, omnivident being, at least within the confines of the ship. So I think it's an apt comparison. And that lamp next to the camera is a little like the monolith from 2001 as well. Them being in close conjunction like this, I think it's a fair bet. Now there are a fair few Kubrick references in the film, so I don't think this is out of place at all. We already discussed the influence of Barry Lyndon on the film's structure, but we're going to get to some other potential references later on too. And in case it wasn't clear from the title, 2001 A Space Odyssey is another film concerned with the Odyssey. And just like Beau Wasserman is Beau Waterman in reference to Odysseus, the main character of 2001 is David Bowman. And this is exactly the stuff I was getting at during the intro about epics weaving into epics. It's not just Beau in conversation with Homer, it's Beau in conversation with Kubrick and many others too. And all the wonderful links that abound from this intertextual complexity. Mona is Sauron, Penelope, God, but maybe also HAL 9000 too, silently observing and scheming towards our protagonist's doom. Perhaps even something that needs to be got past for our protagonist to reach the monolith and the evolution he so desperately requires. Next up, and this one is absolutely going to make you question my sanity, the outlets are deliberately horizontal. What's up with that? And I say deliberately because this is a set, everything done here is purposeful. I know American sockets can sometimes be inserted horizontally, like they are here in older buildings, in specific cases where there may not be room for them to be vertical, but for the most part, to the American eye, this looks deliberately wrong. I shit you not, several people have emailed me asking if I'll explain this in the video, and there's a bunch of production choices made to make things feel weird, to make the spaces feel dreamlike, to have us questioning reality, to give Beau's world that sense of being off, being ever so slightly not our world. Partially because this is a satirical stand-in for our world, partially because we're seeing via Beau's increasingly insane interpretation of the world. But as for what it means, like so many things here, I think it's Beau and Mona. We're going to see emphasis on pairs throughout. The most basic possible way of explaining it would be thing next to identical thing equals Beau and Mona. The film is deliberately filled with examples of twinning. Those paying very close attention may have already seen quite a few examples of that, and it continues the whole way through. It's rampant with dualisms and mirroring, and all of this is done in service to this idea of Beau and Mona as a binary pair. Satellites, codependents, locked into an inescapable relationship. And as for, can I prove this weird outlet choice means that equally weird thing I'm saying? I think the answer is yes, we just have to wait until we get to the Stanwicks. I should also point out that it's another example of things being rotated 90 degrees, just like we saw with the number 303 and Mom, we'll see that come up again too. So possibly a key to this visual code, by showing recognizable objects rotated 90 degrees, it could be potentially cluing us in to try that in other areas of the film. And we've already seen that work with 303. Alright, so on to the big question. What does water represent? We're only 7 minutes into the film and we've had 10 references to water. Another few seconds and that number will be 12. It's a big concern here. And I've heard so many theories on it. Water is guilt, water is trauma, water is Mona's love, and so on. And I think this is a case like we had with Midsommar, like we had with Hereditary, where all the theories are correct. We just need to find a way to make them harmonize. So let's start with what water most clearly is. The water of the womb. The first appearance of water in the film is Beau in the womb. The last appearance of water in the film is Beau sailing into a big cave filled with water, essentially back up a metaphorical birth canal and womb in an unconscious act of comfort seeking. In both cases, the water is the water of the womb. Further confirmation for this can be found in the clapboard design they used during filming under the working title Mona's Choice. This is in reference to the film Sophie's Choice. Very quick spoilers for Sophie's Choice. It's a Jewish movie in that it concerns Jewish history and has Jewish characters, centered around a mother who has to decide which of her children will be sent to a gas chamber upon her arrival at Auschwitz. This is being employed very knowingly as a working title, given Mona will ultimately decide Beau's fate. And I'm not sure if I could show you the clapboard on YouTube. You may be seeing a censored out version. Apologies if you are. To describe it as plainly as possible, it's an illustrated vagina with an interior scene of a lake reflecting the moon and starlight above, closely resembling the lake we'll see Beau in at the end. We can see a pair of hands, presumably Beau's, beginning to claw their way out. So right there on the clapboard, it's being made explicit in every sense that water is the water of the womb. I really don't think there's any doubt about it. There are some other details on the clapboard, some pretty comedically placed Eye of Sauron imagery, perhaps some references to Dante too, but I'm not sure how anatomical I can get without being demonetized. So at its most basic, we can say that water is symbolic for Mona and Beau's bond as parent and child, the link they share via the water of the womb. But just looking at this first scene in Friel's office, it's clear that's not all that's happening. We're not just repeatedly alluding to water, we're alluding to water and fear. Fear of poisoned wells, fear of fatal mouthwash, fear of taking pills without water, fear of bath time, fear of Mona. So it's their relationship, but we also see it applying to many wonderful tangents beyond that. And from there you can hopefully see how we can get to all the wonderful readings of water that people have come up with because of all the baggage that's tied to their relationship. If we say water represents fear, well, that's easy. Beau's terrified of Mona. If we say the water is guilt, well, what's he guilty about? The answer is Mona. If the water represents his trauma, then what traumatized him? Mona. It all leads back to her. So I think it's all accurate, but we can best understand it in the most basic sense as Beau's link to Mona, her love for him, his relationship with her, connected via the water of the womb that he tried so desperately to never leave as a baby, and that he ultimately returns to at the end. If we look back to Beau's name, Waterman, we can see another illusion that he is defined by this relationship, by his need for his mother and her need for him. And to round things off, you know what Freud said about water? That in our unconscious mind, it generally reminded us of birth and our time in the womb. Quoting directly from his text, Interpretation of Dreams, a large number of dreams, often accompanied by anxiety and having as their content such subjects as passing through narrow spaces or being in water, are based upon fantasies of intrauterine life, of existence in the womb, and of the act of birth. Jung explored similar territory, saying water, and particularly deep water, usually has a maternal significance, roughly corresponding to womb. So I think this reading very much suits the psychoanalytical framework the film is operating on. It's a simple answer, it's one that holds up, and it's one that allows for further complexity as we see it applied in different ways. Before we move on, I should acknowledge that water and amniotic fluid aren't scientifically speaking the same thing, but it's mainly made up of water, and we all recognize the phrase, the water of the womb. So that's good enough for our purposes. Okay, let's move on to the next scene in which we're introduced to Beau's neighborhood as Ari Aster succeeds again at beating his own record for background details in a single sequence. It's tremendously impressive, essentially the film dropping its big swollen bow sack onto the table and saying we're really operating on this level and we're weaving it together in a manner so dense that no one could ever dare appreciate it all at once. This is attentive filmmaking to an extent that I'm certain I've never seen before. There are so many minor details that begin threads we'll be following throughout the film, through Aster's back catalogue, all the way to antiquity, to the literary, philosophical and spiritual influences, all while Beau only takes a few paces on screen. And we're about to try to look at all of it. But just so there is no doubt as to the levels of detail actually intended here, to quote Aster directly, I just took a lot of time to build it out and think about what all those details could be, who all those people on the street could be. There was no background actor just standing there. They all had very, very specific directives. Alright, the scene begins with Beau listening to a voicemail from Mona. She calls him Carrot, a pet name she has for him. Important that you hear that because it's going to be relevant 23 seconds of film time from now. She tells him that she's so excited to see him and that she loves him several times. As she's saying that, we hear a very different rendition of motherhood coming from this lady, as she anxiously searches for her lost child. Mothers searching for lost children is going to be another reoccurring motif. But the interplay between these two approaches to motherhood is most interesting. As we're being being introduced to Mona, we're hearing both an overbearingly loving mother and an angry, abusive one at the same time, which really reflects Mona's two states of being when it comes to Beau. She's very loving or very wrathful, and that's the takeaway here, the conflicting states of motherhood within Mona, both hyper-loving and hypercritical towards Beau. Now, this woman isn't Mona, but her dialogue is being used in conjunction with Mona's to say something about Mona's character and Beau's relationship with her. The interplay between the two voices is creating something more than, something not even subtextual, something post-textual, something beyond the sum of its parts that has to be put together by the viewer. We may actually see a reference to this technique in the name of a band that is brought up later on, polyphia, as in multiple overlapping sounds, or a sound made up of multiple complex elements. And before we move on from this lady, I should also point out that she's wearing a dress covered in yellow and orange flowers, so probably a midsummer reference there too. There's going to be a lot of them. Beau is clearly feeling anxious, and he instinctively pops a pill as he hears his mother's voice. Under his arm is a bottle of water, continuing its presence in the film. We're going to see water again in just a second too. It's everywhere in the film, as we now know. Around Beau, we see two ladies in pink and blue outfits, a colour combination we're going to see later on that also plays around with strained parent-child relationships. We see a man carelessly walking down the street, pouring a bag of crisps, or chips if you're American at home, into his mouth. There's going to be a lot of this where the answer is most likely because the world is insane and the people are awful. Let's just say this is a very tepid example of that. No one in this city seems to have any care for their fellow human beings. We begin seeing different market traders set up behind Beau, the first being an Indian man sat in front of a strange array of goods with a sign reading, "All my prized possessions." It doesn't seem like he's selling them, rather giving them away, and there are many reasons why a person might do that, but probably the main one would be to reach a higher level of spiritual enlightenment. This practice comes up in several religions, with perhaps the most well-known being Buddhism and Hinduism. In Buddhism, this is done to relieve one's karmic burden in the pursuit of achieving enlightenment and escaping what's known as samsara, the cycle of reincarnation, of birth and life and death. In traditional Hinduism, a person might renounce their material possessions later in life, also to reduce their karmic burden, which in turn improves the odds of a positive reincarnation. There too, we see the eventual goal being the achievement of spiritual enlightenment and freedom from samsara. In Hinduism, that's moksha. In Buddhism, that's nirvana. There's distinct differences between them, but they don't really affect us. The point is that reincarnation is something to be transcended, to be escaped from, and I think that fits very neatly with Beau. It may come as a shock to some of you, but I'm nigh on certain that this film is quietly concerned with a form of reincarnation. Now, the man is kind of sharpening, kind of rubbing one stick against another. Usually this is done in an effort to make fire, and we'll see this imagery used later in reference to procreation. But for now, reading this on its own, the act of rubbing two sticks together to make fire is sometimes used as a metaphor in Buddhism for the practice of meditation and the pursuit of enlightenment. Now, he might not be trying to make fire. If he is, he doesn't seem to be very good at it, but he's certainly doing something, and I think it adds a nice bit of icing to the reincarnation illusions. That being said, there is perhaps also a reference to a song we'll hear later, "Everything I Own" by Bread. "All my prized possessions" is essentially synonymous with "everything I own." That song discusses the singer's willingness to give up everything he owns to have his mother back alive and with him. So perhaps our man here desires the same thing, but I lean towards him desiring some form of escape through enlightenment. Let's move on to the woman stood behind him, holding a sign that says, "I will cut my own hands off." And on the surface, that's an absurd statement. It's quite possible to cut off one hand, but it becomes far more difficult to do the second. It's cartoonish and borderline impossible, and that describes the first act of this film down to a T. And the woman seems quite respectable, again, quite motherly, perhaps, but she stood in the street holding a sign that makes her seem either utterly insane or utterly desperate. Either it's a protest placard along the lines of "the end is nigh," where she's making a wild threat to herself in order to effect some kind of change, or it's something darker. It's more like a panhandling board where she's suggesting she will do something awful to herself for money. If we go a layer deeper, it could also be a biblical reference. We often see hardline religious groups holding placards like this too, and in Matthew 5:30, Jesus uses the phrase, "If your right hand causes you to sin, cut it off and throw it away." We will see Jesus referenced a lot throughout, specifically in relation to Beau, and the entire film is Mona's judgment of Beau's sin, finding him guilty. Hands are traditionally associated with our actions and self-governance, as Jesus is referring to there. And so cutting one's hands off could be seen as a refusal to take action, something that describes Beau very well. He's removed himself from decision-making and self-governance. He refuses to act, of which his hands are symbolic. So it may be slyly referencing Beau's indecision and refusal to take action, but it's also continuing a pattern of mentally troubled mother figures hurting themselves, like we see in Hereditary, and threatening to hurt themselves, like we see here in Beau. In fact, this woman's sign fits perfectly with language we'll hear from Mona later on, as she says, "I think about it and I want to rip my ears off." It's the same theme of cartoonish anger and self-dismemberment. We're seeing reflections of Mona all around, perhaps because her influence is literally everywhere, perhaps because Beau's vision of the world has been distorted by her. But this idea of reflections, of our main characters showing up as background characters, fragmenting out into some kaleidoscope of being, that's something that's going to be played with throughout. It's something the film does a lot, often linking together multiple concepts with singular pieces of background imagery. Everything is Protean, and there's a very transient sense to the symbolism where a thing can represent multiple things. This woman could be reflecting Beau's indecision. She could also be reflecting Mona's manipulative motherhood via cartoonish threats to herself. It's subjective, but the film nearly always leaves room for it to be every reading at once. We also need to consider that, like everyone on this street, this woman is almost certainly a Wasserman employee, and we must take that into consideration when looking at their behavior. She may literally just be playing the role of crazy woman on the street, but she also understands she's being observed by her version of a god, Mona, and subsequently she may be making a plea to her divine overseer and saying, "I'm willing to demonstrate extreme subservience to you, unlike your terrible son." From there we move to a stall selling guns on the street with some very unsafe feeling men flipping and cocking them. Beau's life in the city feels dangerous, it feels insane, and while a lot of this is skewed by Beau's perception of the world and Mona's manipulations making it so, we can also see this first act as a hyperbolic skewering of life in inner city America. An exaggerated rendition of urban life from the point of view of someone who's incredibly afraid of the world. And guns are absolutely a part of that dangerous image of America. The sign is certainly alluding to their prevalence, saying, "Guns are plenty, we have many guns." But guns also represent something we're getting a glimpse of via this billboard. Mona's keen focus on security and keeping your loved ones safe. That's how she promotes her brand and various products, safety and security. But the truth is that she's very dangerous and causing immense harm. So I think we can throw guns in with that motif. They're something extremely dangerous that are sold on the merits of their ability to protect rather than hurt. Again, we see this on the sign, which reads, "Protect your home," just before "Kill bad criminals and prepare for battle." They're sold as a defensive tool that will keep you safe while being incredibly dangerous objects purpose-built for killing. Next we have Angel Cream Ice Cream, and oh boy is this a whole thing. Let's start with the brand name Angel Cream. This is part homage, part spin-off to this brand, Angel Head Shampoo from Ari Aster's short film, The Strange Thing About the Johnsons. So at its most basic, this can be read as a fun little bit of universe building. A suggestion that a company from The Strange Thing About the Johnsons also exists within the canon of Beau is Afraid, perhaps existing under the Wasserman umbrella. That's something relatively common for filmmakers to do, to suggest their different films somehow exist within the same universe. But you may notice both head and cream can be read somewhat suggestively. There's a certain association being made between something innocent, pure and divine like an angel, and these suggestions of head and cream. Now, if you don't know, The Strange Thing About the Johnsons is fucking awful. It's a short film Ari Aster made in part to see just how messed up he can get, and the answer to that question is yes. And to tell you only what you really need to know, it concerns a man who essays his own father. This film references The Strange Thing About the Johnsons a lot, and so for some people, purely that association is enough to bring those difficult themes into play here. But let's look at what happens next. This rather rotund gentleman takes 2 ice creams from the vendor and then turns to walk away. As he turns around, there's this moment where for a few frames, he's licking ice cream and looking at the boy in the foreground. And obviously this licking of the ice cream is perhaps a little bit predatory in itself. Vulgar eating habits, open acts of consumption, they're often attributed to characters with large or deviant sexual appetites. They don't care how they look to others, they just want to consume. And I know I sound crazy, but this is kickstarting a repeated motif of fat man eats ice cream while looking at a child. That's something that's going to keep coming up. Now, this guy isn't the fat man we're going to keep seeing. He's a reflection of him, just like these women are reflections of Mona. He's maybe not even looking at this boy in any type of way, but it is designed to reflect this background archetype, this repeated motif we are going to keep seeing that most definitely is looking at children. In fact, we're seeing him right now via the billboard above. In the background of the advert is the first appearance of the actual fat ice cream man. And as I've described, he's looking at the boy on the billboard with a somewhat threatening suggestion. You may not be able to make it out, but he is also eating ice cream, as we'll see him do later multiple times. The billboard reads, "Gentle and easy, slides more easily in tight spaces." So if there was any doubt as to whether or not this theme was present, I think this sign takes care of that. I think the suggestion being made there is very clear. Clearly, this image of the fat man we'll see repeated has something to do with predating on children, and that is clearly linked to ice cream. And here we have the reasonably suggestive angel cream ice cream being handed out to another fat man, a reflection of the same archetype who's watching a child in the foreground. Another part of the motif we're going to see repeated. So the ice cream, the angel cream, is absolutely being linked with that potential threat, let's say. And I wish I could say that was the most worrying part, ladies and gentlemen, I really do. But as all this is happening and Angel Cream comes onto screen, Mona refers to Beau as her angel over the phone. Not only that, but this floss being advertised on the billboard is something Beau uses and Mona sells. So potentially, whatever is going on untoward with children, Mona and Beau may be involved in that. We're going to get to that, but for now, when we combine it with the fact that The Strange Thing About the Johnsons is all about SA within the family, and this film is heavily referencing that film, sharing brands with it, repeatedly alluding to it, I don't think it's a huge leap to say it's a background theme here too, and something we're going to have to consider very carefully. Before we move on, I want to point out something crucial. The film is giving you a key to the code of how to read it here. You can see how it's putting an image and its echo on screen at the same time. Fat Predator Man and man that's reminiscent of Fat Predator Man. And using other linking imagery, in this case ice cream, to allow you to confirm that's what's happening. Just like it's peppering you with mother figures that are all connected and building an image of Mona between them, it's doing it very obviously here to demonstrate to the viewer that this kind of interplay between imagery and background characters is at work. We're going to see different Beaus, we're going to see different Monas, we're going to see Beau's love interest fluidly change form between different characters. And so the film is showing you it's purposeful right away. It's explaining how its visual language operates. It's transient, it's protean. Forms are shifting and reflecting into fragments that build the feeling of a whole. What we're left with is simply the image of a fat man with a dark appetite, the image of a mother who is angry, loving, and frequently threatening cartoonish violence upon herself. And it happens so strangely and so completely that on first viewing we just kind of absorb the feeling of it. Alright, next we see a woman having her portrait drawn in the background, again maybe speaking to the self-involvement of the people here and the general lunacy of posing for a sketch between people buying firearms and people threatening to jump off buildings. Just like we'll see with a surgeon in a moment, bloodied up from surgery, but smoking a cigarette and entirely unconcerned by the man behind him threatening to jump. There's a surreal kind of detachment these people have with their surroundings, and a satirical edge to everything that evokes how Grand Theft Auto approaches world building. Every action seems to be a sick joke that exposes a vein of hypocrisy or absurdity. If we look very closely, we can see the portraits this man is drawing look childlike and cartoonish. Even if it's caricature, it's still really poor work. So perhaps another level of absurdity in her sitting very formally for what amounts to a child's drawing, perhaps also a commentary on what all these background figures are, terrible caricatures designed to crudely reflect both society and Beau's derangement. Unlike Midsommar and Hereditary, these background characters don't really feel real at all because they aren't. They're a projection of the world Mona wants Beau to see, a terrifying, hostile, and insane place. And next to the woman being drawn, we see an old man having just bought a firearm, being the first background extra to break character, as we see him stopping to watch Beau. And the film is really clever in how it generates a feeling of weirdness like this. There's so many minor tricks designed to generate unease. Is this an actor that's broken character in the film? Are we seeing Beau's paranoia at work as he imagines people are watching him, and so on? But as we know, this is almost certainly part of the extended reveal. Beau's world is Mona's stage, and the public he sees are entirely employed and directed by her. Again, it's playing with this recurring theme of blurring the audience and the participants as he stops to watch Beau just as we're doing, as we're wondering if he's perhaps an extra that forgot what he was doing. He is an extra that forgot what he was doing, just within the context of the film. Let's move back to the foreground and the boy the ice cream man was momentarily fixated on. We realised this was the lost child our first mother figure was searching for as she storms back into frame, grabs him by the arm and yells, "Listen to your mother when I tell you not to leave my side," in a voice that can only be described as Annie-coded. It sounds like Toni Collette in Hereditary, it's intonated like her, the quote itself is immediately reminiscent of "Don't you swear at me, you little shit," but her actions, her movements in grabbing the boy are equally reminiscent of Annie grabbing Charlie when she's alone outside watching Ellen. And there we have the exact same anxiety of parent who thinks their child is missing. And so what's happening here is not simply another reflection in the kaleidoscope of abusive motherhood. By virtue of the Protean, we're dragging Annie into that reading too. Not only is this anxious mother a reflection of Mona, Annie is as well. Another iteration of ASTER writing these characters. As for the boy, he's playing with a small RC boat in a fountain which capsizes as his mother grabs him. This is of course foreshadowing the ending where we'll see Beau's boat capsize and kill him, with both situations culminating in the boy being returned to his mother as Beau is thrust back into the symbolic water of the womb. And we know from this mother's yelling that the boy's name is Joseph. And Joseph, from the Old Testament and the Hebrew Bible, Joseph of the Technicolor Dreamcoat, is perhaps best known for his power of prophecy, which very much tracks here given our Joseph is prophesizing Beau's eventual demise. In between the blurring of different frames, we can see two signs for an immersive theatrical experience happening for one night only this coming Friday. From the background design, we can very clearly see this is the same production Beau will find himself at in the forest several days from now. They describe it as not to be missed, probably an important reminder given Beau's failure to keep his appointment with his mother. But the crucial part is that it's advertising a chance to never die. In fact, that may well be the title of the play, given there is nowhere else on the placard for the title to be, and it's the largest font, and that's generally how design hierarchy works. We'll get to what the play is really doing later, but for right now, let's say this title is very prescient, and may well also be another sly wink to reincarnation. We see a woman from the Orphans of the Forest Theatre Group handing out flyers for the play, and we will see her later during the play sequence accepting admissions. And finally, we come to Beau's buying of the statue, the gift he intends to give his mother. There's a few things of interest here in and around the display case. We can see a cat statue that's potentially going to be a minor background motif relating to Egyptian mythology. We can see these twin figurines here, continuing the theme of twinning and doubled up background details. We can also see the stall attendant arranging watches to sell, maybe quietly hinting at the strange relationship this film has with time. If we look at the middle shelf, we can see two things really standing out. The statue Beau will buy, a white mother figure representing Mona, and a bright orange tincture bottle that looks quite a lot like a pumpkin. Now, pumpkins come up a couple of times around Beau and also around Nathan, Roger and Grace's deceased son, who, as we'll learn, is a bit of a pseudo stand-in for Beau. So Beau is sometimes represented as a pumpkin, and we've just heard him get called carrot. So at least in this one piece of imagery, Beau is represented by orange and Mona by white. And if we look just beyond the cabinet, we can see this being played with via the two hats the construction workers are wearing, again, white and orange. And if we put our symbolism caps on, there's one pretty famous pairing that uses this color scheme, the sun and the moon. And there's another potential addition to this as Segway Man's blue helmet comes into view next to them, perhaps alluding to water, to the bond they share, or rather how they are bonded through the water of the womb. But if you don't like that I linked Segway Man's helmet, in the very next scene we'll see a third construction worker wearing a blue helmet too. So we have a theme of orange and white, a pairing, perhaps a sun and a moon, but more importantly, a pairing that is lacking a third participant. That's not too crucial for now. All we need to remember is that our binary pair, Beau and Mona, are often demonstrated as lacking a third, the person missing from their relationship, Beau's father and Mona's husband, the absence that has caused so much of this trauma. Back to the display case, and on the bottom row, we see this theme of orange vegetables continued by two animals either side of a cube-shaped object. And these two animals are a donkey and a bunny rabbit. What do donkeys and bunny rabbits have in common? They both fucking love carrots. In fact, we might be able to see the little rabbit holding an orange carrot here. And we know Mona just called Beau carrot, so Beau is a carrot, likely the little rabbit holding one. As for the donkey, I'm pretty sure that's representing Elaine, given her second name is Bray, defined by Google as the loud, harsh cry of a donkey or a mule. And Elaine certainly is a bit of a loudmouth, a bit knowingly obnoxious, and in her own, mostly artificial way, she allegedly loves our carrot. I think the cube might be a reference to Mona, but that's something we can explain later. And on the theme of reflections, on the theme of things we're not quite ready to explain, Beau's reflection. That's going to factor in more deeply later on too, but broadly we're playing with notions of differing versions of Beau, and specifically the idea of him gazing into his own reflection. As the display case window lifts up, we see the reflection switch to the man on top of the building in a Christ on the cross type pose, kicking off a whole swathe of allusions we have to Beau being Jesus. Now, we never see Beau actually buy the statue, and this is one of many cited reasons why people think this might all be a dream of some kind, but I think it's more accurate to say the film is edited so as to emphasize moments of weirdness, of discontinuity and confusion. These things we might be used to seeing so the audience can more easily follow along, They aren't just ignored, they're purposefully avoided to provide the film this dreamlike quality. From there, we move past the strange man on the Segway shouting beep beep, again demonstrating this careless and selfish attitude so many of the residents seem to have, as Beau gathers with the crowd egging the man on to jump. Beau asks a laughing man next to him what the figure on the building is doing, and the man replies, "We're trying to get him to jump," between giggles. This laughing man is of course Archimedekwe, or Simon from Midsommar, who you might remember was protesting the ASTER more loudly than anyone else. So again, we have this idea of a creative culmination. We're making a very clear reference back to Midsommar, but this is also another aspect of the Protean. We're seeing a familiar situation play out in a very different way. It's using something you recognize to demonstrate how different this world is. Midsommar is dark, but it has a reverence to it. It has an emotional core. Beau's world does not. We're met with a dystopian and cruel rendition of American society that's seemingly absent of humanity and very keen on camera phones. That's the beauty of intertextuality when it's done well. It lets you roll up all the emotion and meaning from another text, in this case Midsommar, and insert it into a new narrative in one very quick motif. So you can compound a lot of meaning just by referencing. And if you're good at intertextuality, like this film is, you can use those established previous meanings to create new moments, riffing on those themes to create something new. This moment would have been troubling either way, but having the person laughing and explaining it be the same person crying out against it from Midsommar, it adds a whole new level of despondency. And the scene cuts there, but let me wrap this up with one last thing. Possibly the most impressive thing about this whole film for me is the endlessly inventive ways that Ari Aster manages to achieve this Protean interplay. Let's take just the mother figure who's lost her child, that at the same time as presenting Mona's contradictory brand of bipolar motherhood via duet, is also referencing Annie in Hereditary, and probably Midsommar too, dragging her son away from a miniature scene foreshadowing the ending of this film, while at the same time building on this theme of abusive motherhood throughout Aster's work. To have one blink and you'll miss it character be all that, it's insane. Just think about all the ground we've covered in Beau's 20 paces through town. And that's with us leaving stuff out to discuss later. Okay, so we move from one complex shot of the street to another complex shot of a street. I promise the whole video isn't going to be like this, but we can't back down from the challenge. It's now nighttime, so we've either missed out on the rest of Beau's day, or more likely the film is going out of its way to present things as being quite dreamlike. How dreams have the ability to change and merge settings while continuing without you really acknowledging it until you wake up. And just like the previous shot, this one is littered with background characters that nearly all bear some symbolic relevance to the film. This shot is also a reversal of the previous one. We've gone from moving left to right to left, day to night, and that may seem like a pointless thing to point out, but we're going to see this technique of reversal used later on, and I think it does perhaps bear some significance in how this film approaches the concept of time and this general feeling of aimlessness. We begin with the body laid out in the road with a tire mark on its chest. Judging by the state of things, it would seem that this body has been here for a while. Under the tire mark, we can see a repeating clover pattern, a little bit of irony given the man's current condition, and also another repeating motif regarding luck that we'll see come up a few times. Beau is described as a lucky man by Roger having just been assaulted, and Mona says Elaine should be so lucky as to get Beau. Again, there's a degree of irony to both. A taxi approaches the body and then casually drives round it. So at first we're simply building this feeling of a complete lack of care from the public. As someone who was never actually Joker once said, if it was me dying on the sidewalk, you'd walk right over me. But if we call back to the end of the previous scene, we've got a man threatening to jump, and here we've got someone dead in the road. We see a man who has been run over being avoided by a car. So we could argue that just like later on, we're seeing glimpses of potential parallel futures. Not in a legitimately multiversal or supernatural way necessarily, more in a let's explore the branching outcomes of life in an absurd universe kind of way. Exactly what we'll see with Beau later on, and arguably something we're seeing the whole way through in various forms. A sliding doors kind of determinism filled with opportunities to change the future by choosing a different path. We move from the taxi to two homeless men, continuing the pattern of twinning we've already been discussing. That's one of two main things going on in this sequence. On the surface, we're building the city up to be a terrible place to live, this Grand Theft Auto, Enter the Void kind of terrible, where we see caricatures of a broken society and a hyper-exaggerated view of real-world problems. But below the surface, it's very much driving home this notion of twinning, and this notion of different reflections of the same person or the same archetype. So here we have two notions of homelessness, one person scraping together money from recycling, and another that's overdosed. Again, we're playing with possible avenues that one life could take, and differing eventualities, reflections of that life appearing on screen at the same time. We're going to see that exact thing several times during this very short shot. Like here, where we see two visions of prostitution, one in the foreground as this insistent sex worker drags her mark towards the adult video store next to Beau's tenement, being followed by her impatient pimp who's checking his watch before the appointment has even begun. And right after with this gentleman in the denim shorts who is advertising his private dancing classes as discreet. We see it again with two students right after, both clutching their binders as they hurry away from a briefly clothed BirthdayBoyStabMan. We see it behind them as two men stand separately, both potentially suffering from some kind of mental health issue while looking bewildered about themselves. And BirthdayBoyStabMan isn't the only old man harassing people on the street. We see two near identical situations playing out right next to each other as an older gentleman harasses and threatens another member of the public. One of these threatening gentlemen is dressed as Santa, but don't worry about that for now. Even our bald tattooed man, Beau's local nemesis, is paired with this bald tattooed man walking away from camera, who is walking alongside his also bald, also tattooed, presumed girlfriend. And there's a moment where main tattooed man is holding soup alongside this lady also holding soup. So it's not just pairings, it's nebulous pairings and transient imagery where motifs and symbolism shift around. And there's more we can list. Another man brandishing a knife behind Stabman, these two figures hunched over at the waist, two brown coats, two blue coats, you can find it everywhere. That impatient pimp from earlier, perhaps twinning with this chap, who is generally referred to as Red Shirt Man. Same straggly, greasy, grey hair and unpleasant vibes, at least. So the question then becomes, why are we seeing all this twinning imagery? And firstly, we're alluding to the dualism, the codependency, the pairing between Beau and Mona, them being two halves of a very toxic whole. We're also playing with this notion of different versions of our life playing out in parallel, like we'll see later on with alternate versions of Beau. But there's perhaps a sense of the NPC to them too, a sense that they've all been assigned a background character to play by Mona. You are a bald tattooed NPC. You are a threatening stabby NPC. You are a terrified student, and so on. It adds a layer of unreality to everything here, a bit like how déjà vu works in The Matrix or how crowds work in video games. Before we move on, there are a couple of details I missed out. We have Grace and Jeeves handing out soup, seemingly a kind-hearted act, but we know they're likely here so they can accidentally run into Beau. We've got a man selling watches from inside his jacket, a somewhat old-school reference to characters selling stolen goods, but also the film subtly referencing time again. We have a fake police officer. I'm unsure if they're a stripper or a homeless person, but either way it's a poorly fitting uniform, and they aren't wearing shoes or a shirt underneath. Our construction worker, traditionally quite a masculine role, is staring quite intently at the male sex worker, and perhaps most interestingly, we have Red Shirt Man staring unnervingly into the camera. We're going to see him do this later on too, staring right up at Beau through the window. And he has become a little bit of a mystery in the fandom, I think because he stands out so much. I've seen a few people suggesting it's actually this actor, Julian Richings, playing a different character, but that's not the case, as someone on Reddit has spoken to the actual extra that plays Red Shirt Man. In terms of what we can say, well, he's dressed in red and black, two colours we'll see representing Mona, the red of her company branding, and the black we'll see her dressed in later. And this chap is watching us, and watching Beau, which Mona is also doing. Not to belabor it, but that's what all these people are doing to a certain extent. This guy's just making it apparent for us. So in terms of symbolism, he represents Mona's watchful eye, her oppressive surveillance. But in staring at Beau and us via the fourth wall, it's kickstarting a movie-long blurring of the actors in the film and the audience in the cinema. More specifically, a blurring between us and Beau. We're paranoid he's glaring at us just like Beau is. It's a repeating pattern. So I don't think him staring at us on its own is necessarily signifying anything more than that, but it does perhaps feel like there's a deeper mystery to Red Shirt Man. He feels ominous, a bit of a Randall Flagg type watcher character. Perhaps demonic would be a suitable term, and that certainly fits with a movie-spanning theory we'll be looking at later on. Okay, I realise that was a lot to get through. Now we can move a bit more traditionally through the film, rather than zigzagging between 30 different points. On that note, let's take a nosedive into absurdity as Tattooed Man notices Beau, already in full sprint, headed towards him. It's such a wonderful break to chaos as we realise both these men are locked in a daily dance of predator and prey. It's here we first experience the zany and frenetic camera work that frames Beau's hyper-anxious flare-ups and gives everything this constant feeling of impending catastrophe. Tattooed Man sets off running as soon as he recognises Beau's approach, but luckily for Beau, he gets into his tenement before the man can get hold of him. And I love this slamming of the door. I love this thin barrier of safety Beau has, and how we're building this somewhat accurate image of the apartment block in a dangerous part of town where you're immediately relieved to be off the street. And this scene replicates that feeling of anxiety and relief so well, as it builds Beau's tenement as a truly terrifying place to live. But as he slams the door shut, something very interesting happens. A metal bar falls seemingly out of the door as it slams closed. But looking back at the door, there doesn't seem to be anything broken, nor is there an obvious place for that metal piece to have come from. How curious, ladies and gentlemen, how curious indeed. While it might seem to be a rather innocuous detail, this is actually a really big piece of our reincarnation puzzle. Only one more to go, so please keep it in mind. The rest of this sequence is really just introducing Beau's nightmare tenement and the squalor and Spartan isolation he lives in. He's not safe outside his own home, and soon he won't be safe inside it either. He lives next to an adult video store called Erectus Ejectus, offering some wonderfully titled films such as Frog Whistle and Perfectly Normal Cock. We can see from the window there's likely a brothel above it too, so not the classiest place in town. And this vulgarity seems to be endemic to the city, just like the violence is. The lobby of Beau's building is laden with pornographic graffiti that unfortunately I have to blur on YouTube. It's absolutely barbaric, ladies and gentlemen, and at least some of it was drawn by ASTER himself, as seen here. There were better set photos of the devilish bastard having an immense amount of fun doing it, but sadly I can no longer find them. Regardless, this is a long-standing habit for ASTER. I can't show you on YouTube, but his old website had a bunch of dick-related doodles that have been immortalized on Reddit. They're absolutely hilarious and would fit right in during the end credits of Superbad, and one of those drawings is the exact spider penis monster we'll see later on. I don't think I need to dwell on this too long, nor can I actually describe what's occurring in the hallway graffiti drawings, so all you really need to know is that it's furthering this exaggerated view of modern society, where everything is crude and death doesn't matter, and it's doing it in increasingly obscene ways that are very, very funny. I'm sure you're noticing at this point, this is just an insane amount of background detail. Every poster, every storefront, every background character seems to be their own joke. And clearly this is purposeful, but it's also a recognized tactic of comedic filmmaking known as chicken fat. To quote ASTER directly, there's this thing that in comics is called chicken fat, which are just the details that litter a frame. I got that term from Dan Clowes. I did not know it beforehand, but I've been obsessed with it since. Now he's referencing comics there, but we see it in films a lot too. Airplane is a great example. The Simpsons does it a lot. My personal favorite is Basketball, a film that literally made 10-year-old me blow a funny fuse. That's essentially what we've been seeing since Beau left Friel's office, chicken fat. And for ASTER, this is part of being an attentive filmmaker. In his own words, I love chicken fat, and the reason I love that is because I feel that as a viewer, when you start noticing these details and the love and attention that went into those details, you start to feel respected. And when you feel respected as a spectator, you start to respect what you're watching. Now, does that sound like a man who doesn't want you interpreting background details, or was he in fact calling the film dumb to avoid a question? Despite the gratuitousness on display, there are a few examples I should mention, like this graffiti tag here from someone called Tino. This is a reference to Ari Aster's short film Tino's Dick Fart. We also see another visual reference to Santa, this time in a pose replicating a well-known internet shock site that rhymes with Boatsy. It's building a world that's as blasphemous, as unapologetically evil, and anarchistic cum nihilistic as possible. I literally cannot say 3 out of the 4 lines of this poem that starts with Hail Satan, but they're all instructions to be quite terrible, and 2 of them are decidedly anti-Christian. Again, this is mainly just absurdist world building, but it's also perhaps lampooning the tendency graffiti has to be quite extreme in its messaging. We see another key little bit of vandalism in the form of this eye sticker. This is going to be a repeated background motif in the film, eyes watching Beau, linking Mona to Sauron, with both enjoying supernatural, all-seeing surveillance. And the last big piece of connective tissue here relates to another main theme, mental illness. While most of the graffiti is puerile or simply aiming to offend, some of it is more concerning. We have the tag, worms in my brain, get them out. We also have this deranged letter, very in line with images of schizophrenic manifestos we might see scrawled on the walls of a cell or a derelict building. In this case, it seems to be a long piece of correspondence between the author and an unknown recipient, seemingly responding to some kind of workplace disagreement where the author feels they have been misled. From the details I can see, mentioning production, salary, budget, a couple of other things, there is part of me that thinks this is an angry email he got from a studio or financier while going over budget. It's mostly a guess, but it just feels like the right kind of meta humor here. A little bit South Parkian in terms of how they dealt with off-screen censorship demands by making fun of them on-screen. If I'm Ari Aster, then putting this kind of complaint on his highest budget, most staggeringly complex passion project would probably make me laugh, especially given it's taking the form of a schizophrenic manifesto on a tenement wall. But ultimately, I can't confirm it or even really allege it, although I did find a user on Reddit called u/deaddisposable that had come to the same conclusion as me entirely independently, 2 years ago in fact. For safety, we'll just go with this being a comedically formal schizophrenic manifesto and leave it there, but there's part of me that suspects this is legitimate correspondence that Ari Aster received. And lastly, on the theme of mental illness in the hallway, we have a poster for a magician called Braintard. It's deliberately crude and insensitive, so we can glean that this isn't a world where mental health issues are being shown a great deal of respect, and clearly that's a huge problem here. If we go back to our street scenes, there are many people we can identify as probably having mental health issues. It's another part of this exaggerated worldview, the lack of care for those in need, and the wayward insanity of the people who have fallen through the gaps. Despite familial wealth, Beau is one of those people too. He's been horribly abused, he's riddled with issues, and his therapist is a spy for his mother. We see more of the tenement as Beau heads up the elevator. We briefly glimpse his building superintendent, really a Mona Wasserman employee who's serving as the building superintendent. We'll see him in an entirely different role at Mona's funeral. We see that the building is suffering from infestation, and I just want to point out that I'm deeply arachnophobic. I know many of you will be too. I'm just letting you know now there won't be any actual visible spiders at any point in this video, so you don't have to worry or click away. With that clarified, the building is suffering an infestation of brown recluse spiders. We'll see one dart under the sofa just as Beau opens the door. They're designed to cause discomfort, to make Beau's tenement even more hellish and unlivable, but also something we'll see attached to the penis monster, amalgam of Beau's trauma, and also something alluded to in Mona's death, falling as she does, limbs akimbo inside a terrarium. To put it very simply, they're an emblem of Beau's fears, and in the original script, it was more verbally explicit that he was afraid of them. We also see a Winston Churchill quote on the bottom of the warning poster saying, "The price of greatness is responsibility," which is a ludicrously unhelpful platitude to bookend quite a serious warning with, but speaks to Wasserman Industries' vapidly inspirational marketing tone that offers nothing practical to help the endangered residents. Aster said he used the quote because it really makes him laugh and, quote, "It's the stupidest." And all of this combined serves to paint a pretty nightmarish picture of where Beau lives, and that raises the very fair question, why is it so awful, so hellish? And the first level of understanding, something we see very clearly at the end on this marketing board, this tenement was built by Mona, under the auspices of rehabilitation. It was built by Big W Housing, a subsidiary of Mona Wasserman Industries, to support residents who have abused their products, specifically the pharmaceutical drugs MW Industries sells. But like everything MW Industries does, it's a distinctly double-edged sword. They sell oral hygiene products for children while alluding to horrendous things. They preach fear and sell you the solution. They sell medicine, but they have housing ready to support those who have their life ruined by said medicine. So it's a pretty safe bet that the housing they're offering isn't going to be heaven on earth. And if you need more evidence of that, they also offer full-time resident assistance in every neighborhood, presumably helper figures charged with guiding and counseling the recovering residents. And if we look at the gallery of faces, one of them is Beau. And given he's heavily medicated, in therapy himself, and terrified of the residents, it doesn't seem like he'd be the best candidate for the role. Now, I should point out that Beau has been a literal poster child for MW products. He could literally be serving as a model for the poster and nothing else, given he isn't really fulfilling the responsibilities of the position. But I do think this was a legitimate role he was offered, mainly because the thought of Beau as the person designated to help this building full of lunatics is really funny. But also because it's the perfect bit of placation, of designated uselessness to keep Beau busy and prevent him from building a life away from Mona. The kind of job that only nepotism can create, entirely unproductive and borderline fictitious. And that should give us some idea what MW Industries thinks of the people it's allegedly helping. There's a couple of interesting bits of language on the marketing board. MW Industries describes itself in bold as being devoted. We generally hear the word devoted in reference to wives and mothers, and obviously Mona is devoted to Beau in her very toxic way, and this is something we see quite a lot. The promises and marketing spiel of Mona Wasserman Industries mirrors her parenting style. She pulls the same tricks on the public that she does on Beau, teaching them to be afraid and to only trust her, gaslighting them even, like we see here where the marketing blurb seems to quietly blame the people who've become addicted. Another interesting allusion is the repeated phallic imagery attached to the housing development. It's Big W Housing, and there's a double focus put on the building being erected. I think this is generally speaking to the phallic nature of skyscrapers in general, the traditionally masculine pursuit of buying land and building property, and how these projects often serve as projections of ego for deeply insecure wealthy people. But even that is a joke at Beau's expense, because as we'll learn very explicitly, Beau is terrified of phallic imagery. So it's taking this century-old joke of phallic competition in building skyscrapers and using it to find yet another route to terror for Beau, where his worst fears are so far-reaching that even his home becomes symbolic of them. It's a penis full of spiders controlled by his mother and frequented by lunatics. That's definitely a brand new sentence. But then we have the secondary understanding that what we're seeing here might not be fully indicative of the other 37 rehabilitation neighborhoods Mona has built. I'm guessing it's not far off because much like Mona, Wasserman Industries does not care about the people on the bottom. But we know this neighborhood is different precisely because Beau lives here, because the people that frequent it aren't the abused victims of MW Industries, they're the employees of it. Because this is all a manipulation of Beau, firstly to spy on his life with a very intricate surveillance program of both people and technology, and secondly to make his life away from Mona so hellish and intimidating that he will eventually choose to return home to her. She's engendering a need for her in Beau and a fear of being away from her. She's designed Beau's environment, she monitors Beau's environment, she controls Beau's environment, and Beau's environment is fucking horrendous. All of that is in service to her getting what she wants, a son that cannot live without her. There is one last reason why I've kept saying hellish and demonic, why this section is called Inferno, that helps us answer this question of why is Beau's neighborhood so terrible in a more meta sense. And the very quick answer being, we're doing a Dante thing. Specifically a Dante Alighieri's Divine Comedy thing, and that's a journey that begins with hell. Alright, moving on to Beau's depressing life in Beau's depressing apartment. It's cramped, sparse, and bathed in the pink neon of a street full of sex shops. He eats Mona Wasserman ready meals cooked in a Mona Wasserman microwave. Like so many things here, it's evidence that his life is dominated by his mother. But it's also showing us that Mona's advertised level of care and the actual efficacy of it are two different things. This isn't a particularly healthy looking meal, but it's marketed as such. It's low sodium, high fiber. But given what we know about Mona, we can quite safely presume this isn't the apex of nutrition. Again, we see this core truth to her business endeavors. The things she professes, the things she's trying to sell, end up being quite twisted and not good for you once you come to learn the truth. That bears obvious parallels to the spiteful brand of love she inflicts on Beau. The meal ostensibly comes from a lovely sounding place called Bountiful Pastures that seems to visually allude to imagery we'll see later during the play. Given that play features a potential happy or happier future in which Beau has children and a wife, Bountiful Pastures is a pretty fitting name. And just because everything Mona is as terrible as it can possibly be, the meal is titled Aloha, the best of Ireland and Hawaii. And that brings us to the heartbreaking moment when Beau says, "Hey Dad," to this picture on his wall. Our first real introduction to Beau's confusing situation with his deceased or otherwise absent father. We're going to look at that in detail because there are several theories to explore, ranging from quite dark to completely insane. However, just like Beau, we will be ultimately left in the dark as to the true story of his parentage. For now though, we have what Beau has, a blurry photograph on a sad little wall, blurry like his image of fatherhood and any potential masculine role model. Given that Mona will later admit she's been lying about Beau's father his entire life, the question we need to ask here is this really a photograph of Beau's dad? And given what we know about Mona, the answer is likely no. So at its most basic, we could see this as a riff on the trope, the picture that came with the frame. We see this appear throughout film, TV and literature, from Friends to The X-Files and a wealth of places in between. Characters who've grown up estranged or orphaned or some similar such tragedy, clinging to a photo that they believe to be of a loved one that turns out to be the stock photo that was provided when the frame was purchased, or some similar riff on that. I think this fits the feeling of that quite nicely, regardless of who's actually in the photo. This is Beau's connective tissue with his father, his artificial memory of a man he never met. But we can go a level deeper. If you've watched either of my videos on Midsummer, you know we have a bit of a whodunit case regarding this blur-faced man. And here we have another blur-faced man at the heart of an even bigger mystery. Luckily, this time around, there's really only one or two people in the film that this potentially looks like. This guy, credited as the Strange Man, played by Julian Richings, who also starred in The Witch, and potentially this man called Duncan, who we'll also meet in The Forest. We can make a case for Duncan. They're not the most dissimilar, but I think in terms of hair colour, in terms of nose shape, our Strange Man seems like the best fit. We'll later see Beau be momentarily convinced that the Strange Man is his father, and that confusion tracks with the confusion we find here. This is someone Beau has confused with his father. But while Beau may be convinced, the Strange Man tells Beau something entirely contradictory to that he used to work for Mona and help Beau's father. And given the Strange Man's skittish attitude towards any indicator of Mona, it would seem that he has known her previously. He suggests this was via his employment in a helper role to Harry, Beau's actual father, and this depiction here involves handyman work that seems to fit with that. We can also see the figure in the picture turning to look at camera, perhaps a bit shocked, so I think given all of that, we can tell ourselves a story where Mona has surreptitiously taken a picture of one of her employees to serve as Beau's stand-in for his father. There is still a possibility that this is a legitimate photo of Beau's dad, but given the lies Mona has told and admitted to, given the alleged truth of Harry we later see, given that this figure seems to resemble a man we'll later meet professing to have known Beau's dad, that possibility seems extremely unlikely. We can't be fully sure who or what Beau's dad is, but we can be certain that Mona does a lot of lying to Beau. She doesn't want him to know the truth about his father, and so it seems highly unlikely she'd provide him a legitimate photo, even unlikelier still given the resemblance to our strange man. The likeliest answer is that this is a random photo Mona provided Beau, probably featuring the strange man while he still worked for Mona in his helper role. But as is often the case here, while the literal elements remain mysterious, the subtextual and symbolic answers are easier to grasp. So what's happening symbolically? Well, the very clear suggestion that Beau's dad is a carpenter, perhaps builder, that would fit too, but carpenter is the symbolic suggestion we're looking for. And I'm sure we all know whose dad was a carpenter, and we've already had one allusion to Beau as Jesus. Our carpenter also appears to be hammering a nail into a brick wall, rather than the other painted walls around him. Not impossible with the right kind of nail, but also perhaps some more of the film's telltale absurdity. And the suggestion that whoever this is, perhaps they aren't particularly skilled at their trade. So just like we see Beau as a failed Odysseus, we can also see him and his father as a failed rendition of Jesus and Joseph. It certainly fits with our somewhat unmasculine strange man who doesn't seem like he'd be best suited for construction and whose blurry photo has served as a failed stand-in for Beau's actual father. Beyond that, we have this idea of dual representations of the same figure, twin or competing identities within the same person, something we'll see very directly later on. And that could call a few different things to mind, but something we'll see definitely played with later on is the Jungian notion of the shadow self. To give the briefest possible description, the idea that we have an interior or adjacent self that harbours our anxieties, desires, the parts of ourselves that we generally repress. And as we know, Beau is repressing a great deal. And there may be something of a nod to that here if this figure is the strange man in the name The Strange Man. He's called that for a reason, to allude to an archetype known as the mysterious stranger. You may recognize that title from Fallout games, you may recognize the strange man from Red Dead Redemption. They're both been based on the same trope that's existed in literature for a very long time, all the way back to Greek and Norse myth, that we broadly refer to as the mysterious stranger. The name The Strange Man isn't perfectly synonymous with the mysterious stranger, but it's pretty close. Case in point, the character from Red Dead Redemption that is a mysterious stranger and is also called the Strange Man. Generally, our mysterious stranger is a dark figure that appears to our protagonists, offering cryptic or ambiguous advice rather than outright answers, often with moral implications to the quest the protagonist is on. Sometimes angelic, sometimes playfully malicious trickster figures, but often representations of something more evil, more satanic. And our strange man certainly fits the bill. He appears out of nowhere, appears to be following Beau's journey in the background, showing up to offer Beau cryptic information about his past just prior to being torn away from Beau before he could provide anything meaningful. So whichever way we cut it, the strange man is fulfilling the mysterious stranger trope very nicely, but let's get a bit more hypothetical. Because while this trope has been around in various forms from ancient myth, it was certainly popularized in modernity by Mark Twain's unfinished but posthumously released novella The Mysterious Stranger, or Number 44, The Mysterious Stranger, in his last iteration of the story. There we find a decidedly devilish figure fulfilling the titular role as he rocks up to a print shop in 15th century Austria. And most interesting to us, reading directly from the Wikipedia synopsis, this version also introduces an idea that Twain was toying with at the end of his life, involving a duality of the self, composed of the waking self and the dream self. And I think this is definitely a good descriptor of how we move between Beau's reality and his anxious fantasies, between his attempted performance at humanity and the repressed truth we find in his dreams. It's not identical to Jung's definition of the shadow self, but we can absolutely find parallels there. We know Jung is likely at work within the film. There's been a couple of people who've already identified Twain's influence within the film, so I like this notion, and I think the idea of the duality of self that Twain was pushing fits nicely with this photograph. If the man in the photograph is indeed our strange man, which is most likely he is, then I think this becomes even more likely. But let's bring it home and carry on that quote from Wikipedia. Twain explores these ideas through the use of duplicates, copies of the print shop workers made by Number 44. That's inherently familiar to what we're seeing with the twinning of the background characters, with our side characters being proxies for further exploring our main characters. Grace for Mona, Nathan for Beau, Jeeves for Beau. We'll be looking at it the whole way through. So I don't think there's anything set in stone there, but I think there are some interesting parallels between the two works, despite not being able to connect them concretely. So to sum it all up, this photo very probably doesn't show Beau's dad. It's far more likely to be our strange man that's following Beau, but it does provide the symbolic illusion of Beau's dad being a carpenter or a builder, something that we're going to see a lot more of. And it would appear to be a hybrid between the trope of the picture that came with the frame and this notion of the persona and the shadow self, perhaps even alluding to Mark Twain's depiction of the sleeping and waking minds. And if we follow that thread, we find more that seems to fit in the notion of duplicates of human beings and in the trope of the mysterious stranger. But above all, it's just really sad for Beau. That's a trend that continues as Beau heads over to eat his ready meal alone on his bed. We have a couple of fun Aster eggs here. Beau's bedding, a rare diversion from his stripy blue in favour of a patchwork design, seems to be woven from Midsommar references. We see a moose or an elk perhaps, and a bear, two animals you'll be familiar with if you watched my Midsommar video. And hiding right here, we also have a reference to our triangular temple the Hogger burn their sacrifices in. Over on the cupboard, we can see a small stack of fictional self-help books titled You Don't Always Have to Be Like This, For Pete's Sake You're Worth It, and Better Celibate Than Sorry. That last one clearly being Beau's effort to come to terms with his fictitious condition. They're an impotent gesture towards fixing his life. We then see Beau turn on the news, and the fact that Beau is afraid and Beau is watching the news shouldn't be too surprising. For most Westerners living in relative comfort, this is the primary instigator of fear in our lives. And that's exactly what we see here as we're warned of BirthdayBoyStabMan, a name that seems to encapsulate both Ari Aster's very specific brand of humour and the bombastic, distasteful glamorization of violent criminals through this media desire to have supervillains actually exist. So again, there's a sense of satire to Beau's world in that it's only a slightly exaggerated version of ours. Mona Wasserman News is keeping a literal kill count for him with its own specific graphic, demonstrating an almost Running Man level of dystopia TV, where any good taste has long since been abandoned. It's here we first get a sense of how much of the world, or at least of Beau's world, Mona is influencing, the breadth of her dominion. Mona truly is capable of manipulation at a grand level. Her method of engendering a need for her via the creation of fear in Beau, she's doing that on a societal scale too. We see it in everything Mona Wasserman. And we can't rule out she's capable of doing all of this whole news station and the stories it's covering, just to manipulate Beau specifically. And judging by the things we see on screen and how they relate to Beau, I think that's very likely. Not just an older bearded gentleman with a knife and an exposed penis, pretty much all of Beau's masculine anxieties rolled into one. We also have the ticker along the bottom suggesting that baldness, fatness, loneliness and oldness are all things women find gross. All things that Beau is suffering from to some degree. And following the news, we get this very prescient shampoo commercial, again quite true to life satire, where the advertised products promise to remedy the things the news just told you to be afraid of. That's why the shampoo is called Perfectly Safe. It's Mona's go-to manipulation. Make them afraid and then promise to keep them safe. Okay, so let's talk about the circumcised elephant in the room, BirthdayBoyStabMan, which first and foremost is absolute comedy, but also something tone-setting in its absurdity, presenting something dark in a silly way. But there are levels to BirthdayBoyStabMan. Let's start with the meta. He's played by Bradley Fisher, who also played the lead role of Chester Crummings in Ari Aster's 2016 short, C'est la vie. Another example of his previous work being weaved into this film. Just like Stabman, Chester is a quite aggressive homeless man. He's a little bit more intelligible than Stabman, but we can certainly describe them as a similar archetype, another reflection being explored. If we go a layer deeper, it's an example of something I already touched on, the media and often the public desire to glorify serial killers with monikers or nicknames, and how these nicknames often distastefully allude to the nature of their crimes. For example, the toy box killer, the werewolf of Wisteria, and the crossbow cannibal. The news refers to him as a circumcised white male, obviously referencing Stabman's near-constant nudity. I realise that this is the norm for the most part in America, and it's obviously being used as a joke here. As descriptions go, it doesn't really narrow things down, but it would be remiss of me not to mention that this could also be poking fun as a not-so-subtle persecution of Jewish people. Another layer deeper, and there's either something paradoxical happening, where he's both a boy and a man, BirthdayBoyStabMan, or it's something terribly dark, and this man has done something awful to a birthday boy, or indeed birthday boys. Another level deeper, as I mentioned, this bearded older gentleman is an archetype we repeatedly see being threatening, often threatening specifically to Beau, often wielding a knife or other sharp implement, and it all seems to relate to anxieties about his father. It also seems to be quite penis-focused, which again tracks with BirthdayBoyStabMan's very in-our-face nudity. So whichever way we turn, BirthdayBoyStabMan is somewhat reflective of Beau's anxieties about his father. And to hit bedrock here, knives and swords and similar implements have a millennia-spanning relationship with phallic representations. They stab, they penetrate, they're a traditional symbol of masculine prowess. And we'll see Beau be stabbed, we'll see him be threatened with it multiple times, we'll see knife imagery and penis imagery being presented at the same time, just like we see here with Stabman, like we see in the movie title Knife Dick, parentheses, stab other man. And we'll even see a giant penis being stabbed while stabbing the stabby back, turning them into a symbolic penis. Don't worry, we'll get there, and apologies if you're watching this on Patreon, I'm sure that was a rough 20 seconds to look at. So I don't think there's any doubt that knives are symbolic penises here, and from there we can perhaps infer something even darker about the nickname BirthdayBoyStabMan, and potentially about Beau's father too. And below the bedrock, the final rug pull, is BirthdayBoyStabMan even real? He's a real person, certainly. Grace agrees that Beau was attacked by him, so he's not imagined. We'd have to say the news is fake, all of Beau's experiences on the street are fake, and potentially even the Stanwicks too, and at that point we don't really have a movie left. But given all of these people on the street are employees of Mona, it would make sense that he was too, and given he's claimed 3 lives this week, according to the newscaster, Beau's escape from his clutches does seem somewhat fortuitous. We would expect this experienced killer to finish the job, but Beau miraculously escapes. Now, there's a very good chance that this man, from the Mona employee mosaic we'll see later, is BirthdayBoyStabMan. They bear a good amount of similarity to Bradley Fisher. I'm about 80% sure it's him, as are several people I've canvassed about it, but even disregarding the picture, these people are employees of Mona, so chances are very good that Stabman works for Mona like everyone else, and if he does, then this whole deranged serial killer persona is just a performance for Beau's benefit. Pretty terrifying that Mona would allow her son to be attacked like that, but she's clearly willing to use the stick as well as the carrot. And so finally, we have to ask the question, are Beau's anxieties, the fact that this man represents Beau's unconscious concerns about his father, has Mona done even that on purpose? Has Mona been reinforcing fears about the man she doesn't want Beau asking about by populating his neighborhood with violent proxies for it, surrounding him with threatening father figures she knows he's terrified of to reinforce her control over him? We can't say for sure where the level of Mona's knowledge, her omniscience truly lies. She's capable of some utterly wild stuff, but she also does misstep occasionally. Beau is able to figure out her ultimate ruse just before it comes to pass, so she's omniscient but still flawed. For me personally, I think Mona is absolutely capable of creating this serial killer figure purely to make Beau more afraid of masculine figures in general, but it's really up to you how complete you believe Mona's influence to be. Alright, bedtime for Beau, and we see him writing a message to Mona on the bottom of the figurine he bought as a gift for her. Let's look at the figurine first, a design based on one of the most prolific images in Christian art, the Madonna and Child. For those who don't know, it's a depiction of the Virgin Mary and the baby Jesus. This is of course another reference to Beau as Jesus, but it's expanding that metaphor to bring in Mona as Mary. Just like we saw with these allusions to Beau's dad being a carpenter, the Madonna figure, the word Madonna in general now, alluding to a sacred or divine sense of motherhood. Obviously Mona is a pretty terrible example of motherhood, and again, that's the joke being played, but she's also the mother to Beau, the in a biblical, all-encompassing sense where all his images of motherhood and womanhood are reflections of her. And interestingly, the name Mona is derived from Madonna in Italian, Madonna meaning my lady, and Mona meaning a more informal version of lady. And Mona is most definitely Beau's number one lady, and by virtue of our extended biblical allegory, she's Mary too. Unfortunately for Beau, however well-meaning, this gift was a misstep that Mona would have hated. Later, we'll hear her complain how he got her the same album as a gift 2 years running, that he didn't remember, so he doesn't care. And he's made the same mistake here. Mona already has this figurine, displayed very proudly on her driveway. And that's going to be a key part of a movie-spanning puzzle, specifically that it's there at the top of the steps, specifically that it's tying Mona to Mary. Now, you may be wondering, how can Mona be both Mary and God, symbolically speaking? But this is par for the course here. It's this transient, shifting nature to the symbolism we discussed at the start. But it's also worth noting that in certain Christian orthodoxies, Catholicism being a big one, Mary is regarded very highly. She's holier than other human beings, often described as a queen of heaven that is exalted above angels and saints. So there's often a bit of blurring, and in medieval and Renaissance literature, she's often portrayed as being an intermediary figure between God and humanity. And a big influence we're going to look at is Dante's Divine Comedy, where she serves this exact role. During the end of the text, through this beautifully poetic verse, there's a blurring and a blending between the appearance of Mary and the appearance of God. So I don't think we need to rationalize it. Our characters are symbolizing many different things, but if we want to, then we do see this same blurring of Mary and God in one of the core influences for the film. And we can maybe go a step further towards reconciling the symbolism still. Mona has a very particular brand of bipolar parenting, the carrot and the stick, wrath and love bombing, however we want to look at it. And that's reflected in these two divine figures. Mary is the icon of nurture and motherly love and compassion. God, at least the God of the Old Testament, is the wrathful figure that exacts cosmic judgment. And that sums up Mona's two states pretty perfectly. Let's move on to the actual message Beau is writing, which reads, "Dear Mom, I am sorry this is the anniversary of Dad's death. Thank you, I'm sorry, love Beau." Now, if you're British, this is a fundamentally normal way of communicating with someone, but for everyone else, this is a weird kind of over-apologizing. He's sorry it's the anniversary of his dad's death, and towards the end, he's just sorry again for no reason. And this is a trend we see throughout the film, characters putting a very deliberate emphasis on the words, "I'm sorry" or "I'm so sorry." And I think we can roughly sort these apologies into three categories. The first is platitudes. A great example of that would be our ladybird actor man hearing that Beau's lost both his parents and trying to give him the most heartfelt and theatrical "I'm so sorry." As we'll see later, platitudes are kind of a thing when it comes to the orphans of the forest, and this man may be well-meaning, but his performative emphasis on how sorry he is for Beau does nothing to improve Beau's situation, only the man's feelings towards Beau's terrible situation. Category 2, the more malicious feeling apologies, like we hear from Dr. Friel or Mona's other accomplices. I think we can safely presume that these apologies are mostly fake. They're the apologies of people who know what Mona is doing to Beau, who know what their role is in this grand ruse, and in an effort to absolve themselves of their complicity, they're offering backhanded apologies to Beau. "I'm so sorry your mother is making me trick you like this. I'm so sorry you don't understand this is all a trap," and so on. And then category 3, the one relevant to us right now, apologies as something we've been programmed into. Now, our ladybird is probably saying sorry because sorry is the culturally appropriate thing to say at a time like that. We could argue that's a programmed response, but generally I'm talking about something more malicious than that. Beau is over-apologizing to Mona here because he's learned to pacify Mona's rage by admitting fault. He's learned things go worse for him if he doesn't. He shouldn't be apologizing for his father's death. He shouldn't be saying, "I'm sorry," randomly prior to professing his love, but this is Beau's nature, his intense guilt and his desire to pacify others, and all of that stems from Mona, from the lies she's told him, from the rage she's demonstrated, and the fear she's instilled within him. And psychologically speaking, there are a number of diagnoses we could provide based on this. To go through them very quickly, this is very common in survivors of abuse and narcissistic relationships. Big double check on that one. It's common in people with low self-esteem, in people with anxiety disorders, in people with people-pleasing tendencies, and people with PTSD and CPTSD who may often feel responsible for terrible things that happen outside of their control. All of those things apply to Beau. He is a walking laundry list of different issues, and so we don't really have to wonder why Beau is doing this, because as with so many things here, the answer is simply all of the above. And all of these categories of apologies within the film I just went through have something very cynical in common. They're all performative. Ladybird Man is a literal performer doing his best to give Beau what he thinks he needs. Those apologizing to Beau for the unseen trial he's being subjected to, they're performing on behalf of the ruse, on behalf of Mona, and lastly Beau, who has learned to give this performance for Mona as a method of navigating her cruelty. So at least in this twisted world, apologies are performative, somewhat meaningless, and often a way of masking people's real feelings. They're a learned behavior that is used to placate, pacify, and absolve terrible actions. Back at the start I mentioned guilt cultures and shame cultures. Shame cultures focus on appeasing other people's moral demands on us. Guilt cultures focus on our internal moral appraisals of ourselves, and it's here we see the difference. Other people feel shame. They feel ashamed of what they're taking part in, what they're doing to Beau, and they want to absolve themselves of that shame, or even perhaps appear shameful while not actually caring. But in Beau we see true guilt, a man flooded with blame for himself that feels the need to apologize for it even when he hasn't done anything wrong. It's not Beau's fault his father died, not in any sense really, but certainly not in the one he perceives to be true at this point in the film. And pulling all of that together, it's very clear that Beau feels responsible for what Mona told him happened to his father. And this overall lack of sincerity, we might see that alluded to in Beau's pen running out of ink as he tries to write "Love Beau" at the end. as if the universe were trying to course correct his misplaced love for his abuser. It's also building into his hyperbolic patheticness. Of course his pen runs out of ink because it's Beau, and everything terrible that can happen to him does happen to him. And we see that alluded to throughout the message, his handwriting, his spelling, his infantilized tone. It's creating a lot of sympathy for Beau and cluing us into his arrested development. He's still very much a little boy on the inside. One thing Beau does know how to do, however, is plan for failure. We're encountering his pathetic nature, his fear and guilt and constant anxiety, but he's lived with it his whole life. And so when his pen does run out of ink, he doesn't need to fret because he has spares in his drawer, just like he has multiple bottles of the same superglue, so he can make an attempt at fixing things when they inevitably break. No one needs this many bottles of unused superglue. It's the product of a mind that's constantly expecting the worst. What if I lose one? What if one runs out? And so on. It's the same reason he has a high-quality torch in his bedside drawer. I'm sure blackouts are common in his building. It's a shithole, after all. And so perhaps it's just prudent, but it's also another example of his nearby essential items betraying that he's constantly thinking about what might go wrong. There are a few more things of interest in this drawer. We can see another of Beau's prescriptions, this time for a real medication, duloxetine, traditionally used as an antidepressant or for pain relief. I think we can presume Beau's taking it due to the former. Interestingly, one of the side effects of duloxetine is interrupted sleep or difficulty falling asleep. It can also interfere with your dreams. So the weird sequence we're about to see during the night, that could perhaps be influenced by duloxetine as well. We see a polling letter from which we can get Beau's address, 251 Aimless Boulevard Apartments in the town of Corrina, in the state of Corrina, zip code 19888. But all of that is meaningless, so let's just move on. Just kidding, every single fucking bit of it means something. 251, well, we'll see 2s and 5s everywhere. We see 1s a fair bit too. 2 and 5 are numbers that mirror each other, but we'll get into that later on because numbers confuse and irritate me. Aimless Boulevard, this is alluding to Beau's lack of direction, his general dispassion for life, and his failures of ambition. It's aimless because Beau isn't going anywhere, he never has gone anywhere. It's also a riff on another working title for the film, Disappointment Boulevard, which, according to ASTER, is what Mona might have called the film had the choice been left to her. Corrina is a reference to the 1994 film of the same name starring Ray Liotta and Whoopi Goldberg, with Whoopi playing the titular Corrina. Like many of the reference movies, it's a family drama, although it's more commonly labelled as a romantic comedy. We'll later see Beau's plane ticket, and he's flying with Air Liotta, so another reference there. Astor suggested in an interview that it's a minor detail, just there to make him laugh, but as with most of his comments, he's falling back on humour to avoid having to explain the link, something he said during the press tour he didn't want to do. The link is quite apparent, however, and can be summed up succinctly with mommy issues. In the film, Ray Liotta's wife has died and their daughter begins to struggle in her absence. So we've got the importance of the mother role and the damage missing parents can have on a child. And the film's title is a reference to the song Corrina, originally recorded in 1928 by a fellow called Beau Carter. That may be a complete coincidence, but it's a charming one nonetheless. And as DoutFooL pointed out in a Reddit post, the film also shares some character names with Beau is Afraid, a grandfather figure called Harry, and even a character named Jovina, which is similar to Jeeves. But it doesn't stop there. When we get the close-up of Beau's plane ticket, we can see a book poking out the top of the frame titled Our Man in Paramaribo. Paramaribo means large river and ends with Beau. So perhaps another tenuous link between Beau and water there. It's not a real book, but it is referencing a real series of books. Quoting DoutFooL again, the title references old Our Man in spy books. The author's name is likely a reference to Indian filmmaker Satyajit Ray. Given it's hanging over the top left corner of the ticket, where we see the Air Liotta logo, this is likely a very in-depth visual pun for Ray Liotta. And as DoutFooL points out, you could arguably jumble air into Ray, R-A-I, so perhaps too little allusions to the word Ray in the top left there. I should also point out the flight number MW55 is another example of mirrored or doubled numbers, and in this case it likely refers to the double S in Wasserman, given we get the MW before it. We're going to see the number 55 a lot. And then lastly for Beau's address, the zip code is 19888. The code is for an area in Wilmington, Delaware. It actually seems to be a private zip for internal US mail deliveries, but it's in Wilmington. And in Ari Aster's short film Beau, Beau's second name is Wilmington. But that's not all. We're going to see 1988 come up several times. It's almost certainly the date for when Beau and Mona are on their cruise. Beau was born in 1975, so he'd have been 13 when he first met Elaine in 1988. But 8 is also a symmetrical number, and what does an 8 look like sideways? An infinity symbol, and we absolutely do have a suggestion in a couple of different directions that this story is playing out infinitely. So maybe it's just convenient, maybe it's entirely purposeful. I usually hate anything number or numerology related, but in this instance, I think it might be purposeful. There is a reasonably big focus put on numbers throughout. Alright, probably breaking a record for most hidden details in one movie addressed there. Let's move on to the last point of interest, the photograph of Elaine. We see Beau freeze as he notices it, seemingly getting lost in his memories of Elaine for a moment as we hear these transportive water and bird sounds of the cruise over the top. It's a beautiful touch and something we'll see happen repeatedly. Dreams, hallucinations and memories blending back into reality via creative and often jarring moments of audio being inserted into the adjoining scene. It's a great way of demonstrating how we might drift off into our mind to something we're dwelling on, and it confuses the bridge between reality and memory. This is of course the photo we see Beau take later during the cruise section, complete with the dead man floating in the pool behind Elaine. If you look closely, you can see Beau keeps the photo in its own little plastic sleeve. Again, we can see this as the actions of a man who's always thinking of what might go wrong, but we can also see it as evidence of his desire to preserve this memory of Elaine. He's keeping it fresh and in his mind, very similar to how he's been frozen in that moment with her. His development arrested due to the promise he's kept for her. And that's pretty much Beau's day. He went to therapy, bought a gift, ran away from a tattooed man, made himself some food, watched the news, pined over Elaine for a bit, and went to sleep. There's no work, no friendship, no hobbies, no real interests whatsoever beyond fear of his mother and this stagnant love for a woman he hasn't met since childhood. On that cheery note, Beau tucks himself into bed and we begin this very strange sequence where he tries to sleep while his neighbour slides notes under his door all night demanding he turn his music down. Obviously Beau isn't playing any music and this steadily becomes more surreal as we wonder if this is the product of Beau's neighbours being mentally unwell, mistaken at which apartment is creating the noise, or if this is some strange dream Beau is having. And that's certainly why it has this surreal feel to it. It's concerned with madness. Is this Beau's madness, his neighbour's madness, or the madness of dreams? The film is asking you to question its reality and giving you several reasons to doubt it, namely the surreal nature of the notes, being accused of something he hasn't done, the fact that the neighbour's competing music ends right at the moment he wakes up, perhaps just a slick edit to convey him finally hitting a deep sleep and fast travelling to tomorrow afternoon, but perhaps also evidence of what we're seeing being skewed by his sleeping mind. And lastly, the third note the neighbour posts, which miraculously skids across Beau's entire apartment, coming to a direct stop right next to him. These are all good indicators that something is going on. But it's worth noting that come the clarity of morning, or rather afternoon, because Beau slept in, there is a pile of notes under the door. So while this situation may have been exaggerated by Beau's mental state in some way, it does appear to have actually been happening. And if we fast forward to the end of the film, knowing that this is all a test of Beau's loyalty to his mother and that she's controlling his environment, we're forced to wonder in hindsight if this was Mona's doing. And these bigger moments of disruption, like the neighbour keeping Beau awake, like his keys being stolen, is never 100% confirmed that Mona did those things like it was in the original script. But if everyone around Beau is an employee of Mona's, then it pretty much is confirmed. Whoever stole his keys, whoever is banging on the wall, they're working for Mona, and so they're presumably acting on her behalf. She's introducing random torment into his life, perhaps here even gaslighting him into feeling insane, given how surreal the accusation is, and she's doing it to see if he will use them as excuses to avoid her, or if he'll put her first and persevere anyway. Unfortunately, she has raised a son for whom perseverance is not a strong suit. One other thing, at some point during the night, Beau acquires a different blanket, this one with blue stripes. Blue is a colour that defines Beau, most of his outfits are blue, and most of his blue outfits are striped in some way, just like this blanket is. The blue is linking him to water, perhaps also the notion of feeling blue, but certainly these blue stripes are supposed to allude to a waterline, as if his clothes are showing us that he's mostly still submerged in the water of the womb. We'll see both Beau and Mona represented by several colours. We've already seen orange representing him, pumpkins and carrots. We'll also see brave Beau represented with beige earth tones, but blue is the main one. Blue is Beau's colour. Just like his second name, he's defined by water. Moving on to Beau waking up and realising he's about to miss his flight, running round in a panic to grab his travelling essentials as quickly as possible. Top on the list of Beau's priorities is taking care of oral hygiene, and there's a moment here that ASTER describes as a key to understanding Beau as he grabs his dental floss, puts it back in favour of another item, and then eventually changes his mind and goes back to grab it. It's this indecision that leads him to having his keys stolen, which leads to him missing the flight and everything that comes after. So this key to understanding is really that Beau is so racked by indecision that it's not just holding him back from doing all the things one is supposed to do in life, it's also at a point where it's actively harming him. He refuses to commit to anything. And in terms of character flaws, this lack of clear direction, this ambivalence, as Ari Aster puts it, it's a core issue for Beau. It's entirely up to you how deserving Beau is of condemnation for this. The closing scene is operating around that argument. Is Beau's life solely the result of Mona's smothering motherhood, or is Beau to blame for his stagnation and refusal to act? Is he failing his own promise of destiny, or has Mona's abuse sealed his fate long before he had chance to take ownership of it? And everything we're seeing in this sequence, losing his keys from the door, grabbing the mouthwash, calling his mother afterwards, and being terrified of people entering his apartment brandishing knives, it all comes from Aster's 2011 short film, Beau, starring Billy Mayo, where we see the exact same moments play out. Even the building superintendent who says, "You're fucked, pal," to Beau, is there, delivered by Aster himself. And I love how wild and zany the camera work becomes here, mirroring Beau's anxiety and catastrophizing, especially as we have our attention drawn to the keys in the door. It's so obviously over the top and having fun playing with audience awareness, linking the lens of the film to Beau's ultra-tense mental state. Beau's response to his superintendent's vicious appraisal of his situation is to rather impotently ask, "Why would you say that?" Something he doesn't get a reply to. But we can take a pretty good guess that the superintendent knows exactly what sort of trouble he is in, and that Mona's reaction to him not being able to visit is going to be quite extreme. Now, to Beau's credit, he does take the most basic first step towards solving the problem by calling his landlady, but she is entirely uninterested, believing his call to be an unwanted solicitation. We'll see this theme repeated too, people mishearing or having difficulties in communication, especially through phones. And we see Beau become less verbal as his anxiety increases to the point where he has difficulty speaking at all. And this dissonance in communication, the mix-ups and misunderstandings, all aid in building this feeling that the world we're seeing has a questionable level of reality to it, leading us to ask the question, is this all in Beau's mind, or is it being heavily influenced by Beau's mind? We'll get the more literal explanation of this all being a conspiracy against Beau, but that doesn't rule out the notion that it's being exacerbated by Beau's mental state. The suggestion that this is somehow unreal is present throughout, and knowing this is all resultant from Mona's machinations doesn't mean that's all misdirection. We most definitely are having our lens skewed by what's going on in Beau's head. And as soon as his call to the landlady fails, his next and only plan is to call his mother, and we'll see his difficulty to communicate more clearly. As Martha, Mona's housekeeper, puts Mona on the phone, Beau tries to summon up a "Hi Mom," but it's interrupted by a loud exhale, as if it's difficult for him to even say the word. Beau does his best to explain the situation, but it becomes clear that his anxiety is getting the better of him as he hurries out a confused rendition of events. He switches tangents, slurs words together, and doesn't explain things properly. He's not just stressed, he's afraid of Mona and what her reaction is going to be. He's so anxious he can't properly communicate, and that makes his anxiety worse, and the spiral continues from there. Mona, on the other hand, is all smiles and roses, merrily saying, "Hi, carrot." Again, he's getting the carrot prior to the stick. She's friendly, but pressuring, asking if he's on his way, how long the cab ride is. She's clearly very eager to see him. And even when Beau's anxious ramble is finished, she still seems somewhat concerned for him, still trying to understand what he's been through. But when she realizes he's still at the apartment, her tone changes to overly dramatic, saying, "Baby, your flight is in an hour." Beau tries to rationalize, absolve himself of blame, but Mona responds only with silence when she realizes he won't be showing up on time. And it's here we first meet the real Mona, the other side to the love bombing, a cruel woman who despises Beau's perceived lack of devotion towards her. And when he does finally coax her back into communicating by repeating the word "mom," her tone has changed entirely. It's stern and formal, dispassionate, and worlds away from how we've heard her previously. It's clear she's acquiescing to his story, despite not believing it, saying, "Okay, sweetheart, I understand." Beau replies, "Wait, what's okay? No, it's not? What do you understand?" And Mona comes back with, "No, of course it isn't. Your keys are stolen. That's terrible." Sensing her disbelief, Beau tries to reassure her, saying they were stolen, clearly becoming more upset as he utters it. Not necessarily trying to convince her as much as being determined to stick to his truth because he's so sick of being disbelieved. Mona ramps up the guilt and manipulation with, "We'll just do another visit another time. I can even come to you so it's not such a pain." Beau does his best to appease her, saying, "It's not a pain, it's never a pain. You know what, I can still just come to you. I'm still coming, I'm on my way." So it's clear her manipulation does work on Beau. He got the cold shoulder and immediately changed his tune. And maybe if he just acted on that, he would have survived the film. Unhappily, under Mona's thumb, but alive. However, it's at this point that the ambivalence rears its head again, and he asks, "What do you think I should do?" He may not be happy with Mona's control, but he is accustomed to it, and he's perhaps more terrified of being in control himself. Mona replies, extremely backhanded in her delivery, "I'm sure you'll do the right thing, sweetheart." And this is her test, as simply as she can put it, her eventual judgment of him, wanting to see if Beau will do the right thing, at least the right thing in her eyes. Unfortunately for Mona, her abuse and smothering and manipulation has led to a son that cannot commit, cannot simply take action, and she despises him for this. In her own twisted way, she's inflicted all this horror on Beau in the hopes he'll finally devote himself to her completely, in the way she's always felt lacking. And the result is someone who cannot devote himself to anything, except for the person she tore away from him. And so Beau replies with nothing but indecision. Well, what is the right thing? What would be the right thing for you? Should I call the police? Or maybe there's a way for me to still come home now. He needs Mona to make the decision for him, and she needs him to persevere of his own volition. Beau's indecision continues with a ramble about safety, and Mona interrupts with quite a teary sounding "Beau," before following up with a very tense "I'm sorry about your keys, sweetheart, I have to go," that has more rage behind it than a fisting from the Doomslayer. Beau tries to find a route to appease her, asking how they can fix this, but his lack of commitment to her is the decision, as far as Mona is concerned, and she hangs up. And right as he does, we hear sounds of panic from the street outside, followed by what seems to be a drive-by shooting. And at first this would just seem to be a grim reminder of Beau's violent neighborhood, a funny interruption on this tense moment. But then we realize that it may indeed be Corrina's version of pathetic fallacy, only instead of the usual rumble of approaching thunder, it's tire screeches, gunshots, and screaming. And once we're privy to the full scope of Mona's control over Beau's world, we're forced to wonder whether this was something she'd ordered directly as a demonstration of her power and punishment, as an extension of her rage, as if in that moment she's ordered a killing, perhaps a fake killing, perhaps not, like a god smiting someone at random to demonstrate their wrath. She may even be doing this as a further manipulation, trying to drive him back to her, another effort to turn up the heat and weaponize his fear, the fear that she has very knowingly cultivated. And it certainly seems to have that effect. Beau isn't just afraid here, he's bloody terrified. We see his eyes shoot to his partially unlocked door, and then we enter Beau's mind for a moment as he has this vision of a bearded, older, perhaps Santa-resembling gentleman, armed with a knife, kicking said door off its hinges. I've touched on bearded gentlemen with knives, so let's just leave that for now. Beau jumps up and very ineffectively blocks the door, his next course of action being to slam down meds like he's Max Payne on hard difficulty. While we can say this is probably to calm his very sudden fear of intruders, it's also very probably influenced by his ordeal with Mona on the phone, and that's 2 times he's heard her voice, and 2 times he's immediately taken the Zypnotycril. And if things weren't wild already, well, they certainly are from here on out. From the point we see Beau take the Zypnotycril here, shit gets weird. The anxiety ramps up in Beau, in the camera work, in what we're seeing around him, and things have been weird since we left Dr. Friel's office, which is the first point he took the Zypnotycril. The only scene in which we can be 100% sure Beau doesn't have it in his system is the opening scene with Dr. Friel, and that's certainly the calmest and sanest example of both Beau and the film itself. And for the astute viewer, that raises the question, is the whole film a Zypnotycril-inspired hallucination? So let's take a quick break from chronology and look at that. Firstly, what is Zypnotycril? It's definitely fictional, this isn't a real medication, but it's playing with the conventions of regular drug naming. Zip, for example, is reminiscent of the drug Zyprexa, commonly used to treat schizophrenia. Zypno sounds a lot like hypno, suggesting some hypnotic mindfuckery at work. It's starting with a Z, which may sort it into the category of so-called Z drugs, which operate similarly to benzodiazepines. And krill is seemingly a somewhat meaningless pharmaceutical suffix, more branded product than reliable medicine. It certainly sounds like something that is going to have you entirely off your chops. And there is something to be said for this theory. Just looking at Beau's neighborhood and the people who inhabit it, it's beyond surreal. It's insane. It reminds me of a quote from Jason Pargin that sane people worry about going insane and the truly insane feel normal as the world turns insane around them. And that's Beau's world down to a T. We might not describe him as normal, but we're seeing from his point of view looking out on an insane world that doesn't make sense. It's fair to raise the question, with or without the Zypnotycril, are we in fact seeing Beau's impressively skewed interpretation of a relatively normal world full of relatively normal people, of a loving mother and a therapist that cares about him deeply? Are his fears entirely misplaced, the creation of a broken mind, or the unforeseen side effect of Friel's cool new drug? And I don't see that as a fan theory. I think that's a direct concern the film is raising. It's one of many interpretations we're supposed to pick up on within the kaleidoscope of Beau. There are deliberate paradoxes and impossibilities layered throughout. We see frequent references to dreams. The film frequently messes with its own reality. It does divert fully into fantasy at points, and it repeatedly lies to us. It's fair to say it wants you to question its reality, and Zypnotycril is an excellent candidate for what might be causing that. I think the issue is if we say, okay, well, the film is just that, it's all a hallucination, because it's most definitely not. Just as a quick example, we've seen Beau hallucinate or daydream just now. It was very clear when he snapped back to reality, something that for the most part is always made clear. Now, sure, he could be inceptioning his way down through layers of reality and only snapped out of one, but for the most part, it's clearly demonstrated to the viewer when we break into fantasy or memory. And upon leaving the city, Beau won't have access to it anymore. Things will calm down a bit visually following that point, but it's not as if they get any saner. So I think the film wants you to speculate, wants you to play with that reading as you're watching, of nothing being real. But it's not like it's some hidden twist or all-encompassing explainer. It just wants you questioning reality alongside Beau. If you want to run with that reading, I think the film leaves you enough room to do so. But certainly in our main reading of the film, I think we can say pretty safely it's not all a dream or a hallucination, it just wants to play with the suggestion. For further clarification, we can look to Ari Aster's comments directly. He suggested the trick was to make Beau very real, and that it's set in this cartoon world that should function as a mirror of the world we're in. It's awful in all the ways our world is awful, but with the dial turned just a little bit higher. Both Aster and Fiona Crombie, the production designer, have referenced sequences being artificial, the play and the cruise, so fantasy and memory. And comparing them to the bleak reality we see for much of the film suggests that what we're seeing for the rest of it isn't artificial. So I think it's clear we're seeing from Beau's subjective lens, and that can get quite wacky. But for the most part, the wacky world we're looking at is reality, not fantasy. And up until the very end of the film, it's mostly clear which is which. But we should still take these readings on board. They're questions we're supposed to be asking, threads we're supposed to follow. This all being a dream or a nightmare or a hallucination brought on by Zypnotycril or playing out entirely in Beau's mind, those are all intentional readings being played with by the film. They're just not final conclusions. This is how we build up such a complex and oddly true to life vision of Beau's inner workings, his many influences, traumas, anxieties, hopes and fears. They're not all real, they're not all possible in conjunction, but they're all somehow at work within the lived confusion that is Beau. He is a daydreamer, he is on a drug trip, he is inhabiting a waking nightmare. But he's also just a very ordinary man subjected to a life of abuse, and all the different theories and possibilities are being held together by that narrow through line of reality. So hopefully that's cleared up, but there are a couple more things to discuss regarding the Zypnotycril. Firstly, that this is another appearance of pharmaceutical drugs, something that has appeared in every Ari Aster feature film. The Grahams were medicating, Danny is medicating, Beau is too. That's every main character in 3 pretty tragic films. Not to mention, Mona's company has built an empire ruining people's lives with them. There's always close attention drawn to them, and never once, not on one occasion across all 3 films, are they shown to help. And for Beau specifically, his mental health situation has been created by the person who is now forcing prescriptions on him. The person who wants to control him and convinces him he's very ill. The person that's made him terrified and paranoid. Grace and Roger are Lotus Eater alikes, clearly believe in being constantly medicated for every ailment from PTSD to small outbursts of emotion. Roger's all too happy to write some at-home prescriptions, and we saw something reasonably similar in the Graham household. It's not a happy picture of the medicated American family. So I think it's fair to say this represents the culmination of some movie-spanning criticism on America's tendency to combat the increasing stress and madness of day-to-day life with incredibly strong and incredibly addictive medications. And here in Beau, we see every key stage of the pharmaceutical hierarchy, the company that creates them, the doctors encouraged to push them on patients, and the patient that ultimately has to deal with the effects. Beau suffers, Mona stays wealthy, and the doctors do not care about his plight in any sense. In fact, that's going to be the real terror of meeting Dr. Friel at the end, how entirely uncaring he is about the role he's played. We could say the same for Roger too. He doesn't seem to care about much other than his peace being disturbed, and he attempts to medicate every issue in his family. And ultimately, whatever Zypnotycril is intended to do, it doesn't seem to prevent Beau from having an anxiety attack and behaving extremely erratically. If anything, it seems to exacerbate that and make Beau's situation much worse. Alright, back to Beau dropping 2 Zypnotycril, and so begins an absurd series of events as he realizes he has no water to take them with. He heads to the tap, and as luck would have it, the water is off. He rechecks the warning on the label, always with water, and flies into a blind panic. One of many examples of Beau's trauma being symbolically linked with water. As we established, we can think of water as Mona's love, or Beau and Mona's relationship in general. And their relationship has just taken a nosedive, and suddenly Beau doesn't have water, and he's terrified, which is pretty clear language for Beau's panicking now she's emotionally abandoned him. Obviously, he doesn't know that yet, and he's scared he's going to die because he has major health anxiety, but symbolically this fear, this sudden drought, is alluding to him being separated from his mother and the water of the womb. Failing to regurgitate the pills, he heads to the window to check out how dangerous a trip to the cheapo depot across the street would be. We get another glimpse at the madness outside. Our dancing teacher is still dancing, our pimp is still pimping, and this gentleman is trying to give a passerby a move known as the Oberyn-Martell victory lap, while staring up and making eye contact with Beau, just like our red shirt man from the previous street scene who's staring too. Beau is quite rightfully terrified by this, but he's also terrified by his lack of water, which means he has to do the thing he's worst at and make a decision. True to form, he instead asks someone else for help, in this case Google. And the Google page for Zypnotycril without water is an absolute horror show. The results speaking of thousands of grieving families and suggesting failure to take it with water will likely result in hospitalization or death. So either it's an absolute nightmare drug, which is totally possible, MW Industries is ruining lives by its own admission, or these results, perhaps the drug itself, have been fabricated purely to manipulate Beau and terrify him. I think, given that we know Mona doesn't want Beau dead, at least not until his trial, we can venture a guess this is another manipulation. Beau quickly zeroes in on the obituary of one John Merrimack, another Lord of the Rings reference, John being the first name of J.R.R. Tolkien, and Merrimack being the father of Meriadoc or Merry Brandybuck. And assured of his impending doom, Beau decides to brave the street outside, and the elevator doors open to an absolute horror scene. A gauntlet of ODs, screaming, and ongoing murders. He grabs a 2013 phone book from a pile of phone books. Phone books were discontinued between 2010 and 2016, depending on the state. So perhaps we can hazard a guess that 2013 was when this building opened and they were simply never distributed. The film is happening in 2022, so they've been sat there for almost a decade either way. He uses the phone book to block open the door. Given his lack of keys, he can't get back inside without it, and he bursts into a mad dash across the street, smashing the door into a homeless person on the verge of passing out, hurdling over an attempted murder, and ignoring the man running next to him shouting, "Help me, help me, help me." It's manic, it's hilarious, but it wasn't quite enough for Joaquin Phoenix, who insisted they make it crazier, so we also have this random gunshot going off for Beau to duck. Whether or not that's a real gunshot within the context of the film, or something Beau's anxiety has conjured up, it's ultimately unclear. But given there's just been a drive-by, I don't see why we have any reason to doubt it. And there's really not much that can motivate Beau like this, to move towards danger. This is the only time we see him knowingly do it, so we can presume that Beau's health anxieties are pretty overwhelming. And taken broadly, this short sequence is conveying something very simple, that Beau is so caught up in himself, in his own fears, that he has no regard for the people around him. He doesn't care who he hurts, who he ignores, who he leaves in distress. He only cares about addressing his own worries. And on the one hand, that's entirely fair. If he legitimately believes he's in danger of dying, he should probably be in a bit of a hurry. But he also just had time to Google. He probably had the option to not door slam a semi-unconscious person. So there's a sense not just of Beau's worry, but also a certain brand of selfishness. And even though he has every reason to be a messed up person, he's also had a lifetime to address it, to break free from Mona and this life of worry and develop care for things beyond himself. We can view it as a criticism of how anxiety can make us act in general, that it often works to the detriment of other areas in our life, that it reduces the bandwidth we have to care for others because we're so worried about ourselves. At an extreme level, someone who's convinced they're at risk all the time, like Beau, I think it's easy to see how this could accelerate to the point where they are willing to ignore a murder because they're so caught up with their own concerns. Beau is a victim. I think we can all agree on that, but he's certainly not without fault, and we're ultimately going to have to decide how responsible Beau is for who he's become. Safely inside the shop, Beau downs some water like his life actually depends on it, and then finds out from the clerk that his card has been declined. The water's been turned off, and now the money has too, both symbols of Mona's questionable brand of nurture. As that's happening, the crowd of homeless people on the street notice the tenement door is open and begin to file in like a herd of shuffling zombies. And they're Mona's employees, so he's been cut off from the building too. All these symbols of her love and affection are being stripped from him as a form of punishment. Beau's situation with the clerk intensifies. He says, "Don't curse me, my friend, I'm not the one." And primarily this means I'm not the one to be messing with, but it's difficult to not hear it as, "I'm not the one doing this to you, that's your mother." As Beau becomes more panicked and struggles to communicate his plight, the clerk threatens to call the police, but Beau is barely able to concentrate as his worst anxieties about urban living begin to play out through the window. And I think that's the funniest part of this sequence for me, that Beau's worst fears are proven entirely true. He's terrified of people entering his apartment, and the very moment he leaves that opportunity open, they all take it en masse. And this is a repeated issue for Beau. He's terrified of something, and in his terror, he inevitably creates a situation where the thing he was afraid of comes to pass. So here, he's terrified of the street below because of the residents, but he ventures out anyway due to his health anxiety and creates a much worse situation for himself. He's terrified of one of them stabbing him, but when he flees the apartment later due to the presence of an equally scared man, he runs right into the waiting blade of BirthdayBoyStabMan. Beau's initial anxieties aren't exactly misplaced, but we can perhaps put this down to Mona engendering these fears in Beau and then conjuring them up in reality. So how evidential this is of anything beyond her absolute control is debatable. Solving his crisis with the clerk by throwing the remaining change at him from the take a penny, leave a penny, Beau charges across the street to hopefully beat the crowd back to his apartment. Unfortunately, he gets there a moment too late, the phone book is removed, and he's forced to bear witness to this deranged crowd filtering into the elevator. As he stares through the glass, our red shirt man continues making eye contact with him. Again, I think this is visual shorthand for Mona is watching you. And in the original script, I think this change in roles was made more clear, but just in case it isn't, the situations have now been reversed. To outside eyes, the homeless people are the residents, and Beau is now the crazy person on the street, disbelieved by police officers and ignored by passers-by. And this stems from the most basic of inconveniences. He's simply lost his keys. But really what's happened, he's lost his mother's grace, and with that she's showing him that everything good he has, comfort, security, money, she can take them all away and make him just like the people he lives in fear of. And distraught, but immediately accepting of his fate, Beau goes to stand in the street. He witnesses something extremely dark, perhaps a murder, occurring in one of the apartments above, but he makes no further effort to try to access the property. Again, in the original script, he does try to inform people and ask for help. That's why it's clearer that symbolically he's now the crazy homeless person. But I vastly preferred the version we get in the film because it demonstrates he's completely incapable of acting on impulse, of doing anything to improve his own situation. Let's leave Beau there for a moment because another street scene means a bunch more chicken fat, and there's a few things of interest to us. Let's start with another, more obvious reference to ASTER's short film Tino's Dick Fart on the exterior wall of Erectus Ejectus. Underneath that, we can see what could be described as the female version of that, but I'm genuinely not sure if I can get away with saying that on YouTube. In the window, we see some very rude signs, alongside a sign for the 1988 Hungarian men's water polo team, which is a weird thing to be in the window of an adult store. And I think that's primarily the joke. It's that Urban Dictionary thing of using obscure or unexpected place or subject names to create the suggestion of a strange sexual act, like the London Bridge or the Berlin Airlift, or thousands of other much worse examples. It's not even necessarily describing an act itself, perhaps just the link between the sex shop and the suggestion of a European men's water polo team is enough to cause a giggle. But 1988, that's already come up. It comes up in a few places, and as we've covered, that's very likely the date of the cruise. And this is another place we can perhaps draw that link and say, given its location on the window here, it may be suggesting something sexually untoward happened on the cruise, which we have a fair few nods to either way. The cruise is also the only place we see a swimming pool, which is where water polo takes place, but that's not really what I'd call corroborative. We could also argue this might be pulling in another reference to Midsummer, given that was filmed in Hungary with many members of Hungarian cast and crew. And on the street itself, we can see BirthdayBoyStabMan hiding behind a mailbox underneath a theatre sign advertising the film Like Father, Like Fun, a play on Like Father, Like Son. So again, perhaps another hint at something untoward happening, especially given Stabman is in some way representing these sexually confused anxieties Beau has about his father. We get a close-up of the broth buggy, Grace's van that will hit Beau tomorrow, and we also have a kiosk called Fat Chick's Rotisserie that has a sign on it for Dr. Matthew Byers Dental Homeopathy. Matthew Byers is the co-founder and COO of A24 Films, and dental homeopathy is probably not the kind of oral healthcare one should be seeking out. And then we have this wonderful but certainly unsubtle metaphor as Beau stands at a crossroads and literally doesn't move. He has no idea where he's going and he doesn't dare to decide. Even as the scene turns to night, he stands there frozen in indecision. He only ventures up the scaffolding because he's guided, seemingly by divine providence, a beacon of light to deliver him some comfort. Of course, the only divine power here is Mona, and we can hazard a guess that he's being manipulated here yet again. And from the relative safety of the scaffold, Beau has a front row seat to the devastation of his home as the herd of homeless carry out Caligula levels of debauchery throughout it. Beyond the expected inebriation, we have microwave misuse, prostitution. We have two people engaged in an act that starts with a 6 and ends with a 9. Another example of symmetry, of mirroring, another example of mirrored numbers too. We also see our alleged killer from the road still somehow engaged in his struggle with the victim. I think this is pretty clearly indicating that it's being staged for Beau's benefit. As with other scenes, we can see characters looking at Beau, fully aware of his presence, monitoring what he decides to do, which, not surprisingly, is to sit and wait. We also see at least one character helping Beau, washing his dishes amid the chaos, and I think this certainly adds to the absurdist, paradoxical world building going on. It's a confusing and perhaps pointless thing to be doing, while the entire apartment is being destroyed and someone is being beaten next to you. And perhaps it is that. Perhaps this actor's role is the Zen homeless guy invested in notions of karma, but perhaps also there is a sense of guilt here, of not everyone being on board with what's happening to Beau. He is seemingly hated by most of them, he's guilty, he's fucked, he doesn't help them, but there are other characters like Grace that quietly put themselves at risk to help Beau. We also have our tattooed guy doing the same thing we saw him do on the street earlier. Grab some food and then throw it away while shouting, "Ah, it's hot." It's pretty much the same voice line, if not the exact same bit of audio. So again, this feeling of the background characters being almost like NPCs with predefined things they can say or do. And it could very well just be that, and that would be fine, but there's also several mythological characters we could link this small act to. The one that sticks out the most, someone we've talked about a lot on this channel, would be Prometheus, who stole fire and gave it to man, representing the acquisition of hidden or otherwise forbidden knowledge. And all of these Wasserman employees have some degree of hidden knowledge, information being hidden from Beau and the audience. But on its own, that's a very tenuous link. He tastes some soup and grabs some microwave food and both times yells, "Ow, that's hot." Fire is hot, but that's not really enough for me. However, this tattooed man is going to be found dead in the next sequence, and we're going to see another reference to the acquisition of hidden knowledge there. And that does make me lean slightly towards Prometheus, but let's pick that back up when Beau finds his body. We then see Beau fall asleep, clinging to a metal pole. He was afraid of falling, sure, but there's a bit more to it. And this isn't the only metal pole we've mentioned. In fact, this relatively innocuous sequence of Beau being woken up by a builder affords us a couple of different rabbit holes to go down. Let's quickly run through what happens. We cut to the morning with Beau clinging to the pole, his face being covered with sawdust. A falling bolt hits him on the head and wakes him up, whereupon he notices the builder doing construction work above him, unconcerned by Beau's presence or that he's covering him with sawdust. Beau stares at the tool belt in front of him, entirely perplexed for a moment, before assessing the damage to his apartment through the window. We cut to this shot, and in the background we see a sign saying, "Jesus sees your abominations." And as I've mentioned, we have a recurring theme of Beau being Jesus. The phrase, "Jesus sees your abominations," is directly behind Beau seeing what abominations have been wrought upon his apartment. So we can consider it a little visual key for the wider metaphor. Beau is Jesus. That pole he's clinging to is also kind of a cross, kind of could be a crucifix, and the shot of him sleeping is actually a pretty close analogue for imagery we see in The Passion of the Christ and other films depicting the crucifixion, where Jesus closes his eyes and rests his head against the cross. I probably can't show them on YouTube because of the whole crown of thorns thing. And what was Jesus by trade? A carpenter. And what was Jesus's earthly father by trade? Also a carpenter. And this man is literally doing carpentry above Beau. Drilling wood, at least, something pretty similar to what we saw in the alleged photo of Beau's father. Now, I think some people might say, well, this guy isn't a carpenter, he's a builder. But the actual word used to describe Joseph in the original texts, the Greek word tekton, translates more closely to craftsman or builder than it does carpenter. So this man is a reflection of Beau's father, and the image of Beau's father is being linked to Joseph. And we've seen this guy before. He was watching a dancing man dance with a somewhat lustful gaze, but it was also this blue helmet that complemented our orange and white construction helmets in the prior shot. Helmets that reflected Beau and Mona with the orange and white. And this is something we're going to see happening a fair bit. It's not always just pairs. Sometimes it's trios, repeated inclusions of a third party at specific points in the symbolism. And if this symbolism of pairs, of twins, of dualism is representing Beau and Mona, then the third thing likely represents the thing they're both missing, at least from Beau's point of view. Beau's father. That might be a bit wishy-washy right now given it's so abstract, but it does become more apparent. So let's go back to Beau noticing the builder, because it's not really a tool belt that Beau seems to be fixated on, more so his crotch. He just kind of stares at it. We'll see that with other bearded, older, threatening gentlemen like Stabman, who does it in a far more direct and naked way. The appearances of Santa are a part of that too, another Christ-related male figure with a beard that the film has presented as both threatening and sexually perverse. These background figures are emblematic of Beau's fears towards his father and his own sexuality, just like many of the female characters relate to his fears about his mother. And what is Beau's father when he is finally allegedly introduced to us? Well, he's a giant penis monster. So we're not just tying Beau's father to Joseph, we're also tying in threatening bearded men and penis imagery due to Beau's hang-ups about his dad and his fears towards sex. For Beau, the very concept of having a father is tied directly to the anxieties he has towards his own sexuality. His father doesn't exist precisely because of his penis, at least according to Mona. The truth is that his father is a penis. Okay, so what does that all mean here? Well, as we know, the film is setting up this Jesus metaphor for Beau. We're seeing his father represented as Joseph. We know Mona is very directly being compared to Mary. That's absolutely happening symbolically. We also know that just like Mary and Joseph, a father figure somewhat sidelined by the reality of Jesus' conception, there's some questionable methodology as to how Beau has been conceived. And so we must ask the question, is this suggesting that Beau was an example of divine, or rather immaculate, conception? And maybe not simply symbolically, maybe something more literal. If Mona is both Mary and God, maybe she got herself pregnant. Perhaps via a symbolic stand-in like IVF. Beau was born 3 years prior to the first IVF birth, but Mona's wealthy, she's engaged in all manner of conspiracy, and it's certainly less ridiculous than a 16-foot phallus. It doesn't necessarily need to be IVF though. It could be something as simple as a man who acted as a sperm donor, or it could be something similar to a GARP situation, another film, another mother-focused family drama that has likely been an influence here. So let's take a moment to look at it. For those that don't know, The World According to GARP is a 1982 film starring Robin Williams based on the book of the same name by John Irving. The book focuses on the relationship between T.S. GARP and his feminist icon mother, Jenny Fields, who, to quote Wikipedia, wanted a child but not a husband, something that doesn't feel worlds away from Mona. Now, GARP's conception is a deeply problematic horror show. Jenny is working as a field nurse during World War II, where she comes into contact with a dying plane gunner who is severely brain damaged. All the man can say, in fact, is the word GARP. And I actually cannot quote the Wikipedia article as to what happens next and stay monetized, so let's just say that Jenny notices he's constantly excited, and after a few days treating him, realizing he's going to die, decides she's going to get pregnant. And this is regarded as something horrendous by many of the characters in the film, but not Jenny, who is remarkably nonchalant about the whole thing. Her child takes the namesake Garp, and there are many hallmarks of Beau and Mona in his relationship with Jenny. He's constantly asking about his father, he doesn't believe he's dead, Jenny's far too forthcoming with sexual details, not just to her son, but to pretty much anyone who will listen. She even terrifies children all tucked up in bed with things she probably shouldn't be saying to them, quite closely mirroring a certain scene with Mona. She's even strangely invested in Garp's development of attraction in a manner quite reminiscent of Mona's pointing out of Elaine to Beau. I could go on, but to stay on topic, while we're looking for prosaic parallels to Immaculate Conception, something like a Garp situation could be what we're looking at. Whether Beau's father was an employee, some semi-willing test subject, or some other terrible approach, it doesn't really matter. The point is simply that Mona having sperm donated as a form of pseudo-Immaculate Conception would symbolically fit with what we've got going on regarding Mona as Mary and Beau as Jesus. And in Garp, a film that's likely had some degree of influence, we do find a quite similar scenario. But while that does seem to fit, as we know, the film is going to present us with a different reality at the end. Beau's father is Harry. Harry is a dick. So while this Garp discussion suits the speculation and symbolism in the lead up to that, it's not perfect in terms of Immaculate Conception if our Joseph, our giant penis monster, actually got our Mary pregnant. But it doesn't need to be, because all the theories about Beau's conception should be taken in parallel with the rest, and they have to be contradictory by their very nature. It's simulating Beau's confusion on the subject by alluding to many different possibilities. His existence should feel impossible and paradoxical. Plus, it's not like the presence of a 16-foot attic phallus is a plausible explanation either. And the theories don't end there. Let's approach it from a different direction. Beau is Jesus, Jesus is the Son of God, but Jesus is also God. They're different expressions of the same entity. So Jesus is his own father. And I think there's several subtextual allusions that Beau is potentially experiencing something similar. A pretty major one being that we see him looking up at a mysteriously pre-existing version of himself that looks a lot like the Christian interpretation of God during a sequence where he sees an alternate and cyclic version of his life play out. I think it's fair to say that suggestion is at work too. Immaculate Conception and Beau paradoxically fathering himself are both illusions being played with and are still probably more sane conclusions than the explanation we actually get. And obviously both of these ideas are playing with the Jesus, Mary, Joseph allegory, but can we reconcile these readings together? Is there a way to reconcile all the contradiction and lunacy throughout the film? And to answer that, we need to go on one more tangent towards a theory I've been hinting at the whole way through. Let's rewind to the metal pole. Where did we see a metal pole before? Crashing somewhat miraculously out of the door next to Beau upon his return to the apartment. And what else do we see mysteriously flying towards Beau here? A bolt. Which, if we think about it, doesn't make complete sense given the drilling never stops and the builder never reacts, at least not from what we see. I'd also expect someone drilling into wood like this to be drilling in a screw, not a bolt, but it is possible to drill bolts. Either way though, that's two metal objects flying at Beau with mysterious origins. Let's fast forward to the end. Mona is presiding over Beau as she holds his fate in her hands. As her rage gathers, we see Beau's boat become frenetic, falling apart around him and threatening to capsize. And we see two things happening here. First, Mona's anger gets the better of her, and the metal bar she's been gripping gives way, falling in the water. Moments later, Beau's boat engine is ripping itself apart and a bolt flies out of it, presumably also landing in the water. So very possibly, we're looking at a scenario where these things have landed in the water and somehow travelled into the past, colliding back against Beau at random points in his life. A little bit like this.
You're starting to see pictures, ain't you?
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, it's a motherfucking time loop situation. At least time loop is the phrasing chosen for this theory by the fanbase. We could say it's something closer to an eternal torment from Beau's perspective. And there is, of course, one other object that lands in the water. Beau. And when he does, there's a great plume of water that shoots up, something that Ari Aster tailored specifically so it looked more like an ejaculation. An ejaculation of water, but the suggestion is there. Beau's going out of the world the way he came into it. And this water, this lake, is symbolic of a womb. Not just any womb, Mona's womb, which is exactly where he'd end up if he was in a time loop and starting his life over again. Right where the film started, all safe and cozy in the place he refused to leave for 303 days. That's why I mentioned that Aster perhaps didn't end his streak of showing the events of the film right at the start, because I think he absolutely did. I would argue that Beau, in the womb, is precisely where this film ends, and if Beau really is trapped in a time loop, living, dying, and being taken back to the womb, well then the actual moment of his conception is somewhat out of the loop, or ultimately inconsequential to it. So we can use this to argue for Immaculate Conception, for him being his own father, given it's his ejaculation of water that takes him back to Mona's womb, given he's back where he started, from the metaphorical womb of the lake to Mona's actual womb. Now, there are some practical questions you may have. Firstly, why does Beau find himself in a time loop, for which there is only one answer: Mona. It's her torment of him, a trial he keeps failing, her relentless desire to make him love her the way she wants to be loved, to her mind giving him endless chances to do the right thing, or else. She forces him through the same decisions, hoping it'll eventually result in a child that, as she sees it, is fully devoted to her. And for Beau, it represents an infinite series of opportunities to break free of her, to be his own man, chances he will always refuse to take because he's stifled and warped by Mona's love before he ever gets the opportunity. And so they exist in this infinitely repeating, infinitely tragic binary of despondent codependence. Another practical concern: if Beau goes into the water at the same time as the bar and the bolt, why would they then come out decades apart from each other? And I think the answer to that is whatever timey-wimey logic we choose to apply to it. Something related to black holes or wormholes or other things I don't understand. I think if we're allowing this theory to exist, then the method being chaotic and imprecise isn't too big a leap. And lastly, couldn't this simply be a bit of doorway breaking off? Couldn't this simply be a bolt falling from a builder? This is not the exact same kind of bar. The builder is holding a bolt. So it's not quite perfect. There's enough doubt for it to still remain just a theory. But in both instances, they're noticeably out of place, purposefully done. And they line up eerily well with the only two items we see falling in the water at the end. Not to mention, there's going to be some very specific focus put on this at the end. It certainly seems like the film is pointing it out for us. But it's when we start applying this logic to the rest of the film that things get interesting and it starts to feel a bit more concrete. For example, our play with Hero Beau, a different version of Beau's life playing out, him returning to the forest as an old man, him seemingly already being there as a different old man at the same time. These moments that were somewhat unexplainable before become more logical if we accept a reality where Mona is subjecting Beau to this trial over and over again in an attempt to find one universe where her son isn't a disappointment to her. It would also explain why he has an enlarged scrotum, seemingly the whole way through his life, even though medically this generally shouldn't be the case. But with the loop, it makes perfect sense. He died with it, so he was born with it. It's delightfully paradoxical. It would also explain why certain characters seem entirely demented, aggrieved by Beau's failings and spiteful towards Mona, because presumably they are trapped in this time loop too. The audience's muted reaction to Beau's judgment could actually be the resigned acceptance of a crowd that's seen him fail 1,000 times. It's pure speculation, but perhaps this is why they're all saying sorry while treating Beau terribly, because they're aware of his eternal torment while also being trapped within it. If we think back to the beginning, perhaps it's why our man on the street giving away his earthly possessions, potentially to better facilitate reincarnation, sure, but also potentially to escape the loop of reincarnation, to escape this hell that Mona, this wrathful godlike being, has trapped him in. And on the subject of reincarnation, it's worth mentioning that certain sects of Judaism believe in reincarnation too. Some Hasidic Jews, for example, really anyone that practices Kabbalistic Judaism. And the Kabbalah is something we'll potentially see come up a couple of times during the film. And if we jump back to the crossroads, we see this sign, seemingly with some anti-Mona messaging on it. We've seen it in a few places actually. The first 3 lines read, "Defund pigs, end corruption, and share wealth." All things that Mona wouldn't be fond of. Now, why Mona has allowed for such a billboard here, we really can't say. But the next 2 lines are very interesting. "Betray your mother, live forever." There's certainly an overambitiousness to how extreme the messaging is, just like we saw with the graffiti. It's lampooning this kind of protest somewhat. But is the joke hiding something? Because if the loop theory is to be believed, then this is exactly what happens to Beau. In Mona's eyes, he does betray her, or rather he has betrayed her, and now he's forced to relive that process over and perhaps over again in Sisyphean torment. Perhaps these posters are just cosmic coincidence speaking out to Beau. Perhaps they've been put up by the other inhabitants of the loop in an effort to break Beau's programming. Perhaps to have him attempt to destroy Mona or find some more extreme and heroic way of ending their shared torment. And perhaps this theory even provides us with an answer to some of the film's most confusing moments, like how we repeatedly see Beau's future being projected. We see the arena of his trial on Grayson Rogers' television, for example, but that's empty, that's just a location, and so seeing it isn't necessarily anachronistic. The others, though, Beau sitting in this specific spot, grieving his mother's death, Beau sat in the boat in the arena, those things haven't happened yet when we see them. Even if these moments were just Beau hallucinating somehow, which they aren't, those hallucinations would still be accurate premonitions of the future. They should be impossible. But if they have happened before, if they keep happening, well then I'm sure Mona's god-level surveillance system would be able to capture them and keep them for the next loop. And all of that is by no means an exhaustive list. We're going to see more evidence for the loop as we go through. But my favorite thing about this theory is that it provides us a route for all the theories, all the outcomes, all the possibilities of Beau to exist in conjunction with each other. A future where Beau has children, a future where he escapes Mona, a future where his wife looks like a man for some reason, perhaps even a future where he guides other Beaus that have lost their way. If we want to get really loose with it, then it allows for a past where Mona did garp someone, where she did have IVF, where Beau's dad did die, where Harry exists just as he is. All the different possibilities and potentialities we'll look at as we move through, all of them can be read as different cycles of the loop if that's something you subscribe to. Or, if we're more narrow with it, it's ambiguous because they exist as part of this closed loop. Notions of his original fatherhood become abstract and obsolete because he is essentially fathering himself every cycle by drowning in the metaphorical womb and being returned to the actual one. It gives us a framework for these parallel possibilities to exist at once and in a way in which we can explain this notion of Beau being paradoxically fatherless in canon. Something beyond saying it's ambiguous simply because it is. It's ambiguous because it's playing out slightly differently over and over again. And this fits perfectly with illusions and influences we'll see later about multiversal possibilities and the sprawling paths our decisions weave through time. All the paths available to us and the one we choose to take. All the paths that led us to our present moment and how they weave together to steer our future. A future full of infinite possibility for Beau, but one tempered by the certain and inescapable trauma in his past. The concept of the time loop is providing a functional route for all of that to exist in the script, allowing it to spiral out beyond its own grand design and provide Beau and Mona's relationship this infinite, timeless, and mythical quality. That's really why I love this theory. It fits perfectly with the sense that Beau and Mona are doomed to repeat their dual spiral, their mutually assured destruction, their infinite codependency, that no matter all the avenues available to Beau, the potential happy futures he could frequent, he will always find himself back here repeating the same mistakes because he lacks the courage to break free from Mona's control. Now, all of this is great, and in my mind, it's absolutely present, but we have to remember it's one layer, one interpretation, one possibility of what's happening. I like it as an explanation that can house all the other explanations. But truthfully, so can the reading where Mona is simply God. God can show us visions of the future. God can subject someone to eternal torment, and so on. So we still need to leave room for everything else. We still need to understand that at the heart of this film, there's a universal exploration of mother and son and the trauma that defines their relationship. This isn't simply a film about a time loop where everything is explained by this one Easter egg. It's a film that may include a time loop, symbolic or actual, but that's still a relatively small part of what's going on. As theories go, it's pretty awesome. And if you love it too, and you want it to be your one and only headcanon, then it absolutely can be. This film is tailor-made for you to feel out your own conclusions. But at least for the purposes of what we're doing here, I don't think we should privilege it over everything else, because the beauty is in seeing it all together. Alright, after that mindfuck, let's get back to chronology. Beau's venturing back into his apartment to assess the damage, which is both extensive and horrendous. We've got bodily fluids staining the walls, the furniture is destroyed, his bed is on fire, the vulgar graffiti has begun to spread inside, and there's something in the blender. Slumped outside the open door, we have Tattooed Man, with Beau's phone in his hand, having seemingly tried to call 911 to report the deadly spider bite on his neck. Now, it's not made explicitly clear that's what the wound on his neck is, but it is confirmed in the original script. However, if you don't know, the original script is very different. It went through a complete overhaul from the version available online to the one we see in the film. For example, the earlier script ends with Beau heading off to go Agent 47, Michelle Obama. It's safe to say it's a different movie. With that in mind, I'm not really relying on it here. However, thanks to my patron Eli Bedard, who is acquainted with Carl Roy, the actor who plays the Tattooed Man, we were able to ask him and confirm this wound is indeed a spider bite. Huge thanks to Eli and Carl for that one. And I'm not sure how much of this I'll be able to show on YouTube, but the Tattooed Man has fallen in an interesting pose. He's got one leg bent, one leg out straight, arms to his sides. And we're seeing him upside down, so his head is closest to us. It's not perfect, but this position is reminiscent of the tarot card, the Hanged Man. Now, according to a basic Google search, the tarot card generally means self-sacrifice, surrender, and being suspended in time. But if you watched my video on Midsummer, you know it's also a representation of Odin, hanging upside down on the root of Yggdrasil, the World Tree. Odin does this entirely of his own volition, so the self-sacrifice thing checks out. His motive is to gain hidden knowledge, forbidden knowledge, and so there's similarities with Prometheus. And if you remember, we've had this character repeatedly saying, "Ow, it's hot." So we could have some reference to the acquisition of hidden knowledge going on here. Odin is also stabbed by Gungnir, his own spear, while suspended there, and forgoes food and drink in a manner that has almost certainly been influenced by Christ's ordeal on the cross. So another possible iteration on Jesus there as well, as the Odin myth became Christianized. And as for the traditional image we see on the card, it's an example of pittura infamante, or defaming portrait, something common to Renaissance Italy. Illustrations of people found guilty of crimes such as fraud and thievery. The drawings would be commissioned by local authorities as a form of punishment and public shaming. And we haven't really touched on it yet, but this film is somewhat connected with Renaissance Italy, given the links to Dante's Divine Comedy. Now, the Tattooed Man isn't the only person we see in this position. In fact, the other body on the street from the start looks to be in it too. Tony as well. Our dancing man on the street is absolutely in that position following his encounter with BirthdayBoyStabMan. Elaine kind of, and Mona certainly. And just in case you thought it was coincidental, here's a behind-the-scenes photo seemingly demonstrating the position next to two prop bodies, which may actually be depicting them planning this very concept. And that's most of the bodies we see. So the question then becomes, why are they all in this position and what is the film saying? And that's a bit trickier. I think the easiest answer is that Beau's fate is sealed. He's going to be the Hanged Man at the end. It's going to be his sacrifice we close on. And so if he's having his tarot read by these bodies, it could be predicting that. However, with the loop theory in mind, then perhaps death symbolizes the acquisition of forbidden knowledge, knowledge of the loop and your terrible fate in being unable to escape it. Another possibility, these people have let Mona down or betrayed her trust in some way. That would fit with the whole defaming portrait angle. And in some instances, that definitely fits. Tony, for example, tells Beau way more than she should. Elaine certainly doesn't show Mona much respect either. But it falls down when we get to Mona, to our man in the street. So I prefer a simpler answer, something more general that all these dead people have in common. They're aware of Mona's ruse and their part in it. That's the hidden knowledge, that's the shame, and that's the sacrifice. They all know something Beau doesn't, they're all doing something very bad to him, and they've all been sacrificed to that cause. When we add in Beau encountering all these bodies and in some way having his future, his tarot read, that he will be sacrificed but gain knowledge, I think it all fits well enough. Now, I have more to say about tarot in the film, but as I was working on this, a Reddit user and Beau sleuth called GlengarryGlenCoco has put together an amazing essay looking at many deep links to tarot in the film. We'll probably look at that in a follow-up video, as there's some really cool stuff in there, but for now I've linked it in the video description if you're interested. Let's move on to Beau trying to settle back into his destroyed home. From the sign on his door, we know the water is back on. Given the links between water and his relationship with Mona, we can see this as the carrot after the stick. Beau's punishment has momentarily run its course, and now he's given a small amount of love in return. Beau starts running a bath, unconsciously desperate to climb back into the womb after being shunned and punished by his mother. This is a recurring theme of bathtubs as wombs that we'll see more clearly later on. He then tries to rebook his plane ticket through a broken monitor with a shoe in it, which is funny, don't get me wrong, but I also just find it heartbreaking. And things get even sadder as his card is declined. Not necessarily sad that's happened, but sad that he doesn't realize what Mona's doing to him yet. Sad that he doesn't understand she's abandoned him. Seeing that the card is declined again, he attempts to call Mona and get to the bottom of it. As we know though, Mona doesn't pick up. Instead, it's the UPS guy that has found what is allegedly Mona's body, but actually the body of Martha, Beau and Mona's longtime housekeeper. This UPS man is played by Bill Hader. We'll see him later on the news. He's found the alleged Mona having just been decimated by her chandelier, and he's clearly very disturbed by the scene he's just walked in on. And this conversation is definitely furthering a couple of themes we've seen already. The general confusion and disconnection from each other caused by phones, people mishearing or misreplying, and stemming from that, people not necessarily believing Beau. In this case, both men don't want to admit the horrifying nature of the conversation they now find themselves in. And we've seen it a few times already, but Beau's phone screen is an image of cornfields, something we'll see later on during the play. I think it very much represents his optimism, his desire to find himself a brighter and more positive future. But as his situation worsens, as everything that comes through his phone is entirely horrifying, this dream seems less and less likely. Phones feature a lot in this film, and they're never pleasant. They're sources of stress, of miscommunication, confusion, and outright terror. They allow people to become disconnected from their own reality and serve as barriers to empathy. They're tools built to laugh at people, to cancel people, and here especially, they're direct routes to the invasion of trauma. We also have the phrase, "I'm sorry," coming up again. Bill Hader says it twice, actually. And for me, this is the first time it's said with very little baggage. Our UPS man sounds legitimately remorseful. He's clearly in a state of shock, worrying if he'll be blamed, worrying that he's going to falsely identify this man's mother as being dead, generally appalled by what's occurring. And when we see him on the news, he's going to be refusing to talk directly to the camera. He's clearly very uncomfortable and seems to only be talking to the press to make sure he's not blamed for it in some way. His entire testimony to them is standoffish, saying, "Look, I never would have gone inside if dogs in the street hadn't been going nuts and I hadn't smelled that smell and the door hadn't been half open. That's the only reason I went inside." Now, compare that to Elaine on the news, someone who perhaps doesn't like Mona but is employed by her, speaking directly to camera and demonstrating the appropriate level of respect. There's a noticeable difference. And the fact that he's a UPS man, I think, is very significant. Perhaps the only mention of a company that isn't some manner of subsidiary to Mona Wasserman Industries, and we get told it very clearly. It's how he introduces himself, it's on screen the whole time he's on the news. And Mona's spies, her actors, whatever we want to call them, they're her employees. Her entire super company is an extension of her dominion, her reach. So for me, Bill Hader's discomfort, trauma from the whole situation, the focus put on him working for a different company, all of that suggests that he isn't in on Mona's ruse. He's an unknowing patsy. The fact that he's a delivery driver, suggesting they've used his service to deliberately have him walk in and discover the scene. Now, I might be wrong, he might work for Mona too, but in that instance, I'd be curious as to why we have Mona Wasserman technology, buildings, products. This is being reported on a different Mona Wasserman news channel to the one we saw before. She's prolific, so why no Mona Wasserman delivery service? Why is Bill Hader so out of character with pretty much everyone else? It certainly feels to me like he's being pulled into this unknowingly. And our other truly genuine feeling comments come later from our strange man, someone we know worked for Mona and is clearly terrified of her and wary of her surveillance. So I think there's some merit to the idea that this overall disingenuousness comes from the people apologizing, mostly being Mona's employees that understand the ruse. As for Beau, he's doing about as well as you'd expect. I'm in awe of how much Joaquin Phoenix can make me feel in this film. He's so good in the role. Beau does very little. He says very little, but there's so much going on under the surface, so much range and nuance, and his ability to slip between comedy and tragedy is essential to this film becoming everything that it could be. After letting the phone fall from his hand, Beau stands there frozen, almost catatonic, for seemingly quite a long time. It's blink and you'll miss it, but we do get a jump cut and a slight change in daylight. The bath has spilled over and the water is now flooding the living room, and it's only seeing this, the waters of the womb he pines for, that he snaps out of his grief. Strewn on the floor of the bathroom, half floating, is the Madonna statue, and given the water is representing his bond with Mona, as is the statue, it's safe to say the subtext here is that his relationship with her is over. Destroyed perhaps, at least to Beau's knowledge. The waters of the womb are spilling forth, and this archetypal image of motherhood has been cast to the floor. But we can go further. As I said, this water imagery is very transient, very fluid, and it's symbolic of their relationship and the bond they share. So at this juncture, it may be more accurate to say that in the wake of losing his mother, Beau's guilt about their relationship is overflowing. Whichever way we cut it, it's a dark omen symbolizing the loss he thinks he's going through, and Mona's firm decision to separate herself from Beau. Making no attempt to attend the damage, Beau's only thought is to submerge himself in this womb water and cling to this statue symbolizing nurturing motherhood, his double apology to Mona. Clearly he's trying to feel close to her and likely contending with the terrible notion that if he'd have caught his flight like he was supposed to, then this probably wouldn't have happened. I think we'd all feel overwhelmed with guilt in his situation. It may be irrational, but it's entirely understandable that we might have a tendency to blame ourselves and question what we could have done to affect the outcome. Beau lowers himself gently into the bath, trying not to spill any more water. As he does so, we get our first full glimpse of what we'll term the Beau sack, a confusing and hilarious addition to the screen for first-time viewers. He then attempts calling Dr. Friel, but from this point on his support network is cut off, and so Dr. Friel is not going to answer his calls. During the previous phone call with the UPS man, and here in the bath, we'll hear Beau doing some strange breathing. Changes in breathing being something that Dr. Friel warned him about in regards to the Zypnotycril. So he may be trying to contact him for that reason, but I think he's likely more concerned about the life-altering news he's just received. Beau then looks to a picture of Mona holding him as a baby, obviously very reminiscent of the Madonna and child he's holding in his hand, and upon seeing the picture he very nearly loses it but doesn't quite, as if he's in shock and on the verge of complete mental collapse, but it never quite comes. He remains frozen in place, just like he was frozen in the living room, like we'll see at several points actually. Beau's response to trauma, to stressful stimuli, is to freeze. We often hear the phrase fight or flight when it comes to stress responses, but there are others, namely freeze and fawn. Fawn is to do whatever possible to appease the threat. Freeze is just what it sounds like. It's often associated with prey animals. Generally, their two options are run or go very still. And I think you can often see elements of the prey animal in Phoenix's performance. Now, freezing is a normal response to fear. It's not always the case that fight or flight will kick in. Often we just don't know how to act. But the freeze response is also common in people with PTSD, not just during events that traumatize them, but as a repeat symptom whenever they relive that trauma. To quote Kleiner et al., it often reoccurs during re-experiencing the traumatic event. I don't think there's much doubt Beau has PTSD. I think it might be quicker to list what he doesn't have, but it does provide us more evidence for potential traumas in Beau's past. And to quote the Center for Clinical Psychology, tonic immobility is common amongst PTSD sufferers who have been sexually assaulted. So maybe some early support for a theory we'll be looking at shortly, but there's something else going on with fight or flight here that we need to look at first. As we know, Beau's going to see some sweat dropping from his ceiling, and he's going to look up to see our help me man from earlier clinging to said ceiling. Right after Beau notices him, we get a shot of his legs in the bathtub, and he makes a very definite movement, raising his right leg in a very particular way, and we're going to see him do this again during his ordeal with Mona in his terrifying bathroom memory. Without a doubt, it's another trauma response. And while there's no generally recognized trauma response where someone hops on one foot necessarily, the notion that people may learn or repeat certain gestures with their body that are linked with traumatic events is absolutely a thing, referred to as a somatic flashback. It doesn't always need to be movement, it could be a bodily sensation, but unconscious movement can certainly be a part of it. So that's definitely what's happening. He's undergoing severe trauma, he's afraid, he's in a bathroom, and he mirrors something he did another time he was afraid inside a bathroom and raises his leg. And if we think about it, 1 foot up, 1 foot down, it's kind of like being stuck or frozen between fight or flight. And this leg raised in water imagery is very reminiscent of the flamingo and how they stand in water with 1 foot raised. And later, in Tony's room, we'll see a pink flamingo hung on the wall, almost certainly in reference to this trauma response with Beau's leg. We're going to see it played with in quite a few fun ways beyond that too. Now, there's a historical misconception that flamingos stand on one leg in preparation for fleeing from predators. They've got one foot raised so they can set off at a mad pace should danger present itself. Again, that's not true, but it's a long-standing association, and that imagery seems to fit perfectly for Beau, frozen as he is between fight or flight, so we're going to term this the flamingo response. One leg down, standing his ground, the other raised as if he's already started running. Symbolically, it's speaking about Beau's inability to take action, which certainly fits right here. He should be jumping straight out of the bath, and one leg seems to know that, but he lays there frozen instead. Almost like he's missing the half of himself that would take action. And we're going to have several more direct allusions to Beau being chained by the foot or being otherwise immobilized. From actual chains to ankle tasers to getting his leg magically stuck to the boat at the end. Something that's almost certainly referencing him being chained to Mona and subsequently being unable to move forward with his life. And it makes sense that this chained ankle imagery would line up with our flamingo response of Beau having one foot stuck, because Mona is the person responsible for his trauma, for this trauma response. She's been preventing him from moving forward. She's there at its inception, and so we can see all this imagery linking up very nicely and softly confirming itself. This foot thing is a trauma response linking back to Mona wanting Beau all to herself, and the repeated stuck or chained ankle imagery is reflecting the exact same thing, that Beau is unable to break free from Mona. And one last thing, on the topic of something sinful, something perhaps sexually traumatic from Beau's past, we have this shot from The Strange Thing About the Johnsons, as Beau grips onto the side of the bath. This scene is very directly concerned with SA within the family, which occurs in a bathtub, coming to a close on this shot. We've also seen another visual reference to this scene with this imagined moment of Beau's door being kicked open. The same thing happens in the Johnsons. I don't think that on its own constitutes full proof of anything of that nature happening to Beau in the past. However, when taken in conjunction with everything else we'll look at, an image does start to form, especially when Beau and Ceiling Man begin wrestling in the tub. If you've seen The Strange Thing About the Johnsons, it's likely to draw some uncomfortable parallels between the two. But if we look at it more broadly, there is something more basic happening. A more general kind of terror we're seeing explored throughout. Private spaces, places where you should be safe and secure, being unexpectedly invaded. That's a very universal fear that's been present in horror for as long as horror has been horror. So as much as this scene may be purposefully reminiscent of a terrible moment in the Johnson household, we could also argue that it's here because ASTER finds the notion of being attacked while in the expected safety of a relaxing bath to be a terrifying motif. And it's definitely a terrifying intrusion. It's safe to say this may be the lowest moment of Beau's life so far. Mona's a terrible mother, but that doesn't mean Beau doesn't love her, or that he can even properly function without her. And so it's the most Beau thing ever to have this moment go from overwhelmingly depressing to absolutely terrifying, because this is a nightmare spiral where things can only get worse. And so looking up, he sees this intruder clinging to the ceiling in a manner not unreminiscent of a spider. Beau and the man lock eyes, and the man whispers please, presumably shorthand for please help me, given that's what he was repeating on the street, and he seems to be in a fair amount of peril. He's slipping and sweating, and at that moment where the anxiety seems unbearable, things somehow get worse again. We see the spider crawl onto the man's face, Russian doll imagery where we have a spider on the ceiling crawling on a man stuck to the ceiling like a spider. All of it perhaps leading back to Mona's constant surveillance, watching Beau like a spider from the ceiling. It's another amalgamation of Beau's fears. Mona, spiders, male intruders, being undressed in a bathroom, loss of the comfort of the womb, all colliding to create this moment of sheer overwhelm and frozen terror. And there's one other sneaky reference potentially hiding here, something we saw during Midsummer, a movie-long allusion to The Wizard of Oz. It's perhaps not as explicitly done here, but there's still definite references throughout. And this moment with water flying everywhere as the two men wrestle to be free from each other, a moment that will directly instigate Beau's strange journey, is very possibly a reference to the tornado that transports Dorothy, especially given that following his exit he's going to be whisked away to the Stanwicks, and we'll see a rainbow prism effect shining on his face, as in somewhere over the rainbow, with rainbows appearing as a background motif from then on. And I should also point out, while we're on the subject, that the Tin Man, just like Beau, has a tendency to freeze in place. DoutFooL has even made the suggestion that the strained, squeaking noise Beau makes here is reminiscent of noises we hear from the Tin Man, mimicking the squeaking or crying of tin. Crying being how people refer to that noise, the squeaking of tin. And if you want to go really wild with it, DoutFooL also points to Zypnotycril being an anagram of Tin Cry Ply Oz. fly meaning to travel. I'm not sure about the anagram, but I definitely think the links between Beau and the Tin Man have merit, given Oz is clearly something Aster loves to reference. Alright, with bath time out of the way, it's time for Beau to go charging out onto the street, from the frying pan to the fire, barefoot on broken glass, eventually finding himself starkers in the middle of a street scene that has somehow got worse. BirthdayBoyStabMan is running amok, peace flapping everywhere like it's a goddamned windsock, having just killed the dance instructor. He makes threatening motions at Beau with both the blade and his member, again suggesting a link between phallic imagery and knife imagery. Beau quite rightfully does an abrupt 180, running over to a police officer for help. The officer is seemingly unconcerned by Stabman's antics as he converses with a prostitute. And here we see that moment from earlier with Beau being locked out and now being the crazy person on the street developed further. Stabman is a naked lunatic, but Beau in this moment is also a naked lunatic. And if we want to go fully Freudian with it, given that Stabman is a twisted analogue for Beau's fears about his father, we can relate this to Beau's fears that he may become his father, that he may meet the exact same fate. A different riff on exactly what Stabman is threatening, death by penetration. And seeing this naked lunatic approaching him, the police officer does the only responsible thing and pulls his gun out. Beau attempts to explain to the officer, but he's so panicked he's barely verbal. We can see this whole situation as a broader metaphor for anxiety. This whole sequence a play on how dramatic and catastrophic anxiety feels, and how problems can build into something impossible to describe, let alone defeat. How is Beau supposed to concisely explain what his problems are while having a gun pointed at him? Should he start with the naked knife-wielding man a few feet away? That his home is destroyed? That he's in the middle of a mental breakdown because his mother just died and he feels cosmically responsible? The list goes on all the way back into childhood. A lifetime of baggage somehow compounding every new problem. That's anxiety. Everything feels unsolvable and insurmountable. And this cartoonish sequence of events is providing some kind of simulacra for that on screen, where Beau's problems have become so extreme and all at once that they genuinely might be impossible to deal with. The police officer repeatedly tells Beau to drop the weapon, meaning the statuette, and this moment is purposefully messing with the viewer, making the suggestion that we're seeing some fictionalized reality from Beau's confused perspective, as if Beau actually were holding a gun and we're seeing something else entirely. Now, it is actually a statue. Grace glues it back together for Beau. Beau gives it to Penelope, and it's referenced at the end. And we know upon second viewing that the officer is extending an ultimatum to Beau. Will you drop and break the gift? Will you give up your mother? It's another test of Beau's devotion. The officer repeatedly tells Beau to freeze, and we hear Beau say, "I'm frozen, while we see him standing very still. It certainly amplifies this feeling we have as a viewer that we're going crazy alongside Beau, as what we're hearing and what we're seeing remain entirely apart from each other. But it's also likely a knowing reference to what we've just been discussing, that Beau's go-to stress response is to freeze up like startled prey. And all of this confusion absolutely works in the moment. It's adding to Beau's barely verbal protestations and the anxiety of not being heard, of having your words confused, especially by authority figures in stressful situations. That's something we're going to see come up in Eddington, alongside the BLM movement and unjust killings by police officers, something that was at a fever pitch while this film was being made. And in the original script for Beau, Beau was black. So there's definitely a sense that regardless of what Beau had said or how he'd approached this officer, the outcome would likely be having a gun pointed at him. The officer is comically terrified, crying and blinking sweat and salivating, saying, "Oh please, please, please don't make me do this," while Beau stands in front of him as unthreatening as a human being has ever been. It's safe to say he's a cartoonish, exaggerated view of American policing and the public anxieties surrounding it. Sensing this is going nowhere good, Beau does another prompt 180, running back towards an oncoming Stabman and being struck by the broth buggy driven by Grayson Jeeves. He tumbles towards camera and we cut to black as his junk engulfs the screen. And that brings us to the end of section 1. Let's say goodbye to the city and on to section 2, Purgatorio. We begin with Beau's dream. At first, a black sky over placid ocean with the stars twinkling softly above. We'll see a similar backdrop at several points, most notably as Beau enters the cave and at night on the cruise. His memory of a calm ocean scene, but really some symbolic memory of the safety of the womb. Beau's dream then pans into his memory of bath time, something we're going to see more fully later on. So for now, the only question here is, why does Mona look over to camera and start screeching like a bird? And you know, it's predatory, it's terrifying, terrifying. We could pull in angry mother birds protecting the nest perhaps, but DoutFooL has such a great theory on this, I have to share it with you. And as I kept researching, I realized it actually fits a broader pattern. So first I need to introduce you to Ganymede, son of Tros, the founder of Troy, of which Ganymede is a prince. And even though he's just a boy, he's already renowned for his beauty, so much so that he catches the attention of Zeus. And if you know anything about Greek mythology, you know that's extremely bad for Ganymede. In a typically problematic display, Zeus decides he's going to abduct Ganymede and either transforms into an eagle or sends an eagle to do the abducting for him. Ganymede's scooped up and taken to Mount Olympus to serve as the cupbearer to the Olympians, or in certain versions as Zeus's personal cupbearer. Hopefully I speak for everyone when I say gross. And for us, that raises some interesting parallels. Ganymede is renowned for his beauty, and Beau means beautiful or handsome in French. Beau has just been abducted from the city to the Stanwix, but he's on the way to Mona. And I can absolutely see Mona's house as being Olympus, symbolically. It's already Mount Doom and heaven. It can be Olympus too. And Mona, she's already God, symbolically. Given the amount of references to ancient Greek mythology we'll see, I think it's a fair parallel to link her with Zeus. She's the one doing the abducting, even if it's via grace, it's all in service to Mona. In the story, Zeus transforms into the eagle, so it makes sense she'd be the one squawking. Also, Ganymede, this young boy gifted immortality, retains his boyish appearance indefinitely, a bit of a Peter Pan figure. And I think that matches up extremely well with Beau and his arrested development, and still being emotionally stuck at that moment with Elaine when he was 13. When we see Beau wake up at the Stanwix, his bedding will be patterned with feathers as if the eagle has just dropped him off, and we'll see other assorted bird imagery in Tony's room too. And as the god's cupbearer, Ganymede is often depicted pouring fluid, serving ambrosia and nectar, and that symbolism is heavily associated with the constellation Aquarius, which resembles a water bearer, someone pouring a jug of water. So to the ancient Greeks, Aquarius was very closely associated with Ganymede, because he was the myth they had that fit the symbol. The cupbearer in the sky. Aquarius literally translates as water bearer or water carrier, which is pretty close to Wasserman or waterman. Interestingly, the other figure associated with Aquarius in Greek mythology is Deucalion, who built a ship with his wife Pyrrha to survive an imminent flood. This is, of course, a Greek version of the flood myth. The ship even comes to land at the top of a mountain. And flood myths are going to be something the film is playing with too, and Deucalion's father just so happens to be Prometheus, and we might have already had hints towards him. But that could very much be why Mona is squawking like a bird here. In reference to the story of Ganymede, I did try asking bird experts if the call in the film was an eagle. I tried several bird call checking apps and AI services, and none of them seemed to agree what it was. If you are a bird expert and you recognize this sound, please let me know down below. But it doesn't stop there, because it became clear to me that this is actually one of 3 specific Greek myths, tragic romances, that we'll see linked together, all involving beautiful male figures, beaux, being somehow frozen in time in reference to Beau's arrested development and his unrequited love, keeping him in this infantilized place. For Ganymede, that's easy. Zeus literally just freezes him at a certain age to maintain his youthful beauty. But we'll see different interpretations in the other tragedies. So I think this pattern alone is enough to confirm that we're likely referencing Ganymede here, and we'll examine the others as they come up. Alright, let's move to Beau waking up at the Stanwix directly under a chandelier, the same thing that's allegedly killed Mona, almost as if it's been set up to make him feel guilt. There's rainbow prism-like reflections shining over Beau, a lot of sharp, bright white light in general. And it's difficult to get a gauge on where it's all coming from. It may be aided in part by the crystal chandelier, by the mirror on the bedside table, but there's also likely some crystal wind chimes outside the window that are primarily responsible. This blurry foreground pattern as we move from Bird Mona to the Stanwix. Now there's a few places we could take this. There's a mention of patchy sunlight when Frodo awakes at Rivendell. There's often brilliant beams of light in artwork depicting Jesus' resurrection, something definitely being referenced here. But I think the rainbow reflections specifically are in reference to Beau now being somewhere over a rainbow. As we begin seeing from Beau's perspective, we see another rainbow prism reflection highlighting the words, all of us. This could be a reference to all of Mona's employees following Beau on his journey to Oz, of him being surrounded by conspirators. Beau sees the notes Grace has left for him and pushes his assistance button to summon her. That's one thing Beau is great at doing right away, asking mother figures for help. And Grace is certainly a surrogate mother for Beau, a temporary one, but that's definitely the vibe, hence why she's glued the Madonna and child back together, she's rebuilding his vision of motherhood. And much of this sequence at the Stanwicks is concerned with the idea of Beau finding a new family, a complete set of parents, only for him to have them violently ripped away once more. I mentioned at the start that this feels a lot like the Lotus Eaters section of the Odyssey. It's this sunny little idyll where the residents seem to want to keep our protagonist trapped and complacent with narcotics. Rivendell too, a place of calm beauty for Beau to rest in before setting off on his quest properly. But as calm and beautiful as it is, there is an awful sense of something being wrong. It's a perfect household on the outside and a very troubled one within. Grace arrives to the room, reassuring him and checking he's got feeling in his lower body with the same toe squeeze. She explains to Beau that she hit him with her car, which isn't a great start honesty-wise, given that she hit him with a small truck. She explains her husband, Roger, is a talented surgeon in an effort to reassure Beau, but given the extent of his injuries, we should be immediately suspicious that this woman has run him over and then brought him home with her rather than taking him to a hospital. At best, she's avoiding culpability. At worst, this is a misery situation where he gets to be her son forever. And it's such a clever bit of misdirection because we still distrust Grace, but for reasons entirely apart from Mona's ruse. Grace tells Beau that he was assaulted, and as he remembers the incident, we get these vicious flashbacks to Stabman, and this is perhaps the most explicit reference to Jesus in the whole film. Beau gets stabbed once in the side, exactly where Jesus was stabbed with a spear by Longinus, and then Stabman repeatedly attacks his palm, exactly like Stigmata. Not only that, but Grace says Beau's been asleep for 2 days, so just like Christ, he's laying dead for 2 days and rising again on the 3rd. And where did Jesus lay for these 3 days? That's generally agreed to be what's now the site of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. And if we zoom in on Tony's bag here on the chair, we can see it says Jerusalem on it many times over, seemingly a popular tourist item sold in real life. Beau will even ask Grace, "Am I dead?" which again suits these allusions to the resurrection, and just like this all being a dream or a hallucination or Beau's madness, another popular fan theory is that Beau's dead the whole time. And again, this seems to be less of a theory and more something the film is suggesting to us directly. It's having fun playing with levels of reality and fantasy and illusion. So this isn't some wild theory fans are applying to the film, it's something Beau's directly concerned about, something the film is using to mess with us as we watch it. Which is also why Beau asks Grace if it was a dream about his mommy, in reference to Mona's supposed death. Grace initially tells him that it was a dream, either because she doesn't understand the question or because she wants to seem like she doesn't understand the question. Grace repeats "just a dream" over and over, and we even have the word dream spelled out in wooden letters behind Beau and on a small flyer just above that. So there's little doubt the film is wanting you to ask that question and incorporate the suggestion into your reading. And as Beau is protesting about the assault, Amy Ryan's delivery of "I know" is absolutely hilarious as she extends what can only be described as a weird level of empathy towards Beau. Right from the jump here, both her and Roger are doing their best to groom Beau into becoming their strange adult son. She's stroking him and shushing him and making reassuring sounds like a mother with an infant. She describes Beau's makeshift hospice as a room in our house and then tells him it's his home for as long as he needs. She repeats the word mommy too. Roger speaks to him in a very similar way. It's very father and son as he says, "Hey guy, thought you'd sleep in, huh?" And that's just in the first moments of them meeting. There's a couple more things of note before we move on. Roger's general vibe, for one, which is somewhere between unremittent arsehole and affable wanker. He describes Beau as being a lucky man for having Roger do minor surgery on him. He's also fitted an ankle monitor to Beau's left leg that will double as a taser to disable Beau. Roger tells Beau it's for monitoring his vitals, to keep him safe and healthy, but as we know, it has an LED on it, so it's another aspect of Mona's surveillance, and we see Grace glowering at Roger as he explains it. Again, this fits Mona's pattern of selling you on something, keeping you safe, while it's actually doing you harm. Okay, before we move on, you may have noticed that ASTER's added again. This whole room is filled with chicken fat, so let's take a quick tour of the bits we haven't looked at yet, and I think the number one thing that stands out is that we're making fun of the ways in which teenage girls are marketed to, namely that boy bands are sold on the premise that they all want to engage in group activities with their female fans, in something very reminiscent to what South Park had to say about the Jonas Brothers. We see this reflected in the mostly fictional band names like Gotta Wanna, Five Boys, All of Us, and Kiss Got to Kiss with We Are 55 Boys and We Love You. There's something delightfully awful and parasocial about the whole thing. An artist called Only One with albums called Imaginary Friend and Waiting for You. There's a lot of references to numbers here. We have 55 three times in this poster. We have 5 boys written with the number 5. We have the number 2 appearing many times over thanks to the repeated posters for the artist BF2000. Now, first and foremost, the comical use of numbers in nearly every poster is a jab at teenage marketing, thinking substituting letters for numbers is cool. But beyond that, we've already had this come up. 5 and 2 mirror each other, and we see them frequently throughout the film. Now, this could just be mirroring and allusions to symmetry, and that's all it is, but we could say pretty much for sure that 55 is alluding to the double S in Wasserman. We know that due to Beau's flight number, MW55, shorthand for Mona Wasserman. So the 55 is symbolizing Mona, the 2s and 5s and other instances of symmetry are alluding to the symmetry between them, the pairing of Beau and Mona. But I just want to point out another option, something we can't really confirm, but 5s and 2s do show up also as repeated background details in the work of Stanley Kubrick, who clearly has been a huge influence on ASTER and this film. There's a great video on this by Rob Ager called Stanley Kubrick Mystery of the Seven Diamonds, and several people I've seen on Reddit expanding upon the theory that have focused more on the whole 5 and 2 aspect. But the ultra concise version is that Kubrick repeatedly included diamonds in the background, usually adding up to 7. So while all these 5s and 2s and 55s and 22s are here to demonstrate mirroring and twinning, there is part of me that wonders if this is also a background homage to Big Dog Kubrick. I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole right now, but it's there if you're interested in the more cryptic readings of Kubrick's work. Moving on, we have repeated flamingo imagery. We've already covered why, Beau's PTSD, but it's good to have it reinforced here because that will help us later. We also have this semi-broken birdcage and a cactus. The cactus is easy. Mona's bathroom is full of desert plants, and just like her, they're prickly and dangerous and somehow filled with enough water to survive amid a barren desert. Another metaphor around Beau and Mona. Water is representing her love, the only love he's getting in the emotional desert that she's created for him. The birdcage is a little trickier. I think it's a symbol of Tony's. The birdcage is ubiquitous in art and literature as a symbol for stifled, trapped, or subjugated womanhood. This birdcage is broken slightly, but the bird hasn't flown away, and to me that feels like Tony, trapped in the madness of her family and the madness of Mona, her world, her agency governed by mostly unseen hands. She recognizes the cage is broken, the family is in tatters, and the system is sick, but she also hasn't broken free. Either because she realizes that Mona's influence is inescapable, or because she's hooked on the prescriptions Roger is feeding her. To me, that lines up with Tony, but I think equally we could make a similar argument for Beau. It's just that bird cages are traditionally associated with women. And taking pride of place on the wall, we have this poster for Professor Marvelous, a clear reference to the character Professor Marvel from The Wizard of Oz, perhaps with a little bit of a Captain Marvel mashup. Professor Marvel makes use of a crystal ball, and we can see a mirror or a mirrored item below that does somewhat resemble a crystal ball. It's been aiding in casting these rainbow prism patterns across the room, so that ties the somewhere over the rainbow imagery together quite nicely. We could also make the argument that the emphasis on dreams here is linking in too, given the suggestion at the end of the Wizard of Oz film that Dorothy had been dreaming. And there's a few other smaller points of interest, the eyes on the wall, more Sauron-esque Mona's watching imagery, and more references to cats, potentially linking to Bast or Bastet, the cat-like deity from ancient Egypt that's closely associated with motherhood. One last thing of potential interest, going back to the chandelier and the poster, we've seen lighting similar to this in Midsommar, aligning with characters' heads and being used as a symbolic crown, and it's not quite as clear here, but it's still appearing above Beau's head in a similar way. Chandeliers and crowns are often associated together, both symbols of higher status that are found on the ceiling or on the head, an elevated position. And indeed, chandeliers were designed, especially during certain periods of history, to resemble crowns. And if we think about them more abstractly, this light at the top of something, at the highest point of something, that's often an image associated with God. We're going to see that very directly when we look at Dante, but for now, just imagine a shining light above everything else. It's very godlike. So too is the image of a crown. God is often depicted wearing one. He's often referred to as king. Crowns were traditionally symbols of the divine rights of kings. They symbolize this idea of one person being venerated above all. And I just want to thank you/HydrangeaBlue70 for pointing this out. If we look to the Jewish faith, specifically the Sephirot in Kabbalah, a prominent form of Jewish mysticism, we find another interesting link here. To quote Google directly, the Sephirot, or the Tree of Life, are the 10 divine emanations or attributes through which God reveals himself and creates the universe. So think of them as different classifications of how God manifests and interacts with creation. And this one at the top here, the highest of the Sephirot, is called Keter or Kether, which is Hebrew for crown. And the reason this is the highest of the Sephirot is that it represents the moment of pre-creation, of divine inspiration prior to the spark of the universe, God's divine will in a focused singularity prior to their decision to make everything. Pre-universe God is the only thing that exists. That's referred to as Ein Sof or En Sof. To quote the Kabbalistic tradition, everything was filled with the undifferentiated light of the infinite Godhead, without beginning or end. Everything was one undifferentiated light, equal with a unified equality, and this is called the light of the infinite Godhead. So God is the only thing that exists, but at the moment they decide to create, Ein Sof, the unknowable will of God, becomes the known will of God, and that's Keter. At that point, God is still the only thing that exists. So Keter is a unified vision of the only being in creation, or in simpler terms, the only one. And right by this chandelier, crown, Keter, however we refer to it, we have this titling, only one. So perhaps another allusion towards God, to Mona's godhood, but this time via a distinctly Jewish understanding. And to bring it full circle, have a think about the image of Mona with the chandelier hitting her. Her head gone. To quote this newscaster, she has a chandelier where her head should be. So the chandelier that represents light, that represents godhood perhaps, is being worn by the only one in Beau's life, like a crown. All of the imagery joins up, another allusion to Mona being God as this symbolic representation of Keter quite literally becomes her godhead. I get that might be a bit woo-woo, but I think this is something that will stand out to people who know the Sephirot, and we're so saturated with references to God that I don't see much reason to doubt it. Okay, there's a couple more bits and pieces in Tony's room, but we'll look at them at other points. Let's move to Beau having dinner with Grace and Roger, beginning with an extended moment of silence from the family as they give a prayer before food, seemingly directed at their dead son Nathan. They have a small shrine to him and his ashes in the dining room, and we can see the phrase, never goodbye, always see you later, which is touching, but demonstrates that they're looking to find Nathan again. Clearly, Grace is having a very hard time with the loss of Nathan, and she gets lost in the moment of silence, with Roger having to say an amen to bring her out of it. She repeats amen in quite a downtrodden way, but then turns to Beau and says it in a fakely reassuring, more upbeat manner. She's trying to be the reassuring mother to Beau. If we look back to the shrine, we can see a small blue candle, a colour that links Nathan and Beau together. Beau wears blue all the time, Nathan's room is painted blue, and after the ordeal in Nathan's room, Beau's outfit will be covered in blue paint. We can also see a small token urn next to Nathan's main urn, often used to divide a small amount of ashes to be kept elsewhere or with other family members. A small suggestion that Nathan's already been split, that part of him is being projected onto Beau, or perhaps more accurately, that he represents a missing part of Beau. We've also got a painting of Nathan hovering over the dining table next to Beau, so his presence is everywhere and clearly something hanging heavy on the Stanwicks. We'll come back to Nathan in a moment, but for now it's time for dessert, which is Roger's way of saying it's time for everybody to take their medication. We've looked at this already, but it comes up a lot here, so just as a very quick recap, it's a criticism of over-medicated American society, it's playing into notions of the film being a near-constant hallucination, and most crucially, it's alluding to the Lotus Eaters from the Odyssey and how they seek to keep Odysseus's men trapped in the languor and luxury of potent inebriation. And there's a bunch of quotes we could pull to prove that, but I think that's pretty concrete. So let's go a bit more out there with it, with a quote from Odysseus. "Thence for 9 days' space I was borne by direful winds over the teeming deep, but on the 10th we set foot on the land of the Lotus Eaters, who eat a flowery food." Now that's Flowery food, referring to the lotus flower that the Lotus Eaters eat. The Stanwicks are eating big plates of noodles, a food for which flour, Flour, is the main ingredient. So just like Odysseus said, our Lotus Eaters are eating a flowery food. We can't say for sure that's intentional, but the noodles don't necessarily fit the vibe of the Stanwicks, and I've learned not to doubt what this movie is capable of, so here we are. As for the medication, whatever unknowable cocktail Roger has Beau taking, if we look very closely, we can see they're half blue and half orange. Now, orange we know is a colour that represents Beau. In fact, we can see carrots on the dining table. And the other colour is blue. It's difficult to see, but it looks to be the baby blue we associate with Beau. So nothing new there really, but at least it helps us confirm some of our colour coding. Let's move on to the Beau sac. Roger whispers to Beau that he appears to have a bad case of epididymitis, which is an inflammation of the epididymis, which is where sperm is stored while it matures. In Beau's case, maturing to a vintage so mind-boggling it would make Sting himself recoil in tantric horror. Now, epididymitis is traditionally caused by something like a UTI or an STI, but what Roger is failing to realize is that, just like Lazy Squirrels and Charlie Before the Accident, Beau's had zero nuts. Now, as we've covered, as Roger identifies here, normally this would be a treatable issue, but in Beau's case we have a testicular paradox. This is lifelong. He had it as a baby, and presumably he can't have had the same issue then. And truthfully, I think the only way we can explain it is with the time loop acknowledgement. Beau's lifelong build-up really a symbol of his trauma, being so overwhelming and all-encompassing that it follows him into the past and truly does become lifelong. It's a chicken and the egg situation. Beau's condition is perpetual, an Ouroboros loop of distended testicles. Maybe we can find a prosaic explanation somewhere. He is very uncomfortable getting undressed as a child. It is feasible that Mona, being a single mother, just didn't pay attention to it, but honestly that flies in the face of everything we see about Mona. She invades Beau's life everywhere she can. Her business is in health and hygiene that seems to be cantered towards children, and most of all, she's repeatedly making up health conditions for Beau, with this very thing being the prime example of that. So we've got to assume that Beau has this condition not because of an untreated health concern, but precisely because of the lie Mona feeds him about what would happen if he were ever to release this tsunami upon the world. And if that's the case, which it clearly is, then the only explanation for Beau having this condition both as a child and now is a goddamn time loop. Beau's sexual hang-ups are endemic to his entire life. He's unable to escape himself and the fears he's been chained to, and so this simply is and always will be Beau. We then get introduced to Tony, who is not happy at all that Beau is staying in her room. She makes the point to Grace that there's the unused room of Nathan's, and Grace responds by snapping, "That's right, it's not like that," meaning she wants Nathan's room to remain preserved. A common trope of grieving parents on film, but also a very understandable impulse in real life too. Grace is a somewhat sympathetic character for the most part. She shows Beau a lot of kindness before it violently changes because Beau can't have a happy mother figure. Even if it is for a weird reason, Grace does appear to be one of the few nice people in the film. Tony declares that she's going to school, for which she needs to grab 2 pill bottles, and Grace shouts after her that it's a Saturday, which on the face of it speaks to a Tony that can barely be bothered to lie and probably doesn't attend school most days or is simply too drugged up to keep track. But it's another wonderful stumbling block for reality, another suggestion that everything is off, and of things perhaps not being real, as our characters can't seem to agree what day it is. And if it legitimately is Saturday, then we do have some inconsistencies, because we know the play that Beau is going to attend after this is occurring on a Friday, and he doesn't spend a full week here. So we don't really have a reality to cling to either way. So that's Tony, but what about Nathan? What's going on with him and Jeeves and Beau? Roger just said he was killed in action in Caracas, which is in Venezuela, and we've actually been getting multiple background allusions to Venezuela. Most notably, we have these newspapers in the Cheapo Depot with the headlines "Peace Refused" and "War Avoidance Failure," describing how the cups of aggression runneth over in Venezuela. Incidentally, the phrase "my cup runneth over" comes from the Hebrew Bible. Clearly, the US has become embroiled in some kind of conflict in Venezuela. Nathan has served and died there, and now this conflict is spiraling. And this could all simply be a method of demonstrating to the audience that we're in a slightly different world, a different timeline to our own. But there are some subtler hints to Venezuela that would suggest there's something more there. For example, Jeeves' t-shirt with the Venezuelan flag on it, and this 6-pack of Maltin, a non-alcoholic malt beverage produced in Venezuela that is apparently a very popular drink there. Many thanks to u/DanicBike for pointing that out. And at its most basic, this is another example of ASTER presenting our world with the heat turned up a bit. America is portrayed as hyper-capitalist. We could see that from Mona's success and our neighborhood in Corrina, and this isn't too far away from reality. America has allegedly been messing covertly with Venezuela for a long time, as they have done historically with many socialist countries. In the case of Venezuela, this takes the form of the rise of Hugo Chavez, who was elected in 1998 and began introducing socialist policies. America being America said, allegedly, fuck that, and let the CIA do its thing. There was a short-lived coup in 2002 where Chavez was deposed for roughly 48 hours that was allegedly instigated or tacitly supported by America. That remains unproven, but there are other incidents in Venezuela we could link to America, and we all know what American foreign policy looks like for countries that don't toe the line. In Beau, we're looking at a world in which these tensions have escalated into full-blown conflict. Venezuela is also very oil-rich, so we can very easily get to wars for oil and criticism of America's military-industrial complex and their role as world police. So Nathan has died in the name of American imperialism, which tracks with what Grace says later about them being the only ones willing to take Jeeves in even though he's a hero. It's all part of the same criticism. You're a hero when they need you, and you're screwed once you get back. Now, Nathan is a depiction of warrior masculinity. He's all the things that Beau isn't. Brave, strong, fearless, honourable, and so on. We can see a great example of this in the sign on Nathan's door saying, "Draw back ye who are not Nathan." This is deliberately biblical language we often see associated with American military masculinity, things like "the Lord is my shepherd" and stuff like that. And the phrase "draw back" appears a sparse few times in the Bible, perhaps most notably in Hebrews, quoting directly, "Now the just shall live by faith. But if any man draw back, my soul shall have no pleasure in him. But we are not of them who draw back unto perdition, but of them that believe to the saving of the soul." Which, long story short, is about staying true to your faith and admonishing those who display cowardice. We also have an appearance from the book of Joshua. "For Joshua did not draw back the hand that held out his javelin until he had destroyed all who lived in Ai." So again, there we see this allusion to a warrior masculinity that didn't stay his hand or back down from danger. The message is clear. Nathan was a man that ran towards danger. Beau is a man that runs away from it. Nathan committed to the things he believes in. Beau can't commit to crossing the street. He is not fit to enter Nathan's room. He's not a fitting replacement for Nathan. He's the antithesis of him, a coward. We'll see Beau appear next to Nathan at several points. We'll see the Stanwicks try to make him a surrogate for Nathan consistently. But despite all the comparisons and blurring between these characters, our takeaway should not be that Beau simply is Nathan. More so that Nathan is another way of demonstrating all that Beau is lacking. And we have another sort of character that does that too, in the form of Beau's alleged twin, who isn't dead but is imprisoned in an attic and entirely dormant within Beau. So it's pretty much the same message as Nathan. The brave aspects of Beau are dead. To draw any further conclusions about Nathan, we need to now look at Jeeves. We don't know the exact circumstances of Nathan's death, but we do know that Jeeves was found in the jungle spraying bullets. And as the Stanwicks later point out, they weren't flying towards the enemy, but rather his own squad. So despite the Stanwicks' suggestion that he's a hero, he has been involved in a significant friendly fire event, and considering his near-permanent state of being stuck in the battlefield, I think we can say that the word accidental likely doesn't cover what happened. We could describe it perhaps as a red mist, where he's just attacking everyone, but I think a better description would be that he's gone native. I think this is why he's found specifically in a jungle, because it calls to mind figures like Colonel Kurtz and the madness of combat in tropical locations. And if we need further confirmation, then we can look to Jeeves' t-shirt and the number of stars on the Venezuelan flag. Up until 2006, there were 7 stars. However, an 8th was added to fulfill the historic wish of national hero Simon Bolivar. Given this change was brought about by the government America is allegedly opposed to, it could well be a suggestion that's who Jeeves ultimately sided with. I think we can say that generally, just by virtue of him wearing their flag, but it's a nice little bit of extra confirmation. So all of this leads us to the question, was Jeeves responsible for Nathan's death? Jeeves, who, according to Grace, was with Nathan when he died. Nathan, who would never abandon his virtues or go against America. It could be they were at odds. It's certainly a theory, one potential reading, but there are stumbling blocks. Grace goes from wanting Beau to be her son to wanting him dead because she thinks he had something to do with Tony's death. Jeeves seems to be extremely loyal to the family, which suggests that despite his madness, he wouldn't attack Nathan. And to top it off, Grace and Roger seem to have some pretty in-depth information about how Jeeves was found, likely about how Nathan died too, and they don't seem to be suspicious or resentful of him. And as should be obvious, Jeeves has a severe case of PTSD, and we've got to presume that the instigating incident was Nathan's death. We certainly have that suggestion as he smashes a window when Grace mentions they were together when Nathan died. So while it's possible that Jeeves killed Nathan, I think a more obvious truth is that all these people have been severely affected by Nathan's death. On that note, the Stanwicks' decision to adopt Jeeves could be seen as another manifestation of the same impulse that's driving them to see Beau as their surrogate for Nathan. But in truth, Jeeves is a lot more like something else we might adopt, a dog. And there are many clues that's exactly what's happening. More on that soon. For now, it would be remiss of me not to mention a more meta reason Venezuela may have been chosen. As a child, Joaquin Phoenix and his family were part of the cult The Children of God, and he lived with them in Venezuela, specifically in Caracas. No idea if that's intentional, but given the amount of Phoenix rising from the dead imagery we have, I genuinely wouldn't be surprised if it had crossed Aster's mind. Okay, so now we have to move to something deeply frustrating. I've spent a great deal of time on this and I'm still bereft of answers. In the Stanwyck's kitchen, we can see a wooden wall carving of 5 birds sat on a wire. Now, the phrase bird on a wire, we might recognize it from Leonard Cohen, we might recognize it from the Mel Gibson film of the same name. In general, it's a reference to a position of freedom, but one that comes with inherent danger. A bird on a wire is in a precarious position, let's say, and that fits perfectly with Beau here. In a sense, he's found his freedom, with Mona ostensibly dead, but he's now vulnerable without her, and he's at great risk either way, given this journey ends with his death. We can also just see it as representing a family of birds. We have 5 birds, so Grace, Roger, Tony, Beau, and the last one could be Jeeves or Nathan, depending on how we look at it. So perhaps another reference to Beau being ingratiated into the family. All that's easy, but these birds also follow a very specific design pattern, adhering to a visual code sometimes used in geocaching called the bird on a wire code. Here's a key for what different bird positions mean. Now, I have translated this multiple times, but the final answer I've come to is erg, which isn't anything. It's not an anagram, it's not an acronym that I recognize. I've really got nothing here, which is why it's so frustrating. Now, one of my slightly different translations would be orji, which is an iffy anagram of the Japanese name Jiro, which means second son. And that's very tempting because Grace is trying to turn Beau into a second son in lieu of Nathan. But Jiro doesn't traditionally have an H in it. I think this character is more likely to be an E rather than an O, and ultimately it's not clear enough for me to be happy with. So I think for now we should go with the earlier visual metaphor of Beau's precarious position within this new but temporary family. However, if you want to have a crack at this and see what you come up with, I would be very interested to hear your results because this could be a deliberate use of code. But I've had so many different avenues of research that ultimately I let this one go. I know the internet loves a good puzzle. These bird on a wire codes do seem to have slight differences. I've checked against everyone I could find, but perhaps you'd have better luck. Next up, we have Beau in the garden. Grace has given him a phone to make contact with his mother's staff. She tells him to dial 9 for an outside line, something we generally associate with business and faculties. Perhaps a suggestion that the Stanwyck's residence is at the very least under Mona's umbrella, but possibly an entirely artificial location. As they walk outside, we get glimpses of a recently disturbed patch of earth. It looks a little bit like a grave, and this has led some people to question what really happened to Nathan. So the theory goes, Nathan was actually buried there, the Stanwicks have dug him up, and he's the body we see laying in the road at the start that Grace eventually runs over. I don't see enough evidence to support that personally, and it requires us to ignore the cremation urn, to ignore the fact that Grace is barely comfortable doing Mona's bidding when it means misleading Beau. I don't think it's likely she's digging up her son and using his body as a terrible prop. And if we pay very close attention, we can see there's actually a tiny hole dug next to the dirt pile, and looking at it, it's clearly not grave-sized. So I haven't shot down much here, but that one I think has too much working against it. If I were to offer a guess as to why we have a half-dug hole here, I'd say it's part of Jeeves' antics. Throughout this scene, he's running around the garden mimicking warfare, so I presume this was his half-cocked attempt at digging a foxhole. Let's move on to Beau's phone call with Mr. Cohen, Mona's lawyer played by Richard Kind. Cohen is an extremely common Jewish surname, the most common family name in Israel, so we could say it's stereotypically Jewish perhaps, and Richard Kind is an actor known for playing stereotypically Jewish characters, in this case a vicious litigator. At the start of the phone call, we hear Beau refer to Mr. Cohen as Dr. Cohen. Cohen replies, "I'm not a Dr. Beau, I'm an attorney." And I think this speaks to the confusion that Beau feels given Mona is using her cast of employees to play interchangeable roles in Beau's life. Cohen may well have appeared as a doctor previously in some capacity. If not, then we can put it down to Beau's general confusion and drug-addled state, but that's still the result of Mona's lifelong manipulations anyway. Cohen immediately lambasts Beau for his 3-day absence and confirms his fears about Mona's death. This is absolutely heartbreaking, and Phoenix plays the grief so well, but we don't stay in the sadness too long as our attention is drawn to Jeeves jumping in the pond, another metaphorical return to the womb. In typical Beau fashion, he asks Cohen what he should do, asking to be provided with a course of action regarding the funeral. Cohen is clearly nonplussed by this, as he's already made all the burial arrangements, and he quotes to Beau, "It shall not remain all night." This is from the book of Deuteronomy, found in the Old Testament and the Hebrew Bible. The two are essentially the same core text, but there are some structural differences. The quote refers to bodies being buried within 24 hours of death, and that's a practice in Judaism to this day, which is why Cohen then asks Beau, do you understand anything? He's not just questioning Beau's intelligence, he's questioning his ambivalence towards his own faith, that he could forget such a fundamental thing. We discussed Jewish guilt back at the start. This phone call is essentially the epitome of that. Cohen continues his disparagement of Beau by telling him repeatedly that he's causing a humiliation, that he's bringing shame to Mona, who refused to be buried unless Beau was present. And it's not just a personal shame. There's a clear impression that this is a cultural, spiritual guilt. That Beau is not just being a bad son, but a bad Jew too. Beau's grief takes a backseat to Cohen's cultural assessment of what's expected of him in this circumstance. This isn't painting a particularly wonderful image of cultural expectations, where the Jewish mother is even making demands of her son in death, but it does offer the opposing argument too, that Beau is self-centered, that he is acting selfishly, and that however valid his excuses might be, he cannot escape the truth that he continues to let people down. It's difficult for us to feel that way right now, given we're seeing this terrible series of events from Beau's perspective, but that is the argument Mona presents at the end via Cohen. We can see a little bit of it here though. He's not springing into action for his mother. He's ignoring Jeeves having something between a severe mental episode and a medical emergency. He won't push Roger to let him leave. Cohen ends the call with clear instructions for Beau to attend as soon as he can, in a suit, with a eulogy. Beau will do none of those things. As Grace and Roger are medicating Jeeves with what is presumably a Keith Richards-sized dose, Beau stumbles over, doing his very best to ask if he can catch a flight to Mona's. They tell him he can't fly with his wounds, and Roger takes on a deliberately fatherly approach, picking up a football as if they're about to toss it around. Beau is clearly feeling immense guilt, weeping and repeating that Mona has been humiliated. He pleads with them to take him to Wasserman, and they eventually agree to take him tomorrow. Now, on first watch, we're suspecting their concern is being liable for his injuries, but we have two subsequent realizations. First, that they don't want him to leave because they desire a replacement son. Roger's suggestion ends with them all swinging back here as a family. And secondly, that this is a test from Mona to see if he will strive to return home. He's being presented with a replacement family, the complete set of loving parents, to see if he'll replace her, if he'll fall to the pull of the lotus and take the comfortable option. From the house, we see that Tony has been surreptitiously recording their exchange, and just like Jeeves disappearing into the hedges, it feels very mysterious on first watch. But the answer is simple once you hear it. She's a teenager, and she's primed at every possible moment to cancel the shit out of you. In this case, likely working as a snitch for Mona, not just incriminating Beau, who's being surveilled anyway, but her parents, who may legitimately have designs on Beau. She resents Beau for being a replacement for Nathan, for her too potentially, and she resents her parents for pretty much everything, but specifically their inability to move past Nathan's death. We'll see Tony do this type of thing again in the car, but her plan never really amounts to much because ultimately she sees the futility in it, and she seemingly resents Mona too. Moving on from Tony, and we cut to this lovely shot of the fire and the Stanwicks preparing for bedtime. We'll see this shot of a fire repeated later during the play. We can say it represents family, the hearth, a fulfilling home life, but also potentially romantic union too. Beau is helping Grace with a jigsaw puzzle of Nathan. Obviously this is more than a bit unhealthy. Obviously Grace is completely unable to move past her loss, but it's also suggesting she's trying to rebuild him in Beau. Beau handing her the piece of the jigsaw she's been missing reinforces that idea nicely. But perhaps most crucially, from a more meta view, that Nathan is a puzzle for us to figure out, which we pretty much have already. He's another reflection of hero Beau, the parts of Beau subdued by his trauma, just like we see in the attic, the boldness and duty that Beau is so bereft of. But there is more to Nathan's puzzle we'll get to once we've fully explored Jeeves. We can also see Roger with a newspaper headline, Dying Wish, 15 celebrities who insisted on being buried face down. And I think the easy answer here is we're making fun of celebrity trends and our constant need for list articles, but there is a historical practice of face down burials. They're seen all over the world, and there's a bunch of reasons we do know about, like as an act of religious penitence, as an act of carelessness. I've seen a recent study suggesting the frequency went up during times of plague in medieval Europe, so perhaps squeamishness or a desire to not have contact with the body. But it can even be something like not wanting the dead to rise again. There's no one reason, and there's still some debate over what all the reasons might be. But the general view, the historical takeaway that we associate with it, is shaming or being a public outcast of some sort. The idea that in death you don't get to look out upon the world because the world has shunned you. And that idea of shaming fits with another position of the deceased we've already looked at, the hanged man. So maybe there's a touch of that. But for me, I think this makes most sense as an inversion of our stereotypical view, which is to say that rather than being shunned by the world, these celebrities are making a kind of protest against it and saying Beau's world is so uniformly terrible that I do not want to have to look upon it in death. Alright, moving on, and Beau heads to his room and finds a rather iconic set of embroidered pajamas, an official welcome to the family from Grace, Roger, Tony, and Nathan too, apparently. Obviously, this is another creepy attempt to ingratiate Beau into the family, but it's also another running theme of Beau being given clothes. There's a pretty clear allusion to the infantilization of Beau, someone who doesn't dress himself, instead relying on mother figures to do it for him. And given that we've just heard Beau be instructed to put a suit on, and instead he's having a surrogate mother figure give him silk pajamas, I'd say that checks out. Tony is up late, popping pills at a truly staggering rate. Her resentment for Beau is very clear, telling him to shut her door and to get in her bed. And there's a wonderful little Easter egg as Beau tries to placate Tony and offers to take the couch. He says, "I'm ready to switch whenever. I'd be happy to." Meaning, I've had a nightmare life and I'd love a set of loving parents if you're so unhappy here. Now, Beau intending that meaning or even fathoming that possibility is extremely unlikely, but it's that beautiful doublespeak that Tony can see that because that's exactly her concern. We see Tony unwilling to communicate with Beau until her phone's recording him. Again, she's ostensibly doing this to incriminate him, gathering evidence on him, but there is a real sense that she just can't interact socially without this barrier there. There's a definite feeling of teenagers using this phone and camera as both sword and shield, protecting and disconnecting them from natural communication while presenting the perpetual threat of cancellation and hyper-accountability, where every conversation with them could spiral into your complete condemnation. This threat continues as Beau returns to bed and notices Tony leave the house to talk to Jeeves. And he clearly gets very paranoid when Jeeves seems to stare at him angrily, so much so that he puts Mona's gift in his pocket in case he has to flee. As this is happening, we can see another little carrot in the foreground. Now, we're left to guess what Tony might be telling Jeeves, but I think it's likely she made up some wild shit. And what sort of wild shit might a young, maligned girl like Tony make up about the creepy old man currently staying in her bedroom? We can't say for sure, but I'm sure we can come up with some pretty accurate guesses, given the threats her and her friend will make later. And following that, we get this awesome cut from Beau at night to Beau the next morning. Again, very hallucinatory, very confused in how it's portraying time. Once we hit morning, Tony is shouting about Beau stealing her toothbrush. Now, I think on first viewing, given we didn't see Beau visit the bathroom, we're likely to think Tony is completely mistaken or completely fabricating this. And if it were any other item, I'd be inclined to agree. But Beau does have a fixation on oral hygiene. It's a recurring theme, seemingly linked to his past trauma. We never saw him visit the bathroom, but we did see him go to visit the bathroom. He just got scared and turned away. So this crime might be completely imagined, but given Beau's strange focus on dental hygiene, I do think it's possible he snuck back out of bed and did in fact use her toothbrush. And if Tony was complaining about some untoward sexual behavior from Beau, this dental hygiene theme, given how we'll see it applied, well, that would be very fitting, as those two things seem to be quite closely associated. Beau doesn't answer the toothbrush allegations, instead asking Roger if Jeeves, who is currently staring at him through the window, is okay with him. Roger replies probably, and Grace interjects with, "It's just his nerves, Beau." Now, all of this, Jeeves staring through the window, him being kept outside, the phrase, "Is he okay with me?" and "It's just his nerves," all of this might seem a tad dehumanizing, because it is in fact more akin to how we might speak about a dangerous dog. We're going to go further. He's not just a dog, rather a very specific dog, but for now, that's what's happening. Roger gets up and puts on a big act as if they're about to leave. He mentions Grace can't come because she has her big shareholders meeting, which is said in a tone so condescending it's honestly up in the air if her job is entirely artificial or Roger just has zero respect for it. He then says to Beau, "It must feel totally unreal." And again, the film is messing with us, having us question reality at the same time as it's hinting at Mona's ruse and none of this being real, at the same time as it's alluding to the delirium of the Lotus Eaters, at the same time as it's commenting on the useless platitudes we hear following a death in the family. This kind of quadruple speak is present throughout the film, and it's absolutely mind-blowing how well these themes are weaved together. And although the dialogue often feels strange, demented even, in order to accommodate it, that only adds to the surrealness of everything and the spiral of unknowing as you feel your way through the film. Roger continues testing Beau on his sadness, and it slips into something too inquisitorial as he asks Beau, "So not sad exactly?" Just like we saw with Friel, these characters are digging for Mona, trying to assess how torn up Beau truly is. It's at this point that Roger gets an entirely expected phone call from which he claims his friend Carl has had a water skiing accident and injured his head. Now, this is a lie, and we can hazard a quick guess that the choice of water skiing is mainly so we can get another reference to water in there. Beau is literally being poured water as we hear this, and everything ties back to water and subsequently Mona. That part's simple. But the name of his friend, Carl Oberst, is a bit more interesting. Carl has allegedly split his head open, so Oberst may just be a bit of a silly pun on that. But there was also a very well-known SS officer called Karl Oberg. He also went by the moniker the Butcher of Paris. And among many other terrible crimes, he deported 40,000 Jews from France. Sadly, deportation was only the first step of the tragedy. And interestingly, Oberst is German for colonel, and that's the word they used within the German army. Now, Oberg was in the SS, they had their own ranking system, but I don't think that's a deal breaker. And there may also be a wider allusion to the Holocaust occurring. If we look at the Stanwyk's children, one of them has been cremated, and the other is covered in blue paint when she meets her end. Zyklon B, a cyanide-based gas used during the Holocaust, stained the walls of delousing chambers blue, specifically Prussian blue, a pigment created by it reacting with iron in the walls. And there are examples of Jewish artists using this colour to allude to the tragedies of the Holocaust. Now, there's a lot more I could say. There's further information and clarification you can look up, but this is obviously a very difficult topic to discuss on YouTube, and I hope in this instance you'll forgive me for being brief. So, Tony dies covered in blue, Nathan is cremated, and we have Karl Oberst, perhaps actually Karl Oberg, the Butcher of Paris, as a family friend. If we look back to our guide on Midsummer, very similar material was being discussed there. It may also be worth noting that the actor who plays Jeeves, Denis Ménochet, is most recognisable for his role in Inglourious Bastards, and we all remember what happened there. For me, that's enough to say there's possibly an ongoing allusion to the Holocaust here, giving us a window into the evil that is Mona Wasserman Industries, but again, it's not concrete enough to be certain about it. Moving on, just prior to Roger telling us about Carl, Grace brought Beau water, in a mug marked with an N for Nathan. Her motive is pretty clear at this point. She wants Beau to be Nathan. More interesting to us is her decision to move it back away from Beau and hide it with her body so Roger can't see it. And this is our clearest signal that Grace and Roger have entirely separate attitudes towards Beau. They're both trying to present a happy and welcoming family, but Roger is doing it as a loyal follower of Mona. He's presenting Beau with the thing that he's been missing, a father, and seeing if that will be enough for him to forget about Mona. Grace, on the other hand, is legitimately developing a grief-filled confusion where she's seeing Beau as a son. Later, during the Mona mosaic, we'll see a very cheery Roger, but no sign of Grace. Now, Grace is still a part of Mona's scheme, we know that for certain, but as we'll see quite clearly, she's not the loyal acolyte that Roger seems to be, and so here we see a dissonance between how they want to treat Beau. Roger's answer to the Carl dilemma is to suggest he can move his surgeries around and take Beau the following day, which Beau protests about as much as he can. He questions how the Stanwyks brought him here if he's so unable to travel, but he can only manage it through mumbles. He repeats thank you and sorry over and over again, his go-to appeasement tactics, but it doesn't seem to alter Roger's view on him traveling. I will probably keep saying it, but Joaquin Phoenix gives such a phenomenal performance. My heart absolutely bleeds for him here, and his hopelessness is compounded by Roger's very clever way of using Beau's health anxieties against him. He suggests Beau might have cancer, he's diagnosed him with epididymitis, now he's talking about air pressure ripping him wide open. Their exchange concludes with an intense moment where Roger tells Beau he has to make the choice, and the heavily emphasized dialogue, this is your decision. He hasn't actually presented him with an alternative other than being driven the following day, but still this is a choice between go back to Mona's right now or wait until I've told you it's safe. And so Beau has a decision to make, and as we know, he can't do that. Instead, he freezes up and waits for Roger to assume the answer. He's allowed himself to be waylaid even longer. And it's worth noting that as soon as the decision is made, Roger suddenly cares a lot less about Beau's health, suggesting he doesn't need to readdress Beau's burst stitches so long as he cools it with the jumping jacks. But if we fast forward to our ending Mona mosaic where we see Roger's photo, he is just wearing the same outfit as all the other Wasserman employees, so perhaps he doesn't stitch Beau back up because he's not really a surgeon and he doesn't know how to. As Grace gets ready to leave, she tells him, don't forget to hydrate and drink lots of water. Now, obviously, this is linking Grace with water because she's a surrogate mother figure, but it's also a covert instruction to lift the mug of water away from the napkin underneath where she has written the quite chilling message, stop incriminating yourself. She's being covert because she knows they're being observed, being quite underhanded to Mona by attempting to subvert her plan. The meaning of the note is quite clear upon second viewing. Stop saying anything negative or that Mona wouldn't like. Stop failing her tests like you just did then. And I'm sure sympathy for Beau comes into it. It's a horrible thing happening to him and she's clearly not fully on board with it. But this is her acting selfishly too. She wants Beau as a surrogate son, and that's not going to happen if he's executed by his actual mother. Beau shouts after Grace, asking what the message means, but she doesn't answer. If we're paying close attention, we can already see Jeeves running to the front of the house to chase after the Stanwicks before they leave him in the house all day. Again, very dog-like behaviour. Moments later, Beau makes a failed phone call to Cohen and sees the strange man watching him from the garden. We've already discussed him, but for Beau, this is a first encounter. Okay, before we move on, let's look at light switches. And just a quick disclaimer, I do understand this is mental, so I'm going to only give you a very quick rundown. If you remember back in Friel's office, the outlets were oriented the wrong way, and this was potentially being done to allude to this binary of Beau and Mona. Friel's office was a set, the Stanwicks is a set, all these details are purposeful, and just like we saw with Friel's outlets, the light switches at the Stanwicks are wrong too. They've been spun 90 degrees as well, so they're now sitting horizontally rather than vertically. Again, not unheard of, but also not the norm, and given some of these switches are a little janky, I'd guess they were made purposefully for the film. And where we found 2 outlets previously, Mona and Beau, we now find 3 light switches, Beau, Grace, Roger, or Beau, Mother, Father. A complete set. We even see this arrangement of 5 light switches, 2 spaced apart. We could read that as Beau and Mona, and then Beau with his surrogate family, the trinity of mother, father, and son. Or we could see it as Beau, Grace, Roger, with Tony and Nathan. Or Tony and Jeeves. The point being only that it could be representing what he's been tempted with during this section at the Stanwicks. A complete set of parents, or a complete family. We can also pull in our repetitions of 2s and 5s here, 2 being the pair Beau actually belongs to, and 5 being this image of a complete family, like we see with the birds. Later during the play, Beau and his hypothetical wife have 3 sons, so 5 seems to be a number associated with this idealized image of a complete family. 2 being this number of the binary of Beau and Mona, and 3 being a symbol of Beau with a complete set of parents. I really can't stress enough how much I dislike explaining numerology like this, because even if it did make complete sense, it still makes you sound like a lunatic. But as a final possible bit of confirmation, we'll hear Tony, who is rejecting the idea of Beau's surrogate family wholesale, say it's not the 5th, it's like the 2nd. In the following scene. Again, 2s and 5s. So subtextually, even though she's not talking to Beau in that moment, she could potentially be saying, it's 2, Beau and Mona, not 5, like Beau joining our family. I'd lean towards this being purposeful. The light switches are a step further. So if you're thinking, man, I don't know, that's a lot to read into a light switch, I completely respect that. I think it's lunacy as well, but these really are purposeful decisions by the film, with 2s becoming 3s or 5s, and they generally coincide, like they did with our Blue Helmet builder, with notions of Beau finally having a father or finding a family. And as the situation at the Stanwicks deteriorates and the notion of Beau's surrogate family becomes less likely and more threatening, we'll actually see an outlet with exposed wiring, perhaps suggesting this new family Beau has found may present danger. I'd take the whole thing with a huge pinch of salt. There are other switches we see that seem to buck the trend. I'm sure we could argue for an even deeper code there if we wanted, but ultimately all we can say for sure is that it's a weird decision the film is making that at least serves as a visual key for turning things 90 degrees, presented through objects that we recognize via a traditional orientation. If you prefer the deeper explanation for your headcanon, that's awesome. It certainly doesn't hurt anything, but in terms of what we can say for sure, I think this theory still needs some proving. Let's move on to Beau's Googling of Mona. There's nothing too interesting on here, but we do have a cover of Time magazine that may be a reference to the Time covers, where the M of Time appears like devil horns behind the figure. Very famously with Donald Trump, but also Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton, Vladimir Putin, and so on. Beau accesses a news clip, again from a Mona-controlled news station we can presume are complicit in her ruse, and the newscaster appears to manipulate Beau directly on behalf of Mona, ending the segment with, due to extenuating circumstances, she has not yet been buried, but she must. We then see Bill Hader, our UPS man, but we already covered that, so we can move right on to our big reveal of Elaine being a Wasserman employee. We have a lot to discuss regarding Elaine, but there isn't a lot going on here specifically. However, we're quite deep into the video, so I feel like I should point out that her name probably isn't even Elaine, rather Sherry Brown. Now, that name does not appear in the film, but here is a photo of the prop used for her driving license. I cannot credit this image because the person who shared it with me on Reddit didn't remember who shared it originally, but my thanks to whoever whoever did buy this and decided to share it. Without that, we likely never would have known. Now, in the original script, there is a moment where Beau finds Elaine's driving license and from it ascertains that she works for Mona and that her real name is Sherry Brown. This isn't just a layover from that though. That version of the script is very old and this is a prop made for the film. So it's safe to say that even though we never see it on screen, it was at one point intended to demonstrate that Elaine's lying about who she is. It's a small detail, but it lets us get a clearer understanding of her intentions, and it means that when we see her on the news, she's playing a role, the character of Elaine Bray. That may be a full-time public identity, but given her driver's license uses the different name, Elaine may be a role she exists in solely for Beau's benefit. Obviously, we don't get any confirmation of that in the final cut, but I don't think there's any doubt that Elaine is in on the ruse, so it's just a fun little bit of behind-the-scenes confirmation. The realization that Elaine is Mona's employee, that Mona could have put them in contact his entire life, seems to be a little bit too much for Beau, who throws up all over the laptop screen as we get hit with the double reveal that Tony is stood there watching him. She tells Beau that she's taking him home, and clearly lying, tells him that it's at her parents' instruction. As we head outside, we meet Tony's friend Liz, to whom Tony introduces Beau as her new brother. It quickly becomes apparent that they're not going to be taking Beau to Wasserman. Liz asks where they're taking him, and Tony's reply is the quick glance of, "That's not really what we're doing here," as she lights what we'll describe as a joint, but seems to be something a bit stronger. We can see that Tony's habit of communicating from the other side of a phone screen is a trait also shared by Liz, continuing this predatory and terrifying depiction of youth as drug-addled little monsters entirely absent of empathy, who communicate solely by recording you in the hopes you'll do something they can hold you socially accountable for. This becomes especially clear as we get to Beau being half peer-pressured, half taken hostage. Tony says that if he doesn't smoke it, she'll have Liz pull her hair so hard it detaches his scalp and she'll blame him for it. At which point, quite chillingly, Liz replies, "I will. I remember that you did it. I saw it. You're taking advantage of us," as the lens of her camera is pointed straight at Beau. The ultimatum is quite clear: do what we say or we'll ruin your life. And this threat of "you're taking advantage of us" might give us some idea as to what Tony was reporting to Jeeves earlier. Now, we could argue that part of this is Beau's terror. His skewed vision of the youth, just like the denizens of his neighborhood, it can be read as a caricature of Beau's anxieties. It also suits the repeating theme of things not making sense. He hasn't taken advantage of them at all. But I think the main understanding should be that it's satire aimed at our current generation of teenagers. Like everything else, it's an example of our world with the heat turned up ever so slightly. It certainly isn't something Beau specific, as we hear later that Liz is aware her teacher is attracted to her, and the pair laugh about him not being able to survive the experience, and the possibility that they kill him by getting him fired. So while they may not care for Beau at all, this attitude is endemic to them, not specific to him. Beau does his best to not cave to peer pressure. He politely turns it down. He even turns down going home when provided the ultimatum, saying he'll just wait for Roger to drive him later. But upon being threatened with allegations at the same time as realizing he's locked in the car, Beau does ultimately cave. Which, of course he does, because deep down he prefers having decisions made for him. Beau asks what's in it, and Tony replies 3 things, which is ominous as all hell, and not what you want to hear at all when being handed narcotics, but it's also another example of 3s, as in Beau, mother, father, as if she's using that notion to subconsciously tempt him. Very begrudgingly, Beau takes a monster hit, much to the amusement of Tony and Liz. There's something genuinely terrifying about their attitude here, laughing as they force it on him. And let's keep in mind the repeated oral imagery, things going into Beau's mouth. We're about to see that very clearly on the cruise. And so begins a slow 2-minute zoom into Beau's worsening paranoia. Again, I think Phoenix is just incredible here. There's so many complex technical demands being made of him. I genuinely forget I'm even watching him and fall completely into sympathizing with Beau's rendition of cornered prey. Liz says somewhere in the background, "Your brother is fucked," and I love this line because for us to fully understand it, we have to bring 2 elements of subtext together. The notion that Beau is a surrogate for Nathan, and this repeated assessment that Beau is fucked from characters that know he's already on trial. We also hear Liz say, "You need to raise your prices," and there really isn't enough to go on here, but the options are quite clear. Either she's selling what she's smoking, she's selling her dad's free-flowing pharmaceuticals, or she's doing some kind of sex work. Either way, she's dysfunctional and clearly went off the rails some time ago. As Beau's paranoia worsens and he begins to fully hallucinate, we see the sound go out of sync. And this moment of Tony screaming at him seems to take him back to his thoughts of Elaine, who we see reflected in the car window. And once more, we get this beautiful mixing of sound as we move towards the past. We start to hear seagulls, and the cruise section begins. The cruise section might just be my favourite part of the film, because despite it being quite short, it's here we find our keys to Beau and Mona and Elaine, and the answers to some of our biggest questions. I absolutely love Zoe Lister-Jones as Mona, Armin Nahapetian is scarily good as young Beau, and childhood Elaine, played by Julia Antonelli, again is just so perfectly in line with Parker Posey's Elaine later on. All of them really do feel like younger versions of their characters. It's absolutely phenomenal work. And I love this trippy intro to it. Him being sat there first as an old man before we see him as a child. How magically unreal everything looks. To quote the production designer, Fiona Crombie, the way that we shot that actually was on a virtual production. So it immediately has this artificiality to it. It's almost kind of like a cartoon. It's a very distinct look that separates itself from the rest of the film, and it becomes this capsule memory space for Beau that is really vivid. In a way, these memories on that cruise ship are from one of the best times from his childhood. He had autonomy, he discovered Elaine, and very briefly, he had a singular experience for himself. Traditionally, when we see a flashback, they are reasonably objective. We're trusting it to tell us what happened. But this is a memory rather than a flashback. And so we're experiencing Beau's distorted view of the past. We're in Beau's mind as he's remembering. And so details blur impossibly, elements of the present, elements of different times in the past, all blur in and out. This is a memory subjected to current anxieties and the confused recollection of a blurry mind. The scene begins with Mona asking Beau if he misses Martha, their housemaid. Beau answers, "Of course, I love Martha," in a weirdly subdued manner. And on first viewing, you could be forgiven for thinking Mona's just indulging her curiosity about Beau's opinion on Martha. But if you watch closely, there's something more troubling happening. Mona seems a little perplexed by his response, saying, "You love Martha?" Now, we could certainly read this as her finding it amusing that he feels that sort of closeness with someone she views as the help. Beau very quickly corrects himself, saying, "She's my friend, I like her." And Mona does a slight squint, a smirk, and a nod, and maybe holds a stare on Beau for a bit too long. Now, thematically, this tracks. She's maybe thinking Beau's got a bit of a thing for Martha, and that tracks as she points him towards Elaine, and we'll then hear her discussing how he could go about wooing Elaine. She could just be appraising his burgeoning sexuality. But as we know, things aren't that simple. Mona isn't one for sharing Beau's love, and so this moment with Martha, that squint she does, that nod she does approvingly as Beau corrects himself, is likely the result of them both knowing that he better not be loving any woman that isn't his mother, because she is absolutely the jealous type. In fact, she'll have Martha killed later on, and given some of the things she said, I don't think we can rule it out that she may still be holding bitterness towards Martha because Beau felt a sense of connection with her. And if all of that feels a bit weird to you, just hold on to your britches because it's going to get so much worse. For now though, let's just say she's very possessive and very well versed in manipulating Beau. So even though she says it with a smile, it's clear Beau doesn't feel comfortable, and we shouldn't either. And have a think about Beau's constant apologizing. It's been instilled into him through moments like this, and worse moments still. It comes from correcting himself to try and appease Mona, the result of this kind of motherhood where saying the wrong thing can cause a flare-up. Even Beau's original answer, that he loves Martha, could be designed to appease Mona. He seems uneasy as he's saying it, as if he's trying to gauge her reaction. I don't think we ever hear how Beau really feels about Martha, because both of his answers are what he thinks Mona wants to hear. And as soon as you see it this way, suddenly her watching his reaction intently becomes that shade more threatening. That magazine she's holding, this magazine, well, DoutFooL has that very magazine in his possession, and I don't mean that issue, I mean the actual prop. The cover has been made for the film, but for the interior, they just used actual magazine articles. Here's the middle page spread. It's about a billionaire's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. There just so happens to be a billionaire reading this magazine. I'm sure it's nothing though, I wouldn't look into it. Anyway, Mona then tells Beau he's not the only kid here and points out Elaine to him. A perfectly normal thing for a billionaire to be doing on a cruise she's controlled the guest list of that will have no lasting consequences on Beau whatsoever. And as Beau takes in Elaine for the first time, something very strange but very purposeful happens. The person behind Beau, blurred in the background, falls asleep on their sun lounger and seemingly accidentally pushes their glass onto the floor, and we get the very invasive sound of it not breaking to disrupt the moment. It's weird. The glass should probably break. No one seems to react to the loud noise, and we're clearly having our attention drawn to it. And there's a couple of possible explanations as to why this happens. The first is an easy one. It's like the drive-by following the phone call from earlier, a signal of Mona's anger, a disturbance in this simulation she controls. It's the incepting moment of Beau supplanting her with another woman.
That's possible, but there's a couple of problems there, primarily that Mona has orchestrated this entirely, so presumably she's happy it happened, at least at this point. But also, if that were the case, it would seem that a glass breaking might be a far more appropriate sound for this intrusion. Another explanation, this is the sound of something outside the dream that we're hearing invade it. We just had the seagulls and the foghorn of the ship sounding off inside the car, and throughout the sequence we'll be seeing flashes of what's happening back in the main narrative that also blend elements of the cruise back in. The problem there is that every time this is done throughout the film, it's obvious. Every time pretty much, except this one where seemingly it's happening only within the memory. But I do have one explanation that I think works well, despite being maybe a bit out there. We frequently see glass break in the film, usually with characters running through it, Beau leaving his apartment building through a shattered glass door, Beau running out of the Stanwicks through an unbroken glass door, but it's not always Beau. There's another character that does it in Jeeves. We see him break the caravan window, we see him smash through the glass as he dives into Mona's attic, we see him break a glass table as he tries to attack Beau. Now, we're going to get to Jeeves, but the very quick answer is that Jeeves is pursuing Beau, not only literally, but also symbolically, pursuing him internally through layers of reality, of understanding. And glass shattering often has this connotation of reality breaking, of breaking through to new levels of understanding and identity. A really good example of that would be The Matrix, but we can see it in Ghost in the Shell and many others. There's even suggestions of it as early as Through the Looking Glass, as Alice steps through a mirror. That mirror doesn't break, but she does enter a new reality. And that very much tracks with what we see in Beau, because all these moments of glass breaking, of breaking through, they punctuate our transitions into the next sequences, the next steps of Beau's journey, the next step into himself. These moments are also punctuated with repeat head trauma, so it starts to feel like this confused spiral through the interior levels of Beau as we move towards the roots of his trauma. Even Mona enters the final sequence, somewhere we can't really say is real or unreal, by shattering through the glass of her terrarium. Now, we can approach it a bit more pessimistically and say this is resembling layers of Beau's psyche shattering as he gets closer to his trauma, but we're essentially describing the same thing, Beau's layered interior understanding being repeatedly transcended. So that brings us back to the cruise and this glass dropping on the floor. The only time we see this happening where the glass doesn't end up broken, and it very purposefully doesn't break. And I think the answer is this cruise is a core memory. It's an unbreakable piece of Beau, a formative experience, an indelible defining moment in his life. What Fiona Crombie just described as a capsule memory space. And for me at least, that's why the glass doesn't break. To symbolize that this layer of Beau, this formative moment, is unshatterable. It's an essential part of who he is. Let's move on to Elaine, who clearly has a big appetite looking at the precarious ice cream stack she's wielding. As we've covered, she's likely in cahoots with Mona. Her mother works for Mona, but I think we can go out on a limb and say that everyone here on the cruise is a Wasserman employee, and this is half company retreat, half Truman Show. And while it's not clear to what extent Beau understands that, Elaine is clearly aware of it. We only hear a moment of it, but she's arguing with her mother, who says something that ends with, "And you tell me what to do." To which Elaine replies, "You're not even paying for it," and her mum replies, "This is my." We don't hear the last word, but it's presumably job. So Elaine is clearly being a bit rebellious and arguing that she should have whatever she wants, in this case in human portions of dessert, because it's all being paid for by Mona. Her mother is telling her to control herself because this is still work for her. She's still on the job. Cut to Beau in his cabin, reading a book called The Treehouse Gang Leaves Home, with the heading Big Mistake. Now, there is a 1980 book called The Treehouse Gang by Angelo Racinti. It may be a reference to that, but perhaps somewhat more likely is that we're calling to mind children's adventure books like The Famous Five and slipping a Hereditary treehouse reference in there. Our main takeaway, though, Beau is being subtly programmed that leaving home would be a big mistake. His reading time is cut short, however, by Elaine charging down the hallway, alerting people to the dead body in the pool. While Mona is showering with the door open, another example of her lack of boundaries and another link between her and water, Beau runs out to check if it's Elaine he's heard. When he does so, we get this shot with a fat man lurking in it. He's everywhere on the cruise. But the other thing you might notice are the palm leaves. Palm leaves are another symbol closely associated with Jesus. This is primarily due to Palm Sunday, part of the Easter tradition, the day Jesus rode into Jerusalem and the people there threw palm leaves down for his donkey to ride over. And of course, Elaine Bray is our symbolic donkey, so there's no doubt this shot is another symbolic reference to Beau as Jesus. Seeing it's Elaine, Beau tries to play it cool, dipping back into the room and waiting for her to knock. And while he is retreating in a way, it's also fair to say that Elaine is the only person capable of making Beau make snap decisions. When he answers the door to her, she repeats the same phrase from the corridor: "There's a dead man in the pool." It's such a perfect line for their first meeting. It's so dark and lacking in empathy, and so boldly delivered, it just perfectly sums up Elaine's brashness. It's also that kind of unknowingly prophetic horror movie doublespeak, that tragic prescience where, upon her first greeting Beau, she very accurately outlines his fate. There's a dead man in the pool. And we cut right into said dead man as Beau and Elaine have a wonderfully awkward chat by the pool. And as our camera is literally in water, the first topic of conversation is mothers. Where Beau seems stunted, not really ready for adult conversations, Elaine is quite the opposite. Clearly someone who grew up too young, which is in contrast to Beau, who never truly grows up at all. She claims that her dad is probably having sex with his affair partner on a, quote, pile of her slut money in Aruba. She then asks Beau to take a picture of her and Jean in reference to the dead man in the pool, and most likely Gene Hackman's character in the Poseidon adventure, who dies in a much more dramatic boat drowning scene. As we cut into the next scene, Mona and Beau are again watching Elaine take absolute liberties when it comes to dessert portions. She's a character defined by consumption. Now it's just sweets, but when we meet her later in life, it would seem like money and sex are both keen desires too. And this desire to consume seems to stem from her anger at the world. She's a bit like Tony. She can see Mona's control for what it is, and she decides if she's going to have to be a part of it, she's going to profit from it. She's going to take whatever she can. As Mona and Beau discuss Elaine, Mona asks if she's Beau's type, telling him to not feel uncomfortable about discussing such things with her. The conversation blurs into the next shot as Mona and Beau are in bed together, her giving him a quite in-depth description of how to best woo Elaine. After a brief interlude with Grace and Roger, we cut back to a following night of the cruise. Mona suggests she might get an early night, something Beau seems ambivalent about. She then floats the idea of staying up, strolling round the deck with Beau and going stargazing. Beau doesn't even respond to this offer, and once Mona retracts it, he sneaks out to meet Elaine to do pretty much the same thing. They tour the deck, specifically a dessert buffet, and Beau regales Elaine with all the different threats presented by the sweet treats in front of them. People hiding razors in eclairs, food dyes causing cancer, and fly-riddled chocolate fountains. It's clear Mona's given him a lot to fear. Now, we've already had desserts linked to potential SA during the intro. We know Beau has a compulsion towards oral hygiene, we know sugary desserts aren't good for our teeth, and now they're being painted as threatening. And Elaine is wonderfully crass and cynical about everything she encounters, describing the fountain as liquid shit and asking Beau if he thinks his mother is a cunt. It's not fully clear if this is Elaine fact-finding for Mona or her legitimate dislike of Mona coming out. We'll see her do terrible things for Mona's benefit. We'll also see her being privately critical of Mona, so that's fully up in the air. She then asks Beau about his virginity, and for the first time, we hear what Mona's instilled within him. The idea that sexual activity may lead to his death. Elaine looks very skeptically at him, presumably not buying into Mona's lies. And at that point, she says, "Here, suck this off," and jams a chocolate-covered finger into Beau's mouth. A pretty suggestive choice of language, made even worse given her recent description of the chocolate. And this is young love. It's two awkward teenagers, it's sweet in its own way, but symbolically, it's a moment Beau doesn't consent to, and we're going to see that with Elaine later on too, as she ignores his repeated protestations. This is in character for her, another awful joke at Beau's expense. The love of his life doesn't necessarily care about his level of consent. While that may be the case, I think given the look on Beau's face, this had a sincere effect on him. If this is a core or unshatterable memory, then this may well be the moment it began to crystallize, and clearly he thinks of Elaine very fondly. So there's certainly a lack of consent pushing him away from his comfort zone, but it is something he's ultimately thrilled by. Elaine very awkwardly tells Beau that they're allowed to kiss, but only for the next 10 seconds. And that may just be an awkward conceit she's come up with to pressure Beau along, but given we know Elaine is almost certainly working for Mona here, she may also know that in 10 seconds, her mother is going to appear on deck to come retrieve her. We don't know if her kissing Beau was part of Mona's plan, or if Elaine went rogue because she legitimately liked Beau. But we might find some confirmation in her choice of words. We're allowed to kiss. It seems like she's giving the game away a little bit there, that she's following a set of instructions. I think when we couple that with her mother's fortuitous timing, I lean more towards this being part of Mona's plan. But that doesn't necessarily mean Elaine isn't falling for Beau too. Beau tries to offer whatever protests he can, but as Elaine counts down to 1, he actually does it and lunges in to give Elaine a very quick peck on the lips. She kisses him back for a moment before her mother and the ship's foghorn interrupt. And this is such a beautiful moment for Beau, one that makes the following sequence all the more tragic, because he actually committed to something, he actually made a decision, he was actually able to recoup what his mother had taken from him, just for this moment, but it's enough to inform his entire life, enough for him to wait for her. It's even more heartbreaking that this rare moment of joy is likely artificial. Mona's plan to freeze Beau in time, a lifelong trap he's being lured into to fall in love, keeping him by Mona's side and away from even the thought of pursuing other women. He apologizes to Elaine as she leaves, more of his trademark appeasement, but also something we're going to see a lot of, the line between Mona and Elaine blurring together. We then hear Tony's scream of "now" invade the dream space, something that all of the characters therein react in terror to. I absolutely love this moment because we get the feeling that Beau has been transported somewhere else, somewhere these memories still exist and where the people featured in them still have agency. Not really a dream, more of a secondary reality. We're then met with Tony shaking Beau awake, which is exactly what's happening in the next scene as Elaine bursts in on Beau, shaking him awake and pleading with him to wait for her. He's getting ripped awake to reality, then to unreality, and every time we're becoming more and more detached from what reality is. Just like Beau's repeated head injuries punctuating our sequence transitions. It's constantly muddying the water of what is real, so we can reach that point at the end where things are more symbolic than actual. And this mirroring or blurring between Tony and Elaine is similar to what we see with Elaine and Mona, with Penelope and Mona, with Grace and Mona. All of the women that Beau interacts with are, in some way, a reflection of his mother. The dominant presence of Mona staining all of his potential relationships with women. And Elaine's intrusion into Mona and Beau's room is one of the funniest moments in the film for me. Zoe Lister-Jones' delivery of "and who is this bitch" gets me every time. It begins with Beau being torn awake and making sounds very similar to the screeching of a baby bird. This may fit into our Ganymede kidnapping metaphor, but I think in general we can just go with the image of a baby bird being torn away from its nest. From there, it's all drama as Elaine tells Beau that she loves him and Mona screams for them to get out as Elaine's mother does her best to remove Elaine. We're also mirroring Annie from Hereditary again, and our mother at the start concerned about her missing child. She screams "enough," and it sounds like it could be coming from either of those characters. So this scene is filled with hyper-protective mothers, one grabbing her child physically, the other grabbing her child emotionally for the rest of his life. It ends with Elaine asking her Beau to promise he'll wait, a promise Beau makes. Now, it's very possible to read this opposite ways. Mona has almost certainly planned for Beau to fall in love with Elaine. He might never have even noticed her, if not for Mona pointing her out. But given Mona's extreme reaction here, we can't be fully sure this is still part of the plan. Mona literally murders her employees. Elaine's mother seems terrified of her and seemingly breaks character for a moment. So this is potentially something Mona hadn't planned for. She's crying out, "What is this?" And we seem to see Mona's legitimately hyper-dramatic side come out. And we can read "what is this" and "why are you doing this" as doublespeak for "this wasn't part of our plan." However, if there was a plan, then it was clearly to freeze Beau's romantic interests to keep him by Mona's side. Everything Mona has been telling Beau about how to best woo Elaine, about it being okay to develop romantic interests and that he shouldn't feel embarrassed, all of that is entirely antithetical to what Mona actually wants, which is a Beau that is devoted to her. And then we have to consider that despite this alleged intrusion, Mona is going to give Elaine lifelong employment. I doubt she would have done that if Elaine had truly gone against her here. Elaine is a useful tool for Mona. If the tool didn't work as intended, she'd throw it away. And according to Elaine, Mona owes her money later in life. So this moment seems more like the start of their relationship rather than the end of it. To confuse things further, Mona tells Beau, "Don't promise," and asks, "What did you promise her, Beau?" as if that's something she doesn't want. She's being super melodramatic, with perhaps a touch of performative hypochondria as she complains about her heart. We'll see this again later. Mona tends to move from things upsetting her to things causing her physical harm. So it's all deliberately confusing, but I feel there is a moment, as Elaine is pulled away, where Mona shows her hand. She screams, "Was she the one?" moments after being horrified by seeing Elaine kiss Beau. And it's so hammed up, so clearly done to manipulate Beau, that to me it seems to be a clear part of Mona's theatrics. Keep in mind that Elaine is screaming that they're going to take her away. The only person with the power to remove Elaine at all, but especially mid-cruise, the being that controls the waters and everything we witness, is Mona. If she genuinely cared that Elaine was the one, she could just stop it. And the notion that you would ask your teenage son if a girl he has just met is the one is pretty ludicrous on its own. So while it may be designed to be a very confusing and ambiguous moment, I don't think there's much doubt that this is still a part of Mona's ruse, and this question of was she the one is Mona's effort to imprint this trauma in Beau and keep him at her side forever. Ultimately, we're left with the reality that Mona's gone out of her way to point out Elaine, asked Beau if he's into her, instructed him on how to garner her affection, then got a little bit mad when Beau wants to spend time with Elaine, then got extremely angry and upset upon seeing that they apparently love each other. Later, she'll hire that girl on at her company. That's some very mixed Mona messaging that only makes sense if it's part of this plan Mona has to make Beau hers forever. The thing she seemingly wants from Beau, both here and later in life, and as a baby even, a baby that wouldn't feed, is for him to commit to her completely. That's her advice on what women want to Beau, at least that type of woman, as she puts it, while describing both her and Elaine. And if you think this plan is unlikely, that Mona wouldn't go to all these lengths to manipulate Beau, keep in mind that she's built him his own Truman Show and will likely have faked her death twice by the end of the film. Mona is a lunatic, a psycho X with the powers of God. We have no reason to doubt what she's capable of. Okay, with all of that established, let's go back and try to get to the bottom of whatever psychosexual super weirdness is happening on this cruise. You may notice that our fat man is in the back of shot staring at Beau, and we covered him a little bit at the start, but now we're back in Beau's childhood and he's everywhere. He's here, he's lurking in the corridor, in the next sequence too as Elaine picks out desserts. He's paying very close attention to Beau and Elaine during their nighttime visit to the dessert buffet. Most of the time he's carrying a sweet snack of some kind, and we can kind of identify his phenotype, his reflections, by this sweet tooth and this open robe staring at kids look. Given Elaine's predisposition for dessert and the connotations it seems to have, it's fair to say Elaine may be a target too. Now, I already mentioned what I think this is. He's very clearly predatory, very clearly has a taste for sweet things, sweet angelic things, as we see alluded to by the questionably named ice cream. But we should try to be as conservative as possible. We have to be able to read things in multiple ways here, and so we should look for basic interpretations before we go down a rabbit hole. So let's focus first on the straightforward. This entire film is full of weird background characters. When it comes to Mona-controlled environments, namely this cruise and the city of Corrina, they're not just weird, they're threatening caricatures that allude to broad societal dysfunctions. This could very much be that. He's a predator because Beau's world is cartoonish and nasty, and everything is as threatening as possible. We can go a step further. We can say that all this background threat is created by Mona to make Beau feel unsafe, so he'll come to her for nurture. She's using distasteful characters like our fat man to better encourage him to cling to her. But then we have to ask the question, well, if this is a traumatic memory of Beau's, if he's being closely observed by a predator, is it too much of a leap to be concerned that Beau has fallen victim to him? Now, out of everything I've discussed with people regarding this film, this is the only thing that has generated real controversy. Some people think there are these illusions, others think there aren't. But luckily, we don't have to wonder. Here's a quote from ASTER himself, courtesy of LowkeyGeek.
It's like, I don't even know if I should say this, but all these possible other stories that I kind of buried in the background, like, I won't, how much do I say? Almost at least one. I'll say one because nobody's picked up on it, which has made me kind of sad. On the cruise ship, in the background of almost every shot, you'll see a man that's like basically looking at the lens or looking at Beau. And that, it tickles me what that could mean, and I know what that means, what it could mean, and what maybe like whether that suggests that a lot of the blame that Beau puts on certain people is maybe like deliberately, or like maybe not. Not like knowingly, but like his brain has displaced. Anyway, that was just something that was making me laugh because I kept putting that guy in the background.
Okay, so there's a lot to unpack there, but as a broad stroke, yes, he's clearly saying not only is this character there for the exact reason we think he is, but also that in one reflection of Beau, something has occurred. Let's start at the top. Aster says he buried a lot of possible stories in the background, confirming what I've been saying the whole way through, that this film is filled with different, often contradictory threads that represent different possibilities of Beau's life. And Aster provides that answer immediately following a discussion of reflections and differing permutations, so even if it's not fully clear in the quote, he's most definitely alluding to this being one reality of many. He also says the fat man is staring at the lens and half corrects to Beau, confirming what we've been discussing with characters staring through the fourth wall, blurring the line between the audience and Beau. And then he goes even further and suggests that in this interpretation, this buried background story, Beau has a mental block about whatever's happened, and despite not understanding it, he's displaced his trauma, his anger about what did occur, onto Mona without even realizing. So he doesn't confirm it has happened, he's confirmed it might have happened. And by exploring that possibility, we get an interpretation of Beau's attitude towards Mona. But he also doesn't name Mona directly. He says Beau is blaming certain people, that his brain has displaced the blame onto them. And so there is another option, that something has already happened to Beau, and it's informing his view of a fat man on a cruise and skewing him towards the predatory. And while this explanation does seem less likely, I think it's fair to say that his visual interpretation of men is being skewed still, and obviously this will culminate in seeing his dad as a giant dick. For the purpose of this discussion, however, it would seem like there's no doubt as to what our fat man is here to signify. And so I think we can safely say that these references to the strange thing about the Johnsons, from angel ice cream to angel head shampoo to Beau gripping the side of the bath and seeing his door kicked in, that's not just a reference to ASTER's back catalogue. It's also playing with this subtext that something sexual may have happened to Beau. But as with everything, even though it's there, we can't make it all-encompassing. For every version of Beau's reality where that did happen to him, there's also one that isn't. That's why ASTER changes from saying, I know what that means, to what it could mean. It is definitely there, but there is no such thing as a definitive history for Beau, a definitive version of his life. Beau's not sure, so we can't be either. That could be due to repression, confusion, or even a time loop. But one thing we can say is that there's the suggestion of it. So that's part one of this sexual nightmare of the cruise ship ticked off. The fat man is a clear suggestion that something untoward may have happened to him on the cruise, and possibly beyond that. Let's move on to what role Mona plays in the sexual weirdness. You may have noticed that Mona, especially here on the cruise ship, isn't so much acting motherly. In subtle ways, she's more like a wife or a potential lover. For example, being quietly annoyed by Beau's suggestion that he loves Martha, being overly interested in Beau pursuing Elaine. The ice cream bar that we're already linking to Iffy Things Happening bears the title Bella Monica. Monica being the name Mona is derived from, and Bella meaning beautiful. It's an ice cream brand under the Wasserman umbrella, so we're tying beautiful Mona into this weirdness too. And it continues at dinner and then later in bed as the scenes merge together. Mona quizzes Beau on his feelings for Elaine and even suggests he could ask her advice on how to best woo her, what sort of a man he'd need to be to get a woman like that. The most charitable understanding is that she's trying to be all things for Beau, giving him advice about women in lieu of a father figure. But it's too personal, too on the edge of weird, almost like a girl asking a boy who he's crushing on in the hopes it will lead to him saying her name. She describes Elaine as confident and self-possessed, and these are also qualities that describe Mona. There's a blurring of the lines between Mona and Elaine. And think about it, is this the way we would traditionally film a mother, or how we'll see the imposing Mona presented later on? This across-the-pillow close-up, gazing into someone's eyes, to me this is more how we'd film a lover. Just the fact that they're sharing a bed on a cruise Mona presumably owns, with Beau being in his early teens, that's a bit weird. She's not doing it to save money. It could just be a sign of her not wanting him to grow up, but again, that has troubling connotations, and I just don't get mother from a shot like this. She's also walking a very strategic line in what she's saying that often dips into weirdness. She should be so lucky. Any woman would be so lucky. You just have to commit completely. Nothing in life is more important than choosing the right companion. And let's think about what she's saying there. You have to commit completely. That's what she wants from Beau in their relationship. It's why she fakes her death and has him undergo this whole test. Because from her perspective, he isn't committed enough to her. He won't endure hardship to see her. He won't put her before everything else in his life. And choosing the right companion? Does she want him to have companionship with anyone but her? That doesn't sound anything like the Mona we meet. It would seem, consciously or unconsciously, Mona is describing herself here while advising Beau on how to get the girl, so to speak. And that alone is troubling. But when we consider that alongside what's happening with Elaine, that Mona may have orchestrated this whole thing to arrest Beau's interest in other women, well, it gets more troubling still. And even more so once we find out that she's told Beau he'll die if he climaxes. As she love bombs him and casually threatens harm to herself, it all seems to share a very similar motivation. Stay away from women that aren't me. And we're still not done. We have this scene in which Mona, turned away from Beau like a disenfranchised trophy wife, tells Beau she was thinking of getting an early night, unless he'd rather she stayed up, and closing her moisturizer to punctuate her growing disdain. It's another situation that just doesn't feel like mother and son, both charged and loveless in all the wrong ways. So is Mona's obsession with Beau strictly motherly? Because it doesn't always feel that way, and Mona, or Monica, or Madonna has had a lot of thought put into her name. Same with Beau Waterman, our Odysseus, our man defined by the water of the womb. Beau that means beautiful, in French. But of course there is one very apparent meaning we haven't covered. It's more commonly used in America to mean boyfriend. So that's Beau as in boyfriend and Madonna as in my lady. And for a film, for a writer so aware of what they're doing with hidden meaning in names, I think there's zero chance that isn't intentional. And that brings me to a name I'm sure you'll recognize, Oedipus, tragic Oedipus of Greek myth, a character that first appears in writing in Homer's Odyssey, and most famously in Sophocles' Oedipus Rex. And yes, I do know Americans pronounce it Oedipus, but I can't bring myself to do it. For those who don't know the story of Oedipus, he's born to Laius, the king of Thebes, and his queen Jocasta. Unfortunately for everyone, while Jocasta is still pregnant with Oedipus, King Laius is provided with a prophecy that he will die by his own son's hand. In some versions going even further, that following the killing, Oedipus will marry Jocasta. Horrified by the prophecy, the king and queen abandon Oedipus at birth, leaving him to his fate out in the wilderness. Unbeknownst to them, he is rescued and taken in by the rulers of Corinth, who name him Oedipus. Later, now a young man, Oedipus learns of the prophecy and resolves to leave Corinth to avoid any unforeseen tragedy that might result in the killing of his estranged father. While on this journey, he encounters a man, his father, and argues with him before striking him down. He then continues on his way, eventually finding himself back in Thebes. And upon arrival, he finds the city suffering at the clutches of a monstrous sphinx. Unlike those who had attempted it before him, Oedipus solves the riddle and defeats the sphinx like it's a level 1 side quest. In honor of his tremendous achievement, he is crowned king of Thebes, and Jocasta becomes his queen. Several years later, after fathering 4 children with Jocasta in what can only be described as one of the biggest yikes of all time, Thebes is struck down with plague. Oedipus visits the oracle, who tells him that to free Thebes from plague, he must solve the murder of the previous king. Eventually, the terrible truth becomes known to them, and Jocasta takes her own life in grief and shame. Oedipus follows suit by blinding himself and requesting he be exiled as further penance. And as may be obvious, there's a very twisted version of that myth occurring here in Beau, at least in Mona's version of the truth. Beau has killed his father simply by virtue of having been fired out during his father's allegedly fatal climax. We then have these allusions to a potential Jocasta-Oedipus relationship between Mona and Beau, their odd brand of closeness. But in this twisted version of an already twisted tale, Jocasta kills Oedipus. And if we look at Oedipus's later life post-exile, he ultimately meets his end at Colonus, near Athens, where in most versions of the myth he is swallowed by the earth and his surviving descendants' lives are twisted by this tragedy. And that tracks too. We see Beau get swallowed into the earth, and all of ASTER's feature films have been concerned with generational trauma. Just like Oedipus has to live with the awful destiny he's inherited, and his descendants have to live with the baggage he's imparted to them. But if that's not enough, Oedipus roughly translates to swollen feet. This is due to his parents binding his feet when leaving him in the wilderness, and we see Beau's feet bound at several points during the film. If that's still not enough, the translation of Jocasta is up in the air. There are competing understandings of this, but the answer I've seen most frequently is radiant moon or shining moon. And as we've looked at, Mona is represented as a moon, and we'll see further links between her and the moon in Greek mythology. For now though, that's hopefully enough to demonstrate that there's loosely an Oedipus thing going on here. And there is no better intertextual shorthand for someone having romantically inclined mommy issues than Oedipus. It's where we get Oedipal from. And while this is a very well-known myth, perhaps just as well known is the Oedipus complex postulated by Sigmund Freud, who, as we know, is a massive influence on the film. The Oedipus complex is easily Freud's most well-known and most controversial theory, the notion in psychoanalysis that children, predominantly young boys, feel unconscious desire to their opposite-sex parent and a form of resentment or rivalry to their same-sex parent. As they grow into childhood, these feelings are generally relegated to the realm of unconscious thought. I should point out, it's not a universally accepted theory, it's extremely controversial in fact, but that doesn't matter for our purposes here. And the weirdness between Beau and Mona certainly isn't limited to the cruise. She'll pretty much admit to watching him have sex later.
And that's another reoccurring motif in ASTER's work. In Hereditary, we see Ellen watching Annie and Steve conceive, at least in diorama form, and the climactic conception scene in Midsommar involves Maya being observed by a group of women she'd refer to as mother, one of whom we can softly presume is Maya's actual mother.
We also have this worrying sequence of Beau refusing to shower and Mona's attempts to force the issue. Obviously, parents often have to wrestle their unruly children that don't want to accept that it's bath time, but this isn't a happy image, it's far too aggressive. And then we have the other rendition of the bathroom as visions of Elaine and Penelope blur with images of Mona, the green of Penelope's dress becoming Elaine's green bathing suit, becoming Mona's green dress, demonstrating how Beau's love interests are blended with images of his mother. And the bathroom scene is crucial to understanding Beau's trauma, potentially causing some level of lifelong disassociation in Beau, a scene that leads directly to the attic and the giant monster residing within that surmises all his fears. All the while, the sounds of the bath, the sounds of the shower, the sounds of the cruise interweave. And this imagery of water, of something terrible happening to Beau that he can't seem to call to mind directly, it all seems to converge here. And in that confusion, we see Beau's memories and his image of romance and motherhood becoming confused. There's a lot more weirdness we'll look at as we go through, but I think that's enough to say there's something distinctly Oedipal at work here. One distinction we should make though, this isn't some natural part of Beau's development, more a product of the trauma Mona has imparted to him. And DoutFooL, who has championed this theory for a long time, would have me go even further and tell you that if something did transpire with Mona, it would have something to do with that oral fixation I've been mentioning, the linking of things like dental floss and toothbrushes, and I think that theory has a lot of legs. I think there's a very good chance that something untoward has happened to Beau in the past. Aster's comments alone confirm the possibility with our fat man on the cruise, but the bedrock of Beau's trauma, what exactly Harry is, what darkness Beau incurred as a youth, the truth of his conception, it's all kept purposefully Eldritchian. It's something we know is there, but it's so buried and repressed that Beau can only really perceive it in an abstract sense. Everything direct, like what exactly may have happened in the attic, what may or may not have happened on the cruise, and so on, all of that is never fully explained by design, instead being communicated to us symbolically. So while we are going to look at all that, we have to accept that we can only suspect Mona, suspect the fat man on the cruise, or Harry, of doing something. We can't truly confirm it because it's designed to be so traumatic that Beau can only perceive it in abstract and hallucinatory ways. It's more horrifying, Lovecraftian, let's say, when we can only really understand the effect it has on our characters. But looking at our characters, I think we can say confidently that something truly horrifying has happened. We're never fully let into it, but we are going to try to explore it. Now, I should remind you that in Aster's answer about the fat man, he's suggesting Beau may have come into contact with him and unconsciously blamed Mona for it, which would imply that nothing of the sort occurred between Beau and Mona, or he'd just blame her directly. But Aster is playing 4D chess in his answers regarding this film, and he didn't even feel comfortable fully verbalizing that fat predator man is indeed a predator. We're way off the reservation with this one. There's also the very obvious issue of Mona seeming to want to scare Beau off sex. And while we can mechanically theorize our way around that, it's definitely a point against this theory. Ultimately, I think there is too much evidence that there's some level of romantic confusion between Beau and Mona. It's up to you where you think the line is with that, but I'm of the opinion that all readings are true to some Protean version of Beau. So while we can't confirm or deny any potential incident between Beau and Mona, what we can say is that there's something weird there. And I think a far less controversial explanation, something we can be a lot more certain about, is the idea of emotional incest, first defined by Dr. Patricia Love in her book, The Emotional Incest Syndrome, What to Do When a Parent's Love Rules Your Life. At its broadest, she describes it as a style of parenting in which parents turn to their children, not their partners, for emotional support. They may spend a great deal of time with their children and lavish them with praise and material gifts, but in the final analysis, their love is not a nurturing, giving love. It's an unconscious ploy to satisfy their own unmet needs. She describes various forms it can take, but especially relevant to us are the notions of the romanticizing parent and the abusive or critical one. Because Mona is both. A romanticizing parent seeks the intimacy and companionship one would normally expect to find in a love relationship. In essence, the child becomes a surrogate spouse. There is a flirtatious quality to the relationship. And in the case of the critical parent, the child is used not just for emotional support, but for the release of anger and tension. And to me, this sounds a lot like Mona, the way she's treating Beau on this cruise, like an offended partner, the way she asks him about romantic interests, the way she needs him to need her later in life, the way she seems to want to supersede or interrupt his romantic development. In a lot of ways, this book by Patricia Love seems to describe Mona to a T. There are too many similarities to list. And check out this list of possible effects in the target of these toxic affections. Number 1, a love-hate relationship with the caregiver. Number 2, feelings of abandonment towards the absent caregiver. Number 3, difficulty identifying and fulfilling personal needs. Number 4, feelings of inadequacy. Number 5, sexual dysfunction. Number 6, compulsive behavior and addiction. Number 7, difficulty forming lasting intimate relationships. Beau suffers from every one of those. So to me, this is the best way to define their weird brand of codependency, emotional incest. Mona is trying to get from Beau what she never had from Harry, what she never had from her mother. Unfortunately, because she's so wrapped up in what she wants, she doesn't account for the effect it will have on Beau, someone who grows up to become someone she despises. I think all that is for certain. Whether or not you believe that ever transgressed into something even worse is up to you, but as a baseline, we can describe the relationship as emotionally incestuous, and suddenly things like Beau repeatedly getting images of love interests and his mother mixed up start making a lot more sense. Okay, we've confirmed Fat Man, we've confirmed something with Mona. The last piece of the puzzle is Elaine. Regardless of how Mona feels about Beau, Beau's romantic fixation is primarily on Elaine. He spent his entire life waiting for her, and he still keeps her Polaroid in his top drawer. It's safe to say she had a pretty big impact on him. And I think it's here, precisely because of this oral fixation, that we see the inception of Beau's obsession with her. Maybe somewhat from his first kiss, but more so the moment of finger-in-mouth horseplay. And oral fixations are probably Freud's second most well-known theory. To put it briefly, the notion that being weaned too much or too little during the childhood development process can lead to a person developing a fixation, an unconscious desire to put things in their mouth. This could be anything from pens to cigarettes, and as we know, Beau wouldn't breastfeed as a baby. That's a big part of why Mona feels rejected by him, and we have a lot of moments or references to things going into Beau's mouth. And this theory is part of Freud's broader vision of unresolved childhood trauma having a formative effect on our traits as an adult. And again, that's so much of this film, the trauma Beau incurred as a child and how it defines him as an adult. And this absurd moment of sexual awakening for Beau as his paramour ambushes him with a finger in the mouth implants a new layer of confusion in Beau. A line that Mona's already been blurring between mother and romantic figure blossoms into multi-dimensional emotional fallout as Beau imprints on Elaine and merges this romantically formative moment of the finger with his long-standing lack of comfort at his mother's bosom. Essentially, he's getting the nipple that he never had, and in doing so, he's latching onto Elaine in this loving role. A confusion between mother figure and romantic partner catalyzed by Mona's emotional incest and lack of nurture. That's how Elaine becomes this lifelong freeze on his development. In a broader sense, it's why Beau needs to lose his virginity in order to escape his mother. Why Beau is constantly attaching mother imagery to his romantic interests. It's why he constantly needs to be putting things in his mouth like dental floss, stolen toothbrushes, mouthwash, and so on. And it's all made crystalline in this moment. Okay, that's the cruise out of the way, and hopefully we're closer to understanding the damage between the Wassermans.
Now I have to do something I swore I'd never do and direct you to the second part of this video. You'll be able to find a link to that in the pinned comment or on screen as this video plays out. I apologize for that being the case, but unfortunately the original edit was too damn big for YouTube's new upload limits. You can find the full 10-hour video on Patreon if you prefer. You'll also be able to find both parts linked in a playlist on my channel. I sincerely hope you stick around for part 2 because we have so much more to unpack.